Hello everyone, into our second day of Best of Fives here in LPL, and I have to say, today I'm really excited for because we finally get to see if LNG are all they're cracked up to be as well. I think 1xN and the gang are looking genuinely pretty scary from what we've seen even in the lowest group of LPL, and I think that TT could be in danger here, despite the fact that they're technically coming from the high group.
大家好，我是TT打野君豪。
好，欢迎君豪啊。那第一个问题呢，也是想问到，其实之前小组赛呢，成绩虽然不太理想，但是今天来到骑士之路，也是一个全新的开始。那整体队员们是以一个什么样的心态来去面对这场比赛？
就是吸取之前输比赛的经验嘛，然后争取在今天比赛打好一点。
希望能比之前打得更好就可以了。那第二个问题也想问到，今天面对苏州 LNG， 你觉得在比赛的内容上有什么方面要多加注意一些？
在对线上跟他们的野区进攻上。
好，那也感谢君豪，希望今天你在赛场上能有一个好的发挥。好，欢迎来到我们的前采环节，我们也请到了苏州 LNG 的上单选手谢尔进行我们前采，来向大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是苏州 LNG 的上单谢尔。
好，欢迎 share 啊。那首先呢，我觉得苏州 LNG 也是一个小组赛全胜的一个战绩呢，来到了我们的骑士之路当中。当然了，接下来竞争也会更加的激烈，所以你自己对于接下来的比赛的目标会是什么样的？
目标就是领先2个 BO5，然后进入季后赛吧。
顺利的进入到我们的季后赛当中。那第二个问题了，今天要再次面对 TT， 那 TT 呢也都是年轻的小将，虽然之前小组赛的成绩不理想，但更有可能他们会破釜沉舟，放开手脚，选择一些或许偏向于选手的非常规阵容。所以今天面对他们比赛的一个心态是什么样的？
感觉就是我们保持好我们小组赛的状态，然后做好我们自己的游戏内容就可以了。
打好自己的内容是最重要的啊。那也希望你今天的比赛有一个好的发挥。
Oh, I tell you what, folks. Yesterday was a slog. Yesterday was a slog, folks. Sam and I both had about 12-hour days yesterday between shows and podcasts. But hey, you know what? It was actually pretty good games yesterday. On the whole, I really enjoyed yesterday. Yeah, it had to do 9-game day, and then 2 podcasts in there as well. But yeah, we'll take those honestly. Also, we had really good viewers yesterday too, actually. I think we ended up peaking at about 400 without anything like front page. I don't think we had any raids yesterday either, and then we still kept up an average of about 200 and something or other, 260 was it? An average or something like that throughout 9 hours yesterday, which is kind of crazy as well. So yeah, I'm very happy with that on the whole. Very, very happy with that. Okay, so we've done adverts, and yeah, so, for those of you, that's on Twitch by the way, of course, on stuff like YouTube, whenever it's, different. Okay, so realistically, folks, I think LNG are going to smash this series. I'm quite worried for old TT. Quite interested to see how Kenshi goes, though. Kenshi hasn't been bad. He's probably been the best part of TT, actually, which I didn't necessarily expect with, players like Junhao being pretty good in the past. Okay, I guess I should take this time to quickly go get myself a coffee or something, so I'm going to be right back real quick, folks.
观看2026英雄联盟职业联赛第一赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端、掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢1000元耳机和游戏手办。穿李宁日进斗金系列，祝你峡谷稳赢，马年旺到飞起。开一局吗？开就开！感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。Sky Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝，当然站吧。傲风电竞椅，职业战队的选择，想赢做傲风。
让我们有请 Thunder Talk Gaming 苏州 LNG Esports。欢迎来到苏州高铁新城羊城国际电竞馆。LPL 第一赛段骑士之路第2日第1场比赛 ，TT 对阵苏州 LNG 即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Okay. I'm here. Right. Sorry folks, I need to get myself some coffee. Still not quite used to the super early starts again. Does TT have a chance? Folks, I'm not gonna lie, I think TT are a little bit dusted here. I personally think TT might be a little bit dusted here. Hey, Huang, by the way. Good to see you. Welcome to the channel. And yeah, for those of you who don't know who I am, my name's Nymaera, and I've completely forgot to turn my camera on. That's a good start. Good start. Right, here we go. Hello. I'm very cozy today. Who is Nymaera? I know, it's great. It's more like, you know, Nymaera is an experience, it's a cultural movement, Monsters. You know, in some ways I think we're all Nymaera, you know? Into the draft we go, and I don't know. I don't know how to segue that. I should have prepared that one better. TT LNG, our next best of 5 on the docket here. So one of the biggest things about this is we finally get to see if LNG are all they're cracked up to be. That's going to be one of the huge things about this series. Now we know 1xN is good. We know that Croco is very good on the snowball as well. Again, LNG, those two players are the ones you have to watch in this series. For TT, their bot lane is going to have a hell of a series. It's a first pick Rumble. What else was available? Well, both the mid laners of the Orianna Azir were available. Were gone. Malphite is up as well. There is a chance of a Malphite here. Jarvan locked in to take it away from the Jarvan, though Xin Zhao Jarvan, you know, it's a lore matchup, but also I think probably Xin Zhao favored in terms of the actual burst damage. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Oh, there we go. Oh my gosh, that's not looking great there. Wow, my PC did just freeze very briefly. I think we're okay. Okay, I think we're good now. I think we're good. I didn't quite realize that. I think we're back. Okay, cool. Cool, no worries. Well, I'm glad that happened now rather than ages into the stream or something like that. Okay, the Cassiopeia locked in for Bulldog as that's the lane counter for the Rise. And you see that TT pick it. TT pick up the Unara as well. Interesting. Get rid of that. It did, Blade. Yes, it did. What print is on the Udi? It's coffee. I've got little like coffee cups. It's great. Okay, Kasante banned away from Keshi. Double AD carries from 1xN. Now the thing is, I think that 1xN is happy to go towards Kai'Sa. I think they can go Kai'Sa Nautilus here. Although that would give them a lot of AP. I suppose, I mean, Kai'Sa can go just towards raw AD. Now, with the Lulu gone, yeah, I think that 1xN are missing are happy to go towards something like, I think they're pretty happy to go towards a Kai'Sa here. It is very comfortable aspect, it is. Kennen in for Keshi. Now, we have seen the Kennen be a Rumble counter in the past. We've also seen, weirdly, Rumble be a Kennen answer in the past too. So that's a very competitive top lane matchup. Kai'Sa, yeah, I think Kai'Sa is your play here. Oh, unless you want a Kalista Renata. Kalista Renata could actually work quite well, but it doesn't work as well versus stuff like a Realm Warping Kennen flank. I don't like the Corki as much, personally. Not having that shield or something. Very squishy team. I'm actually quite worried for LNG's drafted. They're going to have to destroy lane. Now, in fairness, Corki Nico is a destructive lane. It is a destructive lane. And if you lock in a melee support, I don't even think the Unara necessarily wins this. They lock in the melee support. I actually wonder whether look, Feather is a good Alistar player, and of course 1xN used to be his AD carry too. Used to be his AD carry. Hey NG, how's it going? Interesting sentence to show up to. Yeah, join the Nymaera cultural movement. That's what you should all do, folks. The Nymaera cultural movement. And that's our drafts coming through. I think that LNG, well, they have a very squishy comp. I think that if Keshi, who is, I think, TT's best player, I think if he has a good game, this actually is very playable. This is very playable, actually. More so than I thought it would be. Now, LNG have occasionally drafted utter garbage. Occasionally. LNG, I think they lost like one game in the group stage, and it was effectively because the draft was just not fit for purpose, really. What does the Nymaera cultural movement entail? Damn. Well, I feel like the cultural movement... Look, if I have to explain it to you, are you really part of the cultural movement? I feel like if you're part of the Nymaera cultural movement, you know what the Nymaera cultural movement entails. Yeah, that, you know. If you got to ask, I'm so sorry. It's just it ain't looking good for you. Right, Sam's gonna come over now. Sam, I'm gonna really suggest we keep it quiet for the first game or two, because it is still very pain in the head with that. Just because I'm aware it's like 7 AM. So we'll do our best to be fairly chill here, just for our neighbours, if nothing else. Let's suppose, Sam, let's get into it.
Oh, my boy 1xN is on the ref. That's all I really care about, Alex. Not gonna lie, chat. I had to do some vocal warm-ups this morning because my voice was feeling real tight after yesterday.
Sam did an extra couple of recordings after the 12-hour day as well, so
I finished my recordings at 1 AM, so I'm running on 5 hours sleep and something like 15 hours on mic.
I sold my soul to Kaiser. I can't follow Ari. There's room in both houses.
Yeah. Just follow the KDA ship and have all of the. Yeah.
You know what's interesting? You know what's interesting is actually there's like a because in the Ruin King game it kind of like paired Ari and Yasuo. However, some people are now theorizing that actually they won't continue that because they kind of view it as like the idol mentality of like, oh, Ari can never be paired with anyone, much like the K-pop idols, because the player base will get annoyed with that. Which is why now Yasuo and Katarina are in the new skin line of I don't know.
Also, not gonna lie, they also just have different romance skin lines. Like they got
Yes, they
Matty and Fiora in one of the skin lines.
One of the soaring sword thing, or
well,
there's Echo and Ezreal in Pulse Fire.
Yeah, exactly. So they and obviously whereas Arcane.
However, I don't know. I just saw that conversation. I'm like, if that actually turns out to be true, that would be. That'd be sure something. So we do have both junglers going from top side to bot side up. What I was saying something about this draft is that LNG have locked in 5 relatively squishy champions, the Cassiopeia being the only one who's building a significant amount of HP. And Kashi has been the best player on TT, and he's on a Kennen. This is a good Kennen matchup too. It has been a Rumble counter. Yeah. Well, no, a Rumble counter in the past. And yes, it's been a known thing, but specifically into Rumble, I'm thinking back to 23. That's when I thought, that's when we saw the Kennen start to come out sometimes as a Rumble counter. So if Keshi has been the best player on TT and has a good draft to play into, I actually think TT have a good angle in this game, despite the fact that I think LNG should be turbo stomping the series.
Oh, I agree. And again, obviously, it's 1xN against his former organization here as well. Spent a long time down in LDL on different teams, but when he made his move up to LPL, it was on TT alongside players like Feather there, of course, as well. So some known history there, so to speak.
Yeah, well, 1xN spent his whole career in LPL on TT before this year.
Yeah.
It's the first time that 1xN has left TT, of course. I think, these games will be in LNG's Arena 2, so they get a bit of a home ground advantage there, I suppose. Shit. Losing about 10 CS right now. He's not having the best time, and I suppose he'll just have to go towards Merc Treads early and just kind of grin and bear it. Sheer, on the whole, pretty good regular split from him. There is a Jarvan behind the snake.
Yeah, has cleared the wave out, but theoretically get ganks. Not going to happen. I think she's got enough HP there to be a little bit scary.
Harry's doing the ghost reset. Sheer hasn't had a chance to teleport back. He could be in a bit of trouble if he misses.
Gets him amidst the wave there, so should be all right. He's being very risky here, holding on best he can, but I guess he wants that better reset, wants something like the Fated Ashes on this first call if he can, or some boots, both quite valuable into the Kennen. Kennen, as you noted, always been good into the Rumble. I'm surprised we didn't see as much of it when Rumble, how strong Rumble's been around, but I think it's just been so hard to guarantee the Kennen, because Rumble was good in the lane swap in a way that Kennen just isn't.
yeah, because Rumble could equalize waves, occasionally Rumble would still suffer in lane swaps too. I just feel like the equalizer is just such an easier thing to play around, whereas the thing about Kennen is, if he's behind in a game and he starts ulting, he's just free gold.
Well, we saw it a little bit, unfortunately, yesterday, where Cube was on the Kennen, first pick Kennen, got Vladimir. Doing some crazy stuff. Actually, LNG have just played a Nico play into mid lane, so hold my nerve here a second and see whether Hero gets caught here by a tangle.
Oh, he's not checking the minions.
So, yeah, that's going to sting. I don't know whether he's going to be dead or anything there, but he'll take a chunk, and that's a bit unfortunate for him.
Keshi, hang on. This first trade of lanes are going really badly for him. Flashing in.
Oh, Keshi.
Sheer gets the first blood, even with the lane counter. Both the top laners teleport in. And that was the most dangerous part in the lane. Look, in the first stage of lane, this is kind of like a concept which people need to think about more, I suppose. And you'll feel it when you're playing it, right? If you start slamming someone before a reset, and then you reset, a lot of people assume that you still have the HP advantage you had before you go back to base and have full HP. Right there, Sheer comes back full HP, despite the fact that he was losing lane beforehand, and completely dumpsters Keshi on the return. So Sheer gets that first blood, and he's got Merc Treads. Already. Suddenly the matchup turns around. That's such a huge kill for Sheer.
Really, really nice done. Again, Sheer has been a player that... actually, wait, I'll hold that one. Bulldog will not face check Jun Hao, throws down the ward. It is immediately taken out, but worth knowing. He did indeed spot the jungler doing that. Followed in that bush as well, which is quite nice. Good chunk there onto Feather, and again, bot lane is not going to be the most fun here for the Yunara, who's down 20 CS, but you're into double range matchup. Like, Yunara is good into Corki in an individual matchup, but the supports make such a difference. That's why we have started seeing much more for Corki Nami, Corki Nico being much better into Yunara, especially if you take the melee matchup in it.
And this is the thing, right? And stuff like Bard can even come out, right, and be a bit threatening. Harry's looking for the Realm Warp, though. I don't really think... I'm not going to lie, with Ryan on that HP, we'd be gone to, like, Ryan 138 at that point.
I forgot what it was. I should have kept it written down.
Sam, I'm not going to lie. I know it's some... That's a good point. Maybe I can go check that. In fact, Sam, that's what I'm going to do.
Okay. Tell me what Ryan we're on.
Including, like, all amateur results and stuff like that, too?
I just went for his career, yeah. Because, again, we're in a sort of total recall scenario here, where basically...
God. Yeah, so so what do we do? Do you take the deaths and then add 3?
That's what I've been doing.
Okay,
yes.
So it started on 3, and then he went into his pro career, and he's at 145 deaths. So we're on currently Ryan 148.
Yeah, welcome to Ryan 148. There we go. It's appropriate because he's on 48 CS right now as well. It was written in the stars.
God, yeah. Ryan 148. Well, we could have had one Ryan 49. That shit, dropping the equalizer. Oh, that's actually kind of dangerous.
I think Keshi could be forced to slicing Maelstrom there. Won't be quite forced into that, but it's still not having a great time there in the lane.
Yeah, and you know, Sheer is 10 CS down, but he's so much happier than he was. Does get the honey fruit. That'll help. That'll help. So Dragon is alive. Jin has in the bot side will be spotted. Croco is a level down for now, but one more camp would sort that. And this is another thing too. We're talking about this bot lane matchup, saying, okay, well, you know, Yunara versus double range. Not all double ranges created equal as well. And stuff like the Nico has just been obnoxious for a whole year now of support, really. Such a disgusting champion in that bot lane. Can do a lot of things which just no one else can do. But also just being a really good poke champion. It's given 1xN and Missing now a 20 CS lead. We've even had Missing roam about the map. This could actually be, Sam, a bit of a revival year for Missing, who ever since 2023 has felt very flat-footed. He's not really felt like he's been that impactful, but I think he's actually had a pretty good game so far. Feather might go for a flash combo, but they are spotted on a ward, so Junhao will not be unseen heading bot side.
Exactly that, and they're not going to overforce here. I think LNG playing the spot lane out very smoothly so far, and I completely agree with you. I think the fact that obviously you've got a veteran former superstar support as well, like Missing alongside the likes of On were really our best 2 supports for a long time, and Mako obviously was up in there, that mix as well, particularly during that sort of 2023 era when he was on that incredible JDG roster alongside Ruler. And that was an era when things like the Lulu and some of those enchanters were being played, and it is nice to see that with some of these more lane dominant supports back in the meta. Hang on, there is a game lane gang happening here. Let me jump onto Missing. Have we just cast a curtain? We'll pop Blossom flash away. We'll get flash line turn. Will likely die here. Now Croco is around. Big one onto Ryan 3. Flash wind becomes lightning, and that means that Junhao is likely dead as well, and indeed falls. HP bar's not fantastic here for Thunderhawk, and I think they have to leave.
Yeah, 1xN really happy to stick around in laning phase after that to another equalizer on top side. Keshi's not feeling particularly happy. There goes the slicing Maelstrom. Good damage back.
That could get a bit interesting. What about this extended trade? It's not bad from Keshi. So ult for ult.
See how every single lane from LNG is giving a hard time to the enemy opponent. To the enemy lane, really. Keshi should be further up in top lane. And that's not happening right now. Bulldog playing at the Cassiopeia matchup well versus Heracles. Bulldog coming in. Was he Nongshim last year? Anyway, he came in from LCK. Oh, it was a dodge on the ultimate there from the Rise, but still you take the damage, which is kind of painful. In bot lane, yes, you get the kill onto Ryan 3. 1xN gets the kill on the other side, though, so it's not like you even get ahead there. Both of them have culls, and because 1xN is now ahead in terms of gold and plates and equal in kills, we're probably going to see, once again, like an 11-minute quest for 1xN, and we'll see how much longer it'll take Ryan, because if it does get delayed there, the gold lead is only going to get larger for 1xN.
And the flash combo's blown now on Feather as well, so your ability to consistently find that engage is still going to be quite limited.
Oh, it's DNF for Bulldog. Yeah, DNF, right.
Will be interesting to track, I think, as well, because he is going to be very annoying to deal with. Yes, you can still try and send it at the Nico, but she's relatively slippery with that Slave Changer. Slave Changer, right?
My issue with the cannon is that, from chat, that is probably the champion that suffers the most against exhaust. You will notice there's no exhaust in this game, but actually, funny enough, I did check that in the early game, didn't get a chance to talk about it. There's no spell book here as well. But yeah, exhaust has typically been one of the things which you just insta-lock in when there's a cannon on either side. Oh, Keshi's going towards the Gunblade first, by the way. That's what we've seen a bit more from LCK. LCK have typically like to go towards that. I didn't see what you okay, so.
When's that ready to touch?
Okay. So we've got adjustments to make in the control center, folks, at the battle station. Did I miss anything else to check? Oh, hello, just Gamnot and Soul Puppy as well. Good to see both of you. That's an ult on top side. Keshi's not going to get hit by the equalizer though.
Could be a bit more problematic, and Keshi feels like a back on track here again. And we'll note actually that this particular cannon is going towards the Gunblade. I have seen a few builds where they go towards the Rocket Belt still. In this one, of course, Gunblade gives you that sustain, which can be quite nice, really.
Yes.
Did you say that just
Yeah,
I
did. Yeah.
So it's while I was dealing with my knee giving me jip, getting old, chat.
Yeah. No, I'm allowed. Well, you're allowed. We're allowed like one of them a day. So, well, probably more actually, especially after your 9-game day. Part of me, look, yesterday, Sam. Part of me was like, we should have just had the 10-game day just to say we'd done it. You know, two game 5s in a row. One thing which I have to say I don't miss. I missed for the first time we had it, but I don't miss is the game 5 1v1 side select.
Yeah.
Because I think in another region, so for instance, I think LCS would really benefit from this. I think they would benefit from 1v1 for side selects and stuff like that. One, because it's just really good to talk your shit. And when you play less games, I think there's less strain on your schedule to do something like that. But with LPL, particularly when we've had like 15 teams last year and we've had, you know, 16 teams last year or 17 teams the year before that, you just can't. You can't throw on 20 minutes for every extra series. The amount of actual broadcast time you end up missing effectively, or like using is just really, really high. Despite the fact that I really enjoyed stuff like remember when Top Esports lost their game 5 against WE because 369 lost his 1v1.
Yeah.
And that gave them that gave a very good draft to WE in game 5, which knocked Top Esports out of spring. That was really, really cool. I do miss that somewhat to an extent, but the amount of time it took to do that kind of thing was really annoying. Hang on, jump over the wall.
Missing potential game again, still trapped in that cast.
Oh
but
my
the pop
God.
loss turn around is good. There's the flashback out of the way. They jumped on for 1xN, it gets exhausted, but again, I don't think they care. They full send and don't really get that much done.
No, Missing does lose his flash, but it's in a 2v3 with 1xN and Missing win that. By the way, we have seen all the quests completed by LNG, and TT now moving out of bot lane. Croc is going in.
Something more. The blast cone is probably just about going to be enough, and it is, but that's going to be the red buff gone.
Close. Crocker was trying to see if he could interrupt the auto attack on the blast gun. Sometimes he can get that timing right, but yeah, we'll have to see when that bot lane role quest is completed. I think TT might be completing that like 14 minutes now.
Boy, out come the wall to try and fight this. Just has got the tool. They are down so much here, so they will not get that red buff. Dragon's just spawning, and again, we chat about it because we're moving on other stuff, but 1xN and Missing did kill off that bot lane turret very early on here. That was first turret. CS lead is now up to over 30. Or about 30 actually, as I just watched Ryan clear him away. But either way, still very significant. And that gold lead, 1500, with only a 1 kill apiece in bot lane. It's just raw laning strength right now from LNG that is giving them a significant early lead in this game.
Yeah, and we were saying, look, TT, very good draft if against 5 squishies. Hang on, Missing is he? Hey, you did catch our hero earlier, actually. I don't think you spotted him again, actually.
Into the booming burst. He's trying to hold this wave, I guess, while this play was happening.
In fairness, no one actually there to back him up there. But yeah, no, we were saying, look, LNG, squishy draft, but if they just go through lanes, then TT will be happy. We'll see what Keshi does. This is all down to Keshi now. He has managed to retain a lead in top lane. Now, my argument would be it should be larger. Sheer got that first kill. Has largely been able to stay in the lane better than we've seen previous Rumbles do against Kennen. Kennen has often been a big problem for them. It's all on Keshi. It's all on can Junhao and Keshi see enough people without flashes up and just obliterate them. That's going to be the big turning point, I think, because I don't think anyone else has the ability to really turn this around right now. We've seen 1xN Missing literally 2v3 from that laning phase. And right, they're actually doing a good down shot to Feather again there, actually. You can see how annoying it is for the Alistair trying to jump in towards the Nico.
Yeah, not exactly great fun, is it? As the pressure continues, more plates going down in mid lane. It's not really a lot you get to do that. That's the first item locket from the Alistair to try and manage the burst coming out of the Nico and the Corki. Bulldog just shoving up in this top lane. Has done a fairly decent job here into Heru as well as up a very similar amount of CS. The 1xN is actually both of those laners having a good time, and I think Bulldog, having had a mediocre time, I think, over the last year or so has come on to...
Well, it depends if it was Tristana or not.
Well,
Tristana was a great time set.
Yeah.
That was wonderful. Jumping on to Sheer. Here comes Jun. It's probably a dead Sheer.
He probably is. Over comes the rest of the crew. He's got a flash. Will get out. The TP comes on forward. The players and drag goes wide, but the flash headbutt will secure. There's the flash pop loss an angle. It's a good amount of damage there on Takeshi, and he goes down to the Twin Fangs, and that's
God,
a bit
that's a fast
unfortunate.
snake.
She is real quick. And slithers into that bot lane play, ends up being the 1-for-1. Both top laners falling as a result of the play, and Croco should pick up Herald here. Is being threatened by Heru. Menaced, you might say. There goes the eye. Picks up, goes on in. The 3 Talon Strike knockup. Can maybe look to Crescent Guard, maybe ask to here is Croco. Be quick through these bushes, loses the ghost actually going on in there. Wow, they really want this. Overcomes the flag, the drag, there will be a Crescent Guard mark away. And now 1xN is here. Oh, Thunder Talk, this is a bit much. Feather now here as well. There's a teleport into the lane. This is possibly...
Rumbles coming in from that. I think that's just a retreat from TT. So, LNG get a 1-for-1 in the bot side. Now, that doesn't necessarily seem important, I suppose. It might not seem important, rather. But because they managed to get that kill back, it does mean that TT invested a lot of people into bot side to not really get that much out of their power play. Now, Keshi does have 1,000 gold lead. That is the big win there. Again, everything about this TT draft screams, God, Keshi, save us. It's just whether he can get himself that huge play. There is no exhaust on the other side. Really is all about Keshi. It's a one-man show, Sam.
He's going to try and do his
Got,
best.
like, the little
you need to go to
symbols in
his
his
castle
hands.
and hope TT Keshi's castle.
Yeah. I know. I hear that they're very powerful, fortifications. Sam. Now, is it like a star fort? Is it like a Mott and Bailey? Like a keep? Can't think of too many other kinds of castles.
Camelot.
Ah, well, second thought, let's not go there. It's a silly place.
It's a silly place, exactly. That's the worry, isn't it? Is the worry. Ryan eats a horrid trade.
Jesus, yeah, that's level 11 Corky Spike, by the way, the second tier of that ultimate. Doesn't even have Muramana completed yet. Jeez. Tell you one thing which I'm quite surprised at. I'm quite surprised that no Corkies have been going towards Essence Reaver instead of the Triforce.
No damage, and I build tier.
No damage.
Mana from the likes of you.
No damage.
There is a potential drive to.
You can actually get from you can get from out to out here, I think. Actually, that's a good drive. That's going to get a lot of damage.
Nice. There you go. Does indeed get some additional plates. Out comes with the grubs. They're trying to make a run what play from the Bulldog, but it's a very slippery snake, and she just gets to slide away again.
Whee! Keshi's dead.
He is indeed. Who's going to get the kill? It will be Croco.
Ah, Keshi's dead. Bulldog might get visited here, but he does have upgraded.
Quite scary.
He has upgraded Mo treads.
Yeah.
Look, I actually don't look. They're gonna dive with the Alistair ultimate. Bulldog still might outplay this.
He's going to try it.
Oh!
Good. Petrifying Gaze causes some trouble there. Feather is tanking the turret and will do a decent job. I appreciate the attempt, even if it doesn't work. Gives 1xN the chance to shove through mid, though, and that will be a lot of plates for this Corki.
I mean, it was a pretty slick attempt. He tried, but now the problem is they've invested very heavily in bot side again, and because Alistair's so low HP, he can't set out on the map. In fact, even stopping a double recall. So that means that Ryan 3 and Harry are going to be well delayed resetting on the map. They lose both mid lane and top lane from that push, and they're behind for the dragon spawn. So while Bulldog dying in side lane and losing flash obviously is not a good thing, they do manage to immediately push the other lanes, delay the recalls, and that then sets them ahead for the dragon. They're now on soul point as well, and this is kind of what we were saying about, look, realistically, TT, they're going to be fighting a huge uphill battle today. Even though they come from Group Perseverance, they only won a single game in Group Perseverance. It was against EDG. EDG were the only team which managed to drop a game to them. It's not a bad attempt from him. But the problem is LNG, they're slicker on the map. I think they're very strong laners, as we've clearly seen in this early game. So, you know, unless LNG draft themselves into just a horrid situation, I don't see them losing games in this series, which is pretty terrifying for TT, because, of course, if you don't make playoffs, you're down in Group Nirvana. You are in that lower group again, TT. It's going to be quite hard for them to fight for playoffs, I think. I mean, obviously, if they lose here today, you're out of playoffs contention. And yeah, TT, they'd find themselves stuck in Group Nirvana again.
Very real possibility here. Missing does get engaged on here. Does have flash. Maybe has to blow it. Does so as the Cataclysm comes on down. In fairness to Junhao, has been very proactive with those Cataclysms involved. For every kill they've managed to get, Ryan's got two of them. Again, is good kill distribution. But either way, it's still going to be a very solid gold lead here for LNG. And again, later this game goes, the harder I think it will be for this comp to go diving in and survive it, because you dive into Petrifying Gaze and Miasma and Equalizer and all of this stuff. Not like LNG are shy on damage themselves, and Keshi needs to be really careful. Here she is in the bush, will equalize Keshi and cause a lot of trouble for this poor Kennen, who gets slowed down. He's just going to be forced to flash, isn't he?
Yes, and that's no flash. He's even going to die afterwards. She gets another solo kill on Keshi. This is the counter matchup, Sam. The Kennen's meant to be... You are meant to be balanced to the top lane, not leave it in Rumble.
Yeah, and unfortunately that one's just the unawareness that there could in fact be a Rumble in the bush. They're trying to pull a play on the other side.
You ignore stat changes by enemy Pokemon.
Yeah,
unaware. Yeah, I hear that. Yeah, I hear that's all the matter nowadays. John, how is in top side? Baron has been started. Is this just miracle steal angle or death?
It could be. Actually, they don't know he's there. They don't know he's there. This
They
get
do
into it
now.
now. And they turn on
okay, LNG, you should not be flipping this. LNG, please don't flip this, LNG.
They've got to know. They see John how they're warding him off. Can they keep him away? She is turning onto him. John, get to the pit! He can steal this still. Oh my god, who got the Baron? It was in fact Rocco, my days. Okay, so they did try and hold it, but they did hold it at 2000 HP, which is not a great holding.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, they're holding the Baron at like 3k HP, and it's still burning. That's the problem. He actually gets into the pit. LNG. My dudes, that's how you lose a one game of League of Legends. Just by randomly throwing a Baron over to the side. Croco.
He's fine. You know what? That was perfectly calculated.
Sure, if you like remove a 0 or something, sure, perfectly calculated. Croco, gonna make his way out. 5 Baron buffs for LNG. I don't think we're gonna see a proper 5v5 this game.
No, I don't know.
This is, you know, one of the things when you're first starting League of Legends and you start playing, you know, in your normal games, into ranked or whatever, most of the time, up until you reach, you know, much more kind of like considered levels of play, which is quite, it can be very high up in the ranks sometimes, even when you get Flood Diamond. You don't always see it. Sometimes you just don't get proper team fights because it's just over from lane. I remember when years and years ago, back in like 2014, when I finally reached like a decent rank, or it would have been 2015 or something like that, and I realized that, oh my god, I've just played my first team fight. It's no longer just about lane and skirmish. It kind of feels like that kind of game, where LNG have just blasted TT so hard early. This is never going to come down to a 5v5 again.
No,
and
it's not.
That means that the Cannon, who just had to teleport away from top lane because he was afraid that Junhao was coming for him, Croco was coming for him, by the way. TT are never going to get to teamfight. This Cannon will never get to teamfight. And that's exactly what you picked it for.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tricky. Feather goes over the wall, is immediately rooted by the Tangle Barb. Bulldog is also utterly terrifying now on this Cassiopeia, up 1,600 gold individually. I think we put a lot of attention towards the spot lane, and rightly so. I think they were the ones who managed to weather a lot of the early ganks, get a lot of that early gold. Ryan picking up some gold of his own is good news. Has at least got to the Infinity Edge now. Is on parity with 1xN, who's on a pretty terrifying spike of his own here. And Keshi has found a potential flank. They know he's there.
Oh dear, no flash, no HP. Keshi dies. Spotted on that ward outside of it, just in the river there. Well, he needed a creative flank. Instead, he found Doom.
Like, I do think that this scoreline is not necessarily indicative of what Kennen's been trying to do in the game. The 2 solo kills are frustrating, and they're not really excusable. But everything else you can sort of see is mostly around Keshi trying to make things happen in a game that has felt very out of TT's hands from very early on in the game. Heru forced out of the mid lane wave is going to get jumped on regardless, and out comes the rest of LNG, who just brute forced their way through this turret.
And you've got Cassiopeia pushing up bot side as well. So TT, this has been a full court press. I think TT, they really relied on this Cannon. And Sam, Cannon, I don't know whether you checked any time recently, is 1-5.
Yes.
I will say we have managed to retain the life of Ryan 149. Oh, rather 148. Sorry, my bad. My huge mistake.
We're not on to the next model yet.
No, not on to the next. Ryan 148 has survived for 25 minutes so far, and presumably a little bit of the last game that he was in, although perhaps not. Might have been dead at the Nexus.
Okay, Alex, question.
Yes.
Is it Ryan 148 or is it Ryan 3.145?
Why?
Is this like a patch note on Ryan 3?
Ryan 3, yeah, 3145. Huh. No, it's 148.
It is 148.
It's easy to say. That's a cloud soul for LNG. So.
It is.
Just doing a due diligence.
Yeah.
This is the point in the old OGN cast where this would be Star Wars time, Sam.
No.
Is it like talking about Star Wars?
Episode 1, Phantom cast.
Oh, who's the Phantom? Who's casting it, Sam?
Well, that's the question, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, yes, Sam, that's why I'm asking it. Potential bush bait.
I'm not going to answer that until episode 3.
We actually might end up getting ourselves a character onto missing.
Maybe this is the Phantom we had all along. Missing does go gold. No one's way is a little bit of time, but there will be no Qui-Gon Jinn moment. He gets to survive. Unfortunately for them, they are still going to enjoy the fires of Mustafar. As poor old TT are forced to run away, they're going to keep chasing. Watch Onyx, and he's going to flash.
Cashy's going in for the ult. It's not bad from him. Does take down missing, but he'll die all the same. LNG find themselves jumped on, and they just don't care.
They just don't care, and that is a full team ace. And Keshi takes one with him on the way out. Good for you, Keshi. However, your base will die, as will this game.
Sam CT just tried to do a bush bait to get something back against LG, and they can't even kill the Nico. He goes golden, and he does die at the end of the play, but that is just summing up the game for TT. Demolished in lane, demolished in macro. LNG, we were asked in the question, are they all really all they're cracked up to be?
Yes.
Yeah, they are. LNG are a very good team, folks, and I'm scared for TT.
Yeah, I think this might be a very swift 3-0, which I'm not going to lie, guys, I could probably do with. My voice could use the slightly shorter day.
Change the camera lens over. Because, you're wearing I didn't even realize you're wearing a Star Wars shirt.
It is my Galactic Star Cruiser t-shirt.
Yeah. Did you see that they're like bringing back they're changing the galaxies. What's up?
I'm going to put the Spotify on.
Okay, right. Camera lens changed.
Ta-da!
Hello. I can put on some adverts and stuff like that now too. Hello. Obviously, pretty crazy start for LNG, but something that what's up, Sam?
So I was getting my chair turned around. So I was like, ooh, you spun around.
Yeah, because Sam's chosen to interlock the chairs, like chairs interlocked, like a Blade Runner 2049 reference live on your screens.
Is that a?
Yes, like cells interlinked. Yes.
Right,
Sam clearly does not know the hot tech of Blade Runner 2049.
I'm not a replicant here, I'm afraid.
Well, I mean, not as far as we know, Sam, but...
Yeah, well, what's the name of the test again that they do?
I don't remember. I don't know, replicant test, Sam. What the fuck do you want me to know?
It's got a particular name.
Sam, no, it doesn't. No.
Yes, it does.
No, I don't think it does. No.
Stop gaslamping me.
Yeah, maybe in another world, Sam. But yeah, first game for LNG. This one could be very quick. Now, LNG occasionally have drafted themselves into a hole which is pretty unplayable. I thought that there were some risks in this, but if LNG get winning lanes, it's pretty much doomed. What's up, Sam?
Nothing especially. Why?
Because you were zoning out of the conversation, Sam. You were leaving me on my lonesome
I wanted to go check
this
out what
early
the name
into
of the replicant conversation was, but I was listening to you.
Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna Sam. Let's look at Sam. What are you looking at?
Replicant test name. It is the Void Camp test or the VK test.
Nice. That's some good damage from Keshi, but that's kind of about it, really.
Yeah.
1xn doubled the damage.
We are
of
very zoomed in on me. I just realised.
Yeah, because I was looking at what you were doing, Sam.
What is it?
Because I want
Was
to see
it worth it?
what was so important on you. You got something to share with the class,
I
Sam?
did. I literally shared you about the Void Camp test.
No, you didn't, Sam. No, you didn't.
Early in the morning for this chat.
Yeah. Oh god. Okay, folks, I'm gonna put on an advert and we're gonna go to a quick break, and then when we're back, it'll be game 2 of LNG TT. Look, I should probably get changed at this point. Probably. I do feel very comfy, however. It's really warm in this room today, actually. I'm surprised. It was really cold.
I think it has, in fact, gotten warmer outside.
Yes, that's... It's just warmer in general, yeah. This was an early game, which TT would like to forget. Anyway, I'm going to leave you with that for a second. I'm going to go get changed.
Go do that. I think it could be quite a short first series, chat. I'm not going to lie to you. And the fact that missing was there to turn that around is so frustrating. They get the dive, and even the proactive moves were counted. Wonder who gets MVP. I feel like it probably is someone like 1xm, but I think Bulldog could get it. Rocco had a good game as well. All would be fine. And indeed, it's with Sheer, interestingly, managed to deal with the pressure against him very well. Got a couple solo kills, and despite the counter matchup, did very well. You know what? I can see the angle on this one. For Sheer.
My go-to.
When I first thought I was getting Sheer 1xn and missing on a team, I was a fan. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think this was a very astute set of champions players to pick up in that regards. I think TT are gonna get swept. Honestly, I think this might be a 3-0. That's a 9-film marathon. Jesus, for Star Wars. That's quite good going. Relatively. I'm trying to read chat, but it's quite a long way away.
Yeah. Yeah, but it also means that we, yeah, so funnily enough, actually, we had a stream freeze, like, right at the start, even without the, that browser tabs open. It just, that is how it is. You need a break for anything?
I'm alright for now.
You got yourself you don't have a drink or anything?
No, I prefer to do that.
Yeah, which is why I'm like, do you want a break for anything?
Yeah, okay, fair.
Do I need a break for anything? No. You sure? Okay, then. It is, in fairness, yeah, very early, getting still into our into the swing of things. I was need to figure some stuff out to do during the break, folks. Let's have a think. So we're gonna do words on stream, maybe. Let me have a look at that. Donde está la words on stream? Ah, sorry, that's my RPG starting. I closed my browser, so I was like, okay, I can do that. Let me go find some words on stream. No, Star Wars only had 6 movies. Whoa, 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 whoa. Rogue One's in there too. Okay, let me think about where that is. Cool, that's fine. Where's words on stream? Cool. Let's do this for a bit. Oh my god, hang on, sorry, that's really loud. What? One sec. Sorry, that was really loud for a second. There you go. Oopsies. Oopsies. Oops. Sorry, folks. Why is TT so bad? Look, TT just have a weaker roster. I mean, this is I suppose it's a roster which lost a lot of big players coming into this. They lost 1xn, and I'd imagine they lost Beitron midway through last year. They lost 1xn. It's very hard to come back from that. Do you see the G2 subreddit this past few days? Everyone's saying Roman should resign for keeping the same roster instead of upgrading. I don't think that's true. Like, saying that in retrospect, I don't think that's true, right? I think you come off of Worlds, and I think G2 were pretty happy with things. I think you could argue that, yeah, you could argue that they should have picked up Busio instead of Labrov. But I don't think anything else outside of that would have been crazy different for them. I don't think they would have got Canna, and I think they would have wanted to keep Broken Blade. Damn, we're gonna lose in the first level. Me look. These letters suck. That sounds like cope, folks. That sounds like cope. Not gonna lie to you. What about there you go. Got one for you. Game over. Play again. No, that's the wrong thing. Whoops. Guess we go again. Inspired is mental and wouldn't work in the GT squad? Yeah, I don't think that. And Inspired is a particular kind of person you have to build around, right? But like, he's a very forceful personality and someone that has to be like central to the roster, I think. Whereas I think that Skewmond is a bit more facilitative. And I think Skewmond's been the best part of G2 this year so far. I think that he's actually been very good, so I don't think it's on him. So personally, I think that Skewmond's been fine to good. He's been the best part of G2, I think, so far. Yeah, and then you think about everyone else. Well, I think I think pretty much everyone else has been underperforming. Watching the sequel territory. Oof. Me and my partner did a 9-film marathon of Star Wars. It was incredible and style. You didn't do Rogue One? I think if you're gonna do a marathon of the Star Wars films, I think you should include Rogue One. Rogue One is very, very good. In fact, so my partner Angie hadn't seen Star Wars before we were friends. So we ended up watching all the Star Wars movies in like an extended period of time, like over a month or so. And we ended up doing, I think you kind of have to start with A New Hope, otherwise it's more like A New Hope just doesn't like tonally make sense unless you watch it first. Like, more like you lose. A New Hope just, yeah, it kind of, you're kind of like, it explains the genre rather than explaining the world. It explains the genre really, where you're like, okay, this is what a space opera is. And then we went kind of, I think we went, did we go through the sequels? So I think we went through the original trilogy. Then we went to do the prequels, and then we ended up with Rogue One into episode 4. I think that's what we ended up doing. I think we did the original trilogy, prequels, Rogue One, and then finished on A New Hope again. But we watched both of them in the same sitting. We didn't watch past 4. No, we did watch past 4. We watched 5 and 6. We watched Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, right? Wait, did we not watch? No, we watched Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. Oh yeah, we didn't watch episode. Yeah, we didn't watch Force Awakens. Yeah. Don't watch the Sure, I don't think that word's gonna get accepted there, but Lightstar. Yeah, I think that the sequel trilogy. Look, the first half an hour of Force Awakens is actually pretty good. The first half hour, and then it just falls off because then at that point it's just rehashing A New Hope. And I know it's a meme to say that, but it legitimately is. I will say the sequel trilogy, the best part of it is Kylo. I think Adam Driver actually plays it very well. Yeah, he's a good actor. I like him. Are we all prequel bros here? I love the prequels. Hang on, folks. Let me show this. So I'll show you how much of a Star Wars head I am. One sec. Now, While I am, while I am somewhat of a sequel hater, I do actually have a Kylo Ren lightsaber. This one's out of charge right now, I think. Yeah, this is out of charge. However, I do have this Saber Forge saber as well, and it sounds really, really cool. Like it's just, it's so cool. So anyway, I'll just show that on stream very briefly. Let's get ourselves into game then, shall we? Let's get ourselves into game. We'll get rid of that. You've passed the level. You're fine. Let's okay. Yeah, I think that Kylo Ren was the best part of the sequels. It doesn't save the trilogy, but he was a good part of it. The prequel hate was so forced. I mean, I understand some of it. I do think that the dialogue in the prequels is genuinely diabolical. A lot of the dialogue is not great. It's very, very hammed up, and that doesn't always land very well. Okay, into draft numeros 5. Okay, Malphite was completely passed over in that first game. Not that it changed that much. Jace banned, Varus banned, so we still have Azir up. TT were on this same side last time, and they don't ban the Azir this time. Now that's interesting. They choose to give Bulldogs that. We had the Ryze Cassiopeia out already. We still have... Yeah, that Azir is the big one up, really. What else is important? Well, we got rid of the Nico, which is one of the most picked ones. Ahri into it? I don't think Ahri's that good into the Azir. And Azir can shuffle away from the Vi-Ahri combo. Do you know how it is a Vi player? There's a reason why this combo isn't picked that much though, folks. It has been nerfed a fair amount over the last year or so. Well, several years now, really. LNG, well, I think you can just lock in... You can lock in a jungler which is fairly defensive here and just... Yeah, the Wukong can clone backwards. Or Cyclone onto the target, which gets altered by those two. You can even body block stuff like the Charm with the clone as well, which is a big problem for this combo. Gnar locked in for Sheer. Now that's a little bit risky, but I guess what this is saying is, look, Sheer saying, look, I'm going to beat you in lane. We saw this from 369, we saw this from... Who tried it the other day? Hoya was trying it versus Sobro, and though it didn't work out, it did win the game. Yeah. Gnar is effectively the I'm going to destroy you in side lanes if you're a worse player. Gnar is such a pub stomp top laner in LPL. As in, if you're the better top laner, you lock Gnar and you just do disgusting things. Bot lane left into the last parts of the draft again, so we do have stuff like Kalista, Ezreal. I guess TT might be looking at a Kai'Sa here. They could look at a Misfortune. I think Ryan and Feather, the problem is they want a combo which there are only so many bot lanes which can follow aggressive dives. And there are definitely less aggressive lanes which can follow a dive and also win lane. Ezreal and Renata both ran away from LNG. I mean, one extent Ezreal is really, really good. Now, LNG want a strong lane, but one that also doesn't care about getting dove on as much. I think LNG might go towards a Braum lane. I think they might go... They want a tank support. They want a tank support. Something that can just stand in the way of Vi-Ahri. Kind of punt Jax out of the team fight. I think LNG might actually go for a Misfortune, despite the fact that it's getting dove onto. Do TT want to angle for something like a Kai'Sa lane? But they don't have the Nautilus. So what do you do with that? Do you go for the Misfortune? Yeah, maybe they go for the Misfortune, actually. I mean, there's the Wukong for cancel on the other side. I think you go Misfortune here for TT. It's a strong lane which has a long-range ultimate. You could also go Jhin. But I think the Jhin is less forceful in him. It probably survives better, though. I think it's Jhin or Misfortune, one of the two. You could go Jhin Bard, maybe. Thresh Phalios? You've shown your hand, though. You're going for the Thresh. Now, the problem is you can Aphelios Lulu here. Lucian Braum? Lucian Braum would be fun, and 1xN is a hell of a good Lucian. Sivir has the Spell Shield. It's a little bit harder to play into the Vi, though, because she can smite you just before she lands. I think you can Aphelios Lulu. If you want to take it away from the Thresh, you can Aphelios Lulu if you want. depends how much takeaway. I mean, the problem is if you go for the Fellows, then you're playing a Fellows into Vi, which feels a bit shit. Goes for the Sivir, so what do you go with that? Sivir Leona's okay. You want a defensive tank support, just someone that doesn't get exploded by the Viari very much. I think the Leona's pretty okay here. Even though Thresh is quite good versus that, Sivir Leona will be fine. Harry's signature was Ari and BLG Jr. Yeah, I did see that he played a ton of it. I did check his stats earlier in the year, but I just don't like the Ari into Azir. I just think in pro play, the Azir just doesn't care and then just ends up outscaling you. Okay, so that's going to be our draft. Realistically, I think that LNG walk away not feeling too bad about the dive combo from TT. This is a pretty coherent draft from TT, though. I mean, they can fight in bot lane. Mid jungle's competitive, top lane's competitive. And if you get onto everyone being online, you know, a Felio Assault firing into the play and everyone else diving in, it's not bad. But it really has to be good angles from Junhao. My worry is, if LNG again just get slightly ahead in the Gnar matchup, slightly ahead with the Sivir as well, I just don't see how TT unseat them with the level of play that they're showing right now. Put himself a quick ad break on. Let's get into game 2. LNG, realistically, if TT don't play well in lane, game's over anyway. So last game, it just felt like LNG just walked away with a huge lane diff and it wasn't particularly competitive. TT needs to win early game so bad. I would slightly change that. I mostly agree. I think they need to survive early game and get through to a mid game combo. If they get a good first ult of the game, I think game on. So that's what we're looking for. Can TT get themselves a good first ult of the game? Oh, some lone Jayaz out there. That's cute. That's cute. That's something which I'm always happy to do, by the way. If you're in a crowd and you're like the one person who like cheers for the team, good on you. Need more people like that. Harry walking up for the level 1 trade with the electrocute W, but the problem is it's into a bone plating, which just feels really crap. So then your electrocute kind of gets a little bit denied by the bone plating, which is just not very fun, really. Yeah, you can see that, you know, Ari's also gone for... I think Ari also went for bone plating, though. Now, we saw this a lot with Ari matchups back in 2023, because effectively what we saw was Ari start dominating a lot of early lanes, and then we saw stuff like LeBlanc, Vex, Annie into Ari, and then what Ari would do is go bone plating to still win the early trades, and then we saw the people that were really angling for that early damage go for the bone plating as well. So it basically became like a bone plating arms race. So then it became like, okay, well, if you don't end up getting the defensive runes, you just end up de facto losing the early lane, which is a problem. So that's why we see both these players going for that, I believe both went for the bone plating anyway, but it does affect the way that you play out the lane. Because if you can walk up and actually get that first electrocute trade down very well as the Ari, it does change things. Let's talk about Haru and the Ari, because he was a big player of it. In LDL and BLG Jr., I don't love it into this draft because the Azir just tends to be very survivable. And if Azir, as long as Azir survives, he's more useful than you. The onus is on Ari to accelerate the game. And if the best players in the world of it, in a good Ari meta, have been able to do that. But just currently, it feels like it's a little hard to do that, consistently anyway.
Yep. Worth noting, by the way, if you weren't here for it, Sheer did get MVP for game 1.
Oh, cool. I was not there. That. Huh.
Pretty unanimous.
Yeah,
6 out of 8 votes.
I mean, in fairness, he did get the double solo kills. That's fair, actually. Yeah.
Played very well in the counter matchup, I think. So that's good. Missing is going to end up in a pretty horrible situation. I think he might actually just be dead here. He's got the heal.
He's got heals.
Is it going to matter? There'll be another death sentence.
They're level 3 with no components.
They can flash for this. Yeah, there we go. He's going to force that one at the very least. It's the lantern that went out hilariously, but I suppose it would have allowed for potential flash auto and then come back on the lantern.
True. Yeah. I think that realistically, Missing was making out with the double summoners. If he died there, he would have felt like he'd greeted that.
Yeah.
But no, good play around the Graviton. This is the power of the Aphelios Thresh. Now the Sivir Leona, not really a combo that we see that much. I think LNG just say, look, we're getting a cull. We're going to scale up. This is not about dominating lane for them in the same way. LNG just want to make sure that they're getting through the early game and they don't fall down to that first combo of the game, really. TT need that good first ultimate.
Yes, they do. Hop away from Sheer. Keshi and TT continue to get some idea of a shove up there. John, how is bot lane? Reminder Missing just blowing all his summoners makes this quite dicey as 1xN steps forward. They'll put the ward down, aware that something could be happening, and they will pull away with little else to worry about.
Oh, you played the Battlefront games on PS2 and it made you enjoy the prequels more? One of the great things about the prequels from Star Wars is, so particularly Attack of the Clones had 12 tie-in games. 12! Stuff like Jedi Starfighter, the GBA games, Battlefront, like
Republic Commando.
Republic Commando. I'm trying to remember if that was 2 or that was more like, yeah, 2 and 3, I suppose, both of them. But that was, I miss when movies and media franchises were actually multimedia franchises. It was also cheaper to develop games back then on like the PS2,
Did it on
360,
faster schedules too.
PS2,
yeah.
Xbox era, and then going into the 360 and the PS3 era. It was also just a very good return on investment at that point. I actually think studios should be developing more like, by today's standards, low scale kind of
Double
game
A
tie-ins.
games, yeah.
Double A games for stuff like that, because I missed the random movie tie-in games. Some of them were surprisingly good. I have good memories of like Jurassic Park games. You know, it feels
Shout out Operation Genesis.
Oh, so good. And you know, there were a bunch of games which were, you know, surprisingly good for the amount of effort, quote unquote, that we put into them.
Really all that much happening in this early game. On note again, Ryan 3 and Feather with that slight lead, and that's a big deal because last game they were kind of manhandled. They're going to try and step forward here. Again, 1xM with the spell shield is relatively slippery as long as he's outside of range of the flay to follow a death sentence.
Did Ryan die at the end of the last game? Did he end up surviving? Yes, he did. He did.
Remember, yes,
so we're actually on round 49 now.
Oh yeah, round
49.
49. That's true. Yeah, and just appropriate. He goes up to 49 CS.
Ah, yeah. That's, you know, I just time things like that. So.
We had 48 last time as well, so it's all working out as the good spell shield timing.
Well, that's why you pick up the Sivir. Now, the thing is about this comp is that if TT don't effectively shut down the Sivir, this game is going to be hell for them. So we're going to have to keep our eyes on... Huh?
On the river, there was Heru and Junhao both roaming up the down the river and through the jungle towards the bot side.
Yeah, but the wave was crashing in, Sam.
Okay.
I could have kept talking about how actually the Sivir spell shield will be really important against the Vi ultimate. We're fighting for level 6 right now.
Gonna make that fight play happen. Over comes Heru, gets shunted away by that Emperor's Divide. Croco's low, it's a 1-for-1 right now. This fight is an utter disaster right now for TT as they try and get something more. The Boomerang Blade will not be quite enough to claim the kill, but either way, it's still 3 for LNG. The Zenith Blade onto Junhao, who is out of basically all of his summoners. Will try and get over the wall here, but where are you running, Little Vi? I don't think there's anywhere for you to really escape to.
Might try and queue over him, gets stunned anyway, and he'll go down. So that ends up being a 4-for-2 in bot side. 4 for 2. We're just saying, well, you know, you're going to have to pay attention to these first big fights of the game. TT need a good first fight of the game. They have completely screwed it, Sam. They now have 2 kills down. It's 1,000 gold from the kills at 7 minutes. That is disaster for TT.
I'm just looking at all the summoners that got blown as well. You've lost the Flash Cleanse on the Aphelios, the Flash is off the Ahri, the Flash is off the Vi. We'll have a look at this replay again because it got absolutely disastrous.
So, what happened to the Scuttle Crab? It should have been level 6 for Junhao, unless he missed a camp somewhere else. I mean, Smite comes in. Yeah, Smite comes in for Croco and gets that level 6. He gets it early, and suddenly you've got a Cycloning Wukong, and you don't have the Vi ultimate. Really well played from 1xN to take down Harry, so the resets don't become as big a threat from the Ahri, and then, you know, the Azir gets to clean up the damage.
Does that just fine, and then we saw what happened at the back end of the play. It's another kill for Bulldog, who now on his Azir is going to be, what, 2-0, if I remember correctly in terms of the number of kills he picked up. He's feeling very pleased.
We'll see in a second. Feather looking for that hook, misses it, so he won't be able to land that one. This is disaster from LG. You know, they brought the one of my favorite scaling duos in the game, Bring Your Daughter to the Workday, and now suddenly you've got 202 on Azir and 112 on 1xN. So both of those Shuriban carries doing quite well. It really still messes me up that that's actually Travis William. It just doesn't sound like him to me. Travis Willingham is such an impressive voice actor because I can't always recognize when it's him. Like Matt Mercer, I always recognize when it's him. Good voice actor. But Travis Willingham, I just don't. It messes with my brain, Sam.
For me, it's actually quite similar to the Mustang voices with a voice changer on it, so I kind of get it.
Yeah, but that no, but like Matt Mercer is.
There is a Mercer as Cole quality. I will say it took me a while to realize he was Wolf. I didn't realize he was Wolf to begin with.
No, I recognize that immediately. I'm not gonna lie, I think it's really obvious that one. Junhao, I don't think he knows that Croco is going through his own blue buff. Bulldog, again, sees Junhao heading over here because there's that ward there too. Croco will walk into it. I mean, he can ult as much as he wants. I don't think it's going to matter.
Ult flash away. Still has an Emperor's Divide angle.
Oh, it does
get a decent chunk there. I think Junhao still dies, so that does indeed. And unfortunately, Croco's here to make that the 2-for-1.
Ah, Croco cleans up, takes the blue buff, of course, part of that play too. And Bulldog, yes, he dies. Does get an extra kill as part of it, though. He's still got himself 3 Dark Seal stacks, and Haru goes down. Haru's not even able to get himself to his first item. Haru's really out of this game now. I think the Ahri dying twice in the early game, it weighs double. You know, it's not quite the Caitlyn level where Caitlyn, when she dies in early game, it feels just disaster. You know, it's like, it's not 1 kill, it's like 2, 3 kills instead. Ahri dying once, whatever. Sometimes you'll die for the aggressive play. Dying twice and not getting much back from it, this is the point where Ahri just struggles to make an impact on a game.
Not exactly fun at all. And again, you've drafted Ahri Vi for early dominance, early plays. You've attempted 2 early plays, and both of them have been turned around in disastrous fashion. 1XM may now be in danger, sees the run at him, will go, cool, I am going to burn the last of my mana to get out of here.
Yeah, did wonder actually whether TT, they might just clip that wave and see if... I'm surprised the Bulldog managed to trade back so well there, but I guess he has Merc Treads first already. That's a problem. And he even gets the Crystallized on tower. Sheer, while this has been happening, Hao's got himself a natural 10-15 CS lead. And I was saying this before, Nara's becoming the pub stomp LPL top laner. We saw 369 use it quite successfully. Hoya tried it the other day. A lot of players are starting to re-pick up the Nar, just saying, I'm a better top lane than you. I'm going to naturally get myself like a 10-20 CS lead. And if you ever mess up once and get solo killed, you can't play through side lanes anymore. Nar's becoming surprisingly important to the LPL top lane meta.
There's the flash on in alongside the Grandmaster's Might with that counter-strike. So Sheer in a slight bit of bother here, nearly at the Mega. Is he going to get a chance to get there, though? They can't quite complete the kill. And no flash remaining, and Sheer holds on to his. That is some nerves still. And Rocco's now behind him, by the way. He could flash ult this.
Well, he doesn't have the ult because he used it in that last transformation. That's one of the reasons why Keshi went in as well. But it's close calculation. Keshi has been probably the best part of TT. We keep returning back to this and saying, hey, this Keshi goes pretty good. You know, last game, Sheer solo killed him twice. Probably not what he wanted, but he did go 1-5. Probably not the, or even less than that. I think he went 1-6 actually by the end of it. But
2 and, yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, he did get that last kill on missing, didn't he? But yeah, Keshi, while he's impressed in some level, not had the impact he wanted versus Sheer at the end of the day. It's kind of weird saying, oh, you're playing with the big boys now, or whatever. LNG might, despite their kind of coming from Nirvana, technically kind of classify as that.
We wondered where they were landing, and it's why people like 1XN and Missing didn't hit our versions of All Pro lists, partly because, I'm not going to lie, it was looking very challenging to judge them when all they've been playing against was Nirvana teams. Sheer may be in danger here, actually. He's going to get Flash, Vault Break, and Cease and Desist. There'll be a counter-strike. The Mega Gnar Flash away is very good there, actually.
You had the Tabby, which helped him survive. Crocker does have Triforce, and oh, he can go over the wall here.
Flash for the Q into the Solar Flare. Ryan needs to flash away. It's decent from him. They will still get the kill, and the Feather will fall after. Croco needs to back away and does drop aggro well. Missing dies, but he's happy with that trade.
Still a 2-for-1. Ryan is still losing CS under the tower here. There'll be a Crystallize coming through, and LNG will probably pick a bot lane roll quest exactly there. It comes in at pretty much similar time to Ryan, actually, who also got himself that fairly early on. At least there's no discrepancy between that. But LNG, 2,000 gold up from the early game again. They're just destroying TT in the early phases of the game. I think TT have had a better shot at it this time than the last one because, you know, last game was effectively 2 dominant lanes, and the other one, which was meant to be a losing matchup, ended up getting solo kills, so...
Yeah, you were ahead, but it didn't feel as though it was as one-sided as it should have been.
Yeah, and kind of your win condition fell apart through that. This is one of those important series. Hang on, there might be a Charm at a Fog of War.
Missing face checks, but now can maybe look forward himself. And again, part of the problem is Missing's getting to the point where he's going to become increasingly tanky. He's got the free ass boots and Merc treads yet, but that will be coming, make no mistake about it. And the Zeke's already done for Missing.
Sam, It's Ryan 150.
We
It's
are.
finally here. Wait, did he die once or twice last game? Died once. So we went to 150. No, so 151.
Meh.
Sam, we forgot to celebrate Ryan 150. We missed it.
Oh, I'm
It's now
sorry.
Ryan 151. Now, but I suppose now he's gone. Any
He's
more,
up.
Sam, and we'll have more Ryans than the original Pokedex.
That's very true. That is quite a scary amount of Ryans. That's a hook now onto Messi. He's got the Zeke's Aurora going
Heru?
around back, and it becomes Heru looking for the angle. Bulldog throwing down some autos. Can
Oh,
maybe look to his
dear.
damage. That charm goes wide, puts Heru into a horrible spot. Has to slide over the wall. And now flash on forward from Croco, who then backs away as well. Will earn the flash for himself. Nice warrior trickster. And plays happen bot lane. The LNG go cool.
Sam,
Ignore.
this is why I don't like Ari into Azir in the pro meta. Because if you're the one who's solo diving forwards, the Azir can just stand and fight. He's got the upgraded merc treads already. It wouldn't have even mattered if the charm had landed personally. Harry would have just sat there and done very little damage. Bulldog is going to massively outvalue Harry now. I just don't see what Harry does unless he gets a huge snowball. He doesn't have a Dark Seal. Junhao and Harry did try for the early plays. They didn't work out. And you know, now you start to see why the Ari's not been picked as much.
Yeah.
Really. Where if you don't get early acceleration plays, you just end up becoming a very mediocre CC bot, occasional, and like a half dive threat. You're not even like a full dive threat at that point.
Yeah, that is going to be a huge deal as Sheer is just running at Keshi. Is he just dead?
Oh, it's gonna get close. One more also
Oh.
blocked by the counter strike.
But overcomes the rest of TT. The Vault Breaker goes wide. Now Croco's here with the Cyclone. He's got a Trinity Force, so he's pretty scary. So additional ult blown there. It's worth noting. Croco burning that Cyclone partly on the disengage there. But no cease and desist used by Junhao. Box was used by Feather.
This is the Ryan chat. This one is not dying anytime soon. He's going to stick around. I wish good luck to the Ryan 151. Is that Mewtwo in the
I can't remember if
Pokedex?
that's Mew or Mewtwo.
I can check them.
And it. I've just got the Pokemon rap in my head. But I don't think it's the correct Pokemon rap either. I'm just saying random Pokemon in a sort of slightly American voice in my head in a rapid order. Which just isn't the Pokemon rap at that point. It's like a fake Pokemon rap. But there goes Herald in the favour of Thunder Talk.
You're right, man.
There we go.
Mewtwo's 150. Quite confusingly, Mewtwo is 150. Mew is 151. I would have thought that the original would come before, but
Mew is more mysterious, Alex. And therefore
Yeah,
it
they're
goes
they're
beyond the depths of the Pokedex.
they're a mythical Pokemon. Yeah. Slightly different from the legendary Pokemon. Mythical Pokemon have never been. I believe they've never been. They maybe were on. I think they only got allowed in compared to Pokemon for one tournament last year.
Wow.
I want to say. Am I right in saying that, chat? Is anyone like a VGC follower?
So what are the mythical Pokemon like? I'm assuming like Arceus.
Yeah. So stuff like Arceus
Darkrai.
is.
It's Darkrai? No, not Darkrai.
Darkrai isn't. No, they're just legendary. But
Giratina then?
Uh.
It's the Pokemon version of the devil.
Yeah, I think Giratina is. But Deoxys is for Gen 3.
can see
That's their
that,
mythical
yeah.
Pokemon. Gen 2, Celebi, I think it was, actually.
I can see that.
And Gen 1's Mew. The thing about Mew is that it can learn any move in the game.
Ah.
So it becomes really, really busted. 'Cause it's like, oh yeah, by the way, I could just have any move set. Good luck.
Curse Song. Perish Song. Croco gets hooked. Does he care? No, he does not. And now the box comes on down, but I don't think that's going to really delay that attempted Counter-Strike angle back in. They're going to cease this, but Croco really does not care. The Death Sentence lands onto Sheer, prevents the immediate Mega Knight. He misses it onto Keshi, actually, which could give this Jax a lot of freedom. That's unfortunate from Sheer. The Moonshot comes across and allows the kill onto Croco. It's a big Moonlight Vigil, but will not lead to any more kills. And Ryan possibly has to be a little wary there. Still 2 kills in favour of LNG as Sheer does step forward for that auto, does get Bounding Eclipsed, and Ryan will get to shove through mid.
It's another early fight which LNG get out ahead. No, this just isn't valuable for TT. The Ahri has died for a third time? Yeah, a third time in this early game. Like, the Wukong Azir scales better than the Vi Ahri anyway, unless you're very far snowballed. When you're very far ahead of the game, I think Vi Ahri actually does very well into late game, because they instantly one-shot anyone on the map. But when you're playing like this, you can see that's just not the case, and now you just don't have the damage. You jump into someone like Rocco, and he just puts in the Cyclone, puts in the Clone, and trying to get through that spinning ultimate is just disaster. It's a good sweep coming through from Bulldog. He's had a very confident game. Just laned out very well versus the Ari. Died that one time under turret, but even then traded 1-for-1 there. And now he has the Seekers. Because he's ahead of the game, he has upgraded Merc Treads. That'll help versus the Ari Charm. And he's got the Seekers, which will help versus the Vi ult. So now Bulldog, not only does he outscale, he's already got to the point where effectively your combo is defunct.
What a horrible way to put it. It's so true, though. Unfortunately, it's looking increasingly frustrating, to say the least. LNG now 3,500 gold up. The only place that TT have got anything resembling a gold lead is bot lane. About 600 towards Ryan, 151, as we have noted. But everywhere else, it is just...
Mew Ryan.
Yeah, Mew Ryan. Ryan Mew.
Ryan Mew. I'm gonna have to keep a Pokedex open to see what happens with each one. That's it. That's what we have to do. We have to just count up the Pokemon. Sam, luckily, Sam, we have like 1,000 Pokemon.
It's so true.
So we're probably not going to run out of names for Ryan anytime soon.
Now that we've had a couple years of it, Alex, and I'm doing this basically because the game feels quite over. John Howe at least does take that dragon. He's so dead. Oh, yeah.
Wait, Deoxys is a legendary, not okay. What's the mythical Pokemon from Gen 3 then? Do they have
Is it
one?
gonna be Rayquaza?
No, that's a legendary. Because basically, mythical in VGC is not allowed. Now I know in singles and whatever they're allowed, but that's not like the official Pokemon competitive format, which is VGC doubles. I thought that Deoxys was mythical. Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that could be considered mythical.
Oh, it is mythical, and Jirachi is also in Gen 3. Right, okay. I knew you gaslammed me, Blade. You gaslammed me. I'm slightly perturbed. I didn't think. No,
Alex, it's not gas lamp. It's oil. It's oil light.
It's who, Blade?
It's oil lighting, Alex. No one says gas lamping.
Oh.
Yeah. Why are you oil lighting me, man?
I wanted to test you.
Did you now?
Yeah.
Oh, did you now? Okay.
Why were you trying to apologize there, Sam?
Because I said man.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's a bad one. How did I not recognize that? It's me the one that's in question. Okay, oh god.
It's like dude, would you?
Yeah, dude, no, that's okay. Sam, dude is a
yeah,
you know,
that's fair.
I think dude is like a spiritual appellation, Sam. Like the dude from SpongeBob. Oh no,
yeah.
no, the dude was from Spy Kids.
Oh, I've not watched Spy Kids in forever.
I just remember that Elijah Wood was the dude.
The dude.
And then he just immediately died.
Yeah, like immediately, didn't he?
Yeah. It was Steve Buscemi with that one. He's like, do you think God stays in heaven, afraid, terrified to see what he's created?
It was surprisingly hard line for a movie called Spy Kids.
Why is this in Spy Kids 3? Why? Or like Spy Kids 2? I can't remember which one it was there. I just remember it was the one with the thumb people.
Yeah.
Good lines. Anyway, Harold put it towards the mid lane. There was a brief Baron start. They did pull off.
Yeah, there is. I'm just like waiting to see whether Harry's going to regret that choice, and possibly does. Missing Blade out of his Zenith Blade. And that means that TT actually do survive that engage. That's Solar Flare and On the Hunt burned actually just for the box, so TT disengage well.
Sam, I was wrong about Darkrai. Darkrai is mythical. And the reason I thought about that is because Darkrai's special move, Dark Void, could actually be used because Smeargle could learn it. I think we're about to go into the Dark Void here. Feather goes to get a good hook, though.
That's not a bad turnaround, and unfortunately for Feather, he is a little bit heavier than that. Birds of a Feather die in holes together, as missing will potentially go down, in fact does. Rest of TT left very low, and this mid lane turret not having a great time. The charm lands, but the turret falls, and Croco shouldn't die to the turret.
Sorry, I'm still thinking about Smeargle meta from many years ago, where it could learn Dark Void, which is Darkrai's
Special move, yeah.
It's signature move, which puts like both enemy Pokemon to sleep. And just like random Smeargle, woo, everyone's asleep.
That is quite ridiculous. Did you do that with Dream Eater for like full combo?
Well, the thing about Smeargle is that again, it could kind of basically you could basically learn any move in the game by using its it has that one move which allows you to copy the last thing. So as long as you can just kind of find that one Pokemon, you can learn the move and then relearn the move, which kind of copies things and kind of like get any moveset you want, which is really annoying. However, they then ended up banning Dark Void in competitive, or at least stopping Smeargle for learning it, I seem to remember. But that was a very tough time for a while, Sam.
Was it Wolfie Perish though?
Sketch. No. Well, Sam, very few things are. Besides Wolfie
Perish, yeah. It's just that like I don't remember anything else about that video aside from that
Oh,
cry of
Wolfie!
despair.
Oh, Wolfie can't perish. Oh, that was so funny. For those of you that didn't watch like that thing where it's like, oh yeah, I don't really know if Perish Song's ever going to be viable again, so I got to try this now. And he actually won the tournament with it. Crazy
So
stuff.
why was Perish Song viable?
Because it was an alternate win condition, and you had some good shadow tag users in the game. You need good shadow tag users, and you need good Pokemon that can use Perish Song. basically. And also not enough. Hang on, that is a jump onto Sheer.
It was all a ruse. Everyone else was waiting. Sheer not with a lot of HP though, so will actually go down. Bulldog comes across, misses the shuffle quite importantly there. So this makes his 3v3 a bit more viable. I don't think it's going to be quite enough. Good time to follow Team Els. Welcome on in. That's now 5,000 gold still for LNG. 1 for 1. TT potentially in quite a lot of danger still here as Heru. One more charge to go. Does land the charm, but it's onto a warrior trickster clone.
Exactly. It's just onto the clone. And TT, once again, they do get a kill. But at what cost? It feels like they haven't gotten a single play this game with a clean kill. They've not gotten one for free. They've always died, even if they've managed to get something on the return. So now you have a 2-5 Vi, a 1-3 Ari. On the other side, Bulldog is 5-1. He has a full Zhonya's. He's got the upgraded Moat Treads as we talked about earlier. He's so happy. And, you know, you get the first kill into Sheer. That feels somewhat okay. You've not dealt with the scaling carries. Ryan is a little bit of gold ahead of 1xN and does have 3 items. I just don't think he's going to have the DPS to outdamage the double carry core, which scale very well of the Azir and the Sivir.
Yeah, it's been problematic. It's not like 1xN's falling behind in farm or whatever. I mean, the credit to TT for at least getting Ryan gold. They did that last game as well on the Yunara, right? He was one who was securing those kills when they did make those moves, but nothing came for free. LNG are going to pick up the second dragon for themselves. Missing gets jumped on. Don't know how much he cares right now. They're going to throw the On the Hunt to get a bit of a speed away. Do get that Vault Breaker. I think he might end up dying here in the long run as the exhaust comes on down, and that will be a deadly owner. Solar Flare back on the other side. Is that going to lead to anything? No, it is not. LNG do come on over, and is Baron a possibility now for Thunder Talk?
I think, well, I wonder if it might have to be. No, they're not going to go to it. Try to look for Bulldog on the top side. Do they start it? I think they have to. Okay. I think, look, they're in desperation stations. They're down 5k gold. LNG are going to walk over. Ariel being down is a big loss, though, for TT. If LNG actually fight them, this could be a problem.
Rocco's on vision, so they can try and turn it onto him. They do land that. That's really bad from LNG. Baron now takes... or it goes down rather by Thunder Talk, so actually good move from them.
I think LNG, bit of sleep at the wheel there. You know, TT do get themselves a Baron from behind. I thought there was going to be a harder contest. You know, I suppose there were no teleports, but LNG couldn't get into position to play make, even though they didn't have the Ari ultimate. LNG couldn't punish it. Now suddenly TT can get back a lot of the gold they missed. Problem is, I do think they were meant to be somewhat of a snowball comp. They are still behind gold. This would, at best, maybe put them back closer to even. It's not like it's getting them into a winning position. LNG, this is a little concerning for them, though. Giving up a 1 kill on a support should not lead to a Baron like that. They were very much out of position on the map.
And I've got to call it out as well. Like LNG were not exactly, well, Missing was not exactly fast to die there. He managed to wander all the way from river to the other side of his Raptors across the course about 15-20 seconds. That's a fairly decent response time if you need to get somewhere.
It's such as the power of Ryan 151.
Yeah.
You know, they have themselves, you know, they've got themselves their mythical Mew. The problem is, if he dies one more time, he's back to like starter Pokemon from Gen 2, you know? Like, it's not bad, but realistically, it's not quite the same. Can't learn every move in the game. Hero on the flank there. I don't think they've spotted him.
Gonna land the charm onto Missing. He's still pretty tanky here, and so we'll be fine to move away. And again, this, ironically, they've currently earned about 400 gold from this Baron so far, so not exactly spectacular. And LNG picking up that dragon means that's not around to play for. They're going to try and shove through mid here, but they've got a Sivir and a Azir here. I don't know how simple it's going to be to force them off this turret.
Exactly. They have the Crystallize if they can actually auto-attack the damn turret, but they can't then. So now Baron power play is going to be fine. They're going to push in their side lanes, so it's going to be about 1,000 gold up. Did remove a decent amount from LNG. Of course, one of the big things for TT is it just removes the Baron pressure from LNG, so they can't bring them to it and force them into a team fight. TT, not sure how easy it is to replicate that. Going into the Wukong, the Gnar, or the Leona, quite difficult. And as we said, even onto the Azir can be a bit of an issue. You're really praying for missed positions now, because LNG can... One of the big things about this comp, in fact, this actually ties into Lost Returns for you fans of that team in chat. Once you hit mid and late game, you just wave clear quicker. Yeah. And it means that if you have a team comp which can group, you can wave clear and go towards the play much quicker.
Everyone's TPing in. We've got the full Holy Trinity on in as Keshi with that counter strike. The hook lands. That's going to be a fair amount of damage on the Shiryu. Just popped. Oh, LNG, that's a problem. You're losing 2.
They're losing 2 very easily as well. The carry's a little bit out of position to defend the front line. But what was that teleport from Sheer? Teleports in his mini-Gnar into 5 people. That's disaster. Now suddenly you have a little bit left time on this Baron, and TT will be able to even up the gold. That is lazy from LNG, and a great punish from TT.
It really was. Now LNG find themselves in a slightly precarious position. Sheer thought he was going to be responding on a good time, but the problem is the double TPs after left them in a horrible spot. And Mikhail's bought time from Feather to get another hook down. It was a great hook that just put Sheer in a horrible chain CC scenario.
I think that missing is also not respecting how powerful the Aphelios is. This, because of the LDR completed, you are not as tanky anymore. They don't get to stop that recall. But, you know, not everyone has a Zhonya's, and Sheer makes a big mistake there. So how does this start? Bulldog's in position, 1xM's pushing out mid lane, they go on to Feather. Immediately Mikhail's, and then Sheer loses his Mega as he comes in. He loses his Mega as he comes in. So he comes in now, and he comes out straight out of Mega into mid. So it's a bad timing from him. Goes straight into a hook. You're teleporting within range of Thresh Hook, which is already a bit of a worry anyway. Sheer, bad timing and a bad position to teleport. Great punish though from Feather. Mikhail's himself gets the hook after. He saves that play.
Fiend Hunter bolts now for Ryan as well, who's going to be really, really dangerous in that first sort of burst window of the game there. Or of his first burst window of his kind of ult, well, that's what I was looking for. And again, with the fact that your ult can crit now at 100% crit, plus the Fiend Hunter bolts, your ability to kind of get through that initial window of damage is very, very high.
Sam, Ryan 151 might be my favourite Ryan.
He's quite a good Ryan so far.
He's been a very good Ryan, and he's actually really quite fed. He's genuinely quite fed. Can Aphelios just do Aphelios things? That is the question. I mean, on the other side, you know, LNG is struggling to get the engage that they want now. I mean, you do think that if, you know, Sivir Azir gets some big damage down, it should still be a massive DPS check in the favor of LNG, but you know, you see moments like that, Bulldog gets like, you know, one or two auto attacks, and he's actually feeling quite scared there.
Well, he's not got the death cap done yet either. Croco gets chunked, and again, they've gone for damage. Their defensive tools aren't that fantastic, actually, from LNG. Croco's still going over the wall and look to smite still. This won't get there in time.
I don't think he wanted to die. I don't think he wanted to go over and die. Croco's going to walk into Junhao. Warrior tricks it down.
Gonna try and turn around. They've actually ulted the clone. What is going on here? And on the other side, Feather's in danger. He's about to go down. The Mikhail's is decent, but there's a flash set in play. The Cyclone knockup forces Hero to flash over the wall. The shuffle away isn't great from Bulldog, but they're still going to go over the wall. Is Sheer now at Mega, but he's not very tanky. Ryan is obliterating them. The Severum Crescendum is ridiculous.
Hang on, the Sivers continue to DPS, and Bulldog is still alive. It's another kill though for the Aphelios, who's managed to peel back onto them. Cash alive for now. Goes down, but Ryan's still fighting.
Oh my god, that Aphelios is going to be the Quadra. I think he's getting the Penta here.
He's already been denied that one, so he won't get the Penta, but he might get the Moonshot on target. LNG, they lose the team fight again at Ryan 151. The Ryan that was promised. Getting so much damage at the back end. Really punishes LNG after what should have been a one fight.
Finally, Bulldog has got that death cap, and again, Ryan blows flash, but survives, and again, the Thresh Felios is Thresh Feliosing, and that was Severin Crescendo at his finest.
So this is with, you know, Crocker starts out of position, and then they end up ulting the clone. I mean, he was invisible, right? So he only sees him in the bush like that. He tries to do just a bit of a hands check. Sometimes it happens. Like, I'm not actually going to blame him too much for that. We don't see the vision toggle. Crocker goes in for a very good Cyclone there, and at that point, I'm like, okay, you can probably disengage, and you'll have a pretty good time of it. Ult does come down from Aphelios. At this point, you can still disengage. You can still disengage at this point. It is a mistake to go that far because Ryan actually has peel up and available from him. The Severum gives him enough healing, and just the damage which came through from that ultimate before from the Aphelios, and then a little bit of damage afterwards from the Jax, does make it a much harder fight for their LNG.
Yes, indeed, and that is a lot of gold in. The Baron just got picked up in the picture-in-picture. Oh my god, that damage.
That is ridiculous. Ryan 151, baby. Ryan 151. Yet, who needs a Gen 2? We just need the original 151 Sam.
We've got a fourth item now on 1xN, so he's getting scary. You did get the death cap after that death for Bulldog. He's been waiting on that for a while. So again, with the Merc Treads and the Zhonya's, very defensive, but not actually the highest damage build from the Azir. The problem is now TT feels like they can actually be quite proactive in their own picks. They've got the damage now from the Jax and from the Aphelios that's really carrying them through these fights.
The Aphelios is the big one. Now, realistically, the Vi and the Ahri are still not really scary. This Ahri is just complete Charmbot duty. But now you're into late game, you're not doing the damage, but you have carries which can. And I think that really Sheer and Missing have misjudged their aggressive angles in this game a lot. They've gone into the back end of the fight without realizing they've just run out of steam. You know, if you have all of your skills available, you still probably kill the Aphelios, but they've, and especially now without Flash, yes, he has the GA, but maybe you can look for that Soulflare goes wide.
Haru is going to be forced to ult off that though, and again, partly, I think it's just been LNG who have been collapsing slightly more poorly as well than T2, who I think have, generally speaking, been that little bit faster on the collapse. We've seen people like Bulldog and Croco not quite there at the time as we would have liked. It's been a little bit problematic. Is anyone around? No, they're not, so be okay. And hey, LNG may well still win this game. There is still a world where the scaling comes on forwards. You've now got 3-item Azir. You've now got 4-item
Yeah.
Sivir. It's not over yet for LNG.
Yeah.
But there's an eyebrow raise about this mid to late stage.
Yeah, I mean, they've still not killed 1xN since the first fight of the game. Now, he is 3k behind, but 4 items is still 4 items, as you were noting. And the Azir, they've only killed him twice. Now, the problem is that LNG's front line for them are the ones which are getting out of position. And credit to TT, I think they're really funneling well around the Protect the Aphelios composition. You know, we thought this game was kind of done and dusted, and then, of course, LNG gave up that 1 kill and were out of position on the map to give the Baron. Felt like a little bit, yeah, felt like they were a little bit lackadaisical there. You know, TT, after that first game, we thought, well, this is just going to be a 3-0. This is going to be completely just done. They're getting demolished in lane. They can't survive through to the team fights, but still did come from that middle group. LNG still coming from Nirvana, and perhaps this raises some of the questions about what happens when you do have a team which is typically quite good, but haven't had the best on-stage practice.
Exactly that. We'll see how it looks. There's the hook. Is going to be any turnaround? Feather will cleanse himself away. The Mikhail's been so valuable this game, actually.
Yeah, you can see on the other side, though, Sheer is pushing in that top lane turret. Crystallizing mid lane will get... Wow, that's a lot of tower damage, actually.
All the while, Sheer should get that tier 2 and does, but the inhibitor turret falls down. 1xN steps forward to try and threaten the Jax. I think one of the things we're running into is actually LNG's engage options are relatively limited unless you full send us the Wukong, because it feels like now when Missing goes in, whoever he hits is being cleansed by the
teleport
Mikhail.
behind them. There's a lot of resets coming through TT. They've split the reset. They don't have any of their carries. Feather and Junhao might both die here.
And this is 30 seconds before Dragon.
Slow doesn't land. Can he get out? I think he might be able to, but that will be Thresh off the table. No hooks anymore, no Lantern. That's a big loss for TT. They're the ones who make the big mistake. Overstaying on the map this time. It was Missing, which gave the Baron earlier, doing just the same.
That was unfortunate for Thunder Talk. Don't get the inhibitor either. They are going to have the Jax split pushing away, and again, he may well just be a win condition on himself. Keshi, and a very strong point of power in this game at this point.
Because Dragon's warning, it won't be Soul for LNG. TT would have loved the chance to get that. So the game goes on. We're really getting into late game now, and the question is, yeah, basically, backline carries, I think they're stronger for LNG. You have a late game Ahri who's not really that useful here. But on the other side, I think that Sheer and Missing are running into the problem of, yeah, you just get a Aphelios at some point. Missing trying to stop Keshi from recalling that level 20 Jax, 2 levels up on Sheer, as Keshi has been just playing around the side lane.
The other thing is we are running into some of the Croco scenarios. Was up 2.2 thousand gold and then kind of just struggled to realize his lead. He was very, very strong on 3 items on the Wukong and then didn't really get onto anyone valuable for quite a long time. Got caught once or twice. Had that one nearly good fight where, you know, obviously we saw the clone bait out the Vial.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. That was good, and then they overchased at the end of it. That was the problem with particularly Sheer and Croco overchasing at the end. LNG, yeah, a bit of a reality check for them, because they, you know, for me, they were pretty firm favourites coming into this. And TT only won a single game in Group Perseverance. Now they're up against the wall here a little bit. Almost at the Bloodthirster for 1xM. Ryan 3, I suppose, similar on the other side, though, with that BF sword probably heading that way.
Zir level 17 got the Blighting Jewel as well now. He's getting very scary as well now, because I do get to the point where I wonder whether, unless Ryan has very good weapons, he can end up being a little bit outranged by the Azir. So I think maybe, honestly, Ryalize might have been useful this game.
For Bulldog?
Yeah.
I think he just won the DP. Hang on, Feather. He's caught again. No, after such a good game, caught out so easily. Gonna go down again. And I think as soon as one person dies on TT, they really start to feel the heat, because they do. Every single member is important for either backline damage in terms of the Aphelios or that kind of disruption of all the other 4 members. As soon as that disruption falls apart, Thresh dies, Jax dies, whoever it ends up being, I think that LNG have much easier time making those engages we said that they'd somewhat struggle to do.
Again, onto Feather, who had been quite hard to pick. It felt like they tried that, and then the Chaos happened, and all those kinds of things. And it feels like, actually, as long as Missing isn't the only person dropping CC, LNG feel a bit happier.
Yeah. So now we've got 20 seconds till the Dragon. Feather's going to be alive for that. LNG get control of bits of the map, but they're not going to get a big objective off that kill.
That is likely the case, I think, here. GA, as you noted, for Croco. Randuin's for Sheer. Has got the Wit's End and the Starix. Got quite a lot of tenacity at this point to work with. There's the Bloodthirster done for 1xN. Those are some very nasty items. Yes, Aphelios, incredibly strong right now. Problem is also the Jax, worth noting, 4 items, is a big threat. The mid-jungle from TT, I think, a little bit less potent at this point in the game.
Yeah, there is a world where Keshi actually just completely one-shots 1xN. There is a world in which that happens. Teleport coming in, that is that Jax. Do they see him? Not right now. Sivir ult was popped.
was a little bit afraid there. You know what? I sort of see where you were coming from there. Either way, that ult is down. There is a couple wards to work with here for TT.
The Azir ult is going to see the Azir passive rather going to hold up mid lane a little bit. Good poke from Bulldog onto Heru. Potential jump onto Feather, who's caught again.
Do they want to Mikhail's it? No, they don't. They don't quite turn it around. Akeshi to the back line. That's not bad. 1xM flashes away. They don't get the kill. The Mega Knight is good. Sees the assist buff the way through. 1xM is indeed free hitting. Ryan 3 kills off missing. The Moonlight Vigil comes across from Ryan with the set from Crescendo. Could be an absolute menace. He's blown up Bulldog. He can still keep going. What about the damage back as Feather goes down? 4M3 has to keep autoing. He's going to lose his trackers. 1xM to the counter strike. He's down. Sheeran Croco with the GA. Sevrum, Crescendo. Onslaught. The GA goes down. It's going to be an absolute mess. Counter-strike flashed away from Crocker with a Nimbus strike away, trying to clear out the way. Keshi's so damn strong. He's level 20. Warrior Trickster. He baits it.
He baits it. He thinks he's gone over the wall. It'll end up being a 4 for 4 in mid lane. Sam, we're here to mourn the death and celebrate the end of the Pokemon Pokedex from Gen 1. We're now on to Ryan 152, Ryan 151. What a wonderful life he had. We're on to Chikorita now, Sam.
Gotta kill them all. He's now on to the next generation.
It's like, wow, we're into a Metallica album now. Incredible. So initially it's another pick onto Feather, but they don't quite manage to... Well, I mean, they clump up. Guys, they see the Jax on the other side of it. 1xN blows the spell shield quite easily there and has to flash. They do see the Jax heading over the wall. It feels like LNG think, oh, we've got to go now because we kind of have to catch them off at the start of it. You know, it's not a bad fight. 1xN is free hitting throughout a ton of this fight, but Bulldog gets caught out, and that's where the DPS gets really scary beyond this point. It's basically saying, okay, can a Sivir out DPS Nefellos with GA, with great weapons, whilst also being a weapon, being an item down? And the answer was almost, somehow.
And the answer also was that Jax managed to smack people.
God. That is a 15,000 damage team fight. You know what we were saying? You were saying, oh, can the Sivir out damage?
Yeah.
Yes, actually, they can. That is a ridiculous fight from 1xN. Free hitting the whole way.
It's a 12,000 damage from Ryan 152 now. It's not exactly small there. The Solar Flare lands. That's a hook out. But look at Sheer on the flank. Oh, God. That's going to be a bit of a disaster. Ryan, remember, no flash, no GA. It's going to be a lot harder for him to play out this fight. The Zenith Blade lands. Feather going down. Keshi on the back angle. But that's a good spell shield. Shuffled away is the Jax. Junhao goes in. Kills off Bulldog. That makes it a 1-for-1 right now as Keshi gets thrown away with a counter strike. Needs to do some damage here. At half HP, Charm goes wide because of a spell shield. Needs to dash away. And Missing is chasing down the Ahri. He's going to fall as well.
Oh, 1xN is just gliding on them, Sam. 1xN, beautiful team fighting from the Sivir. And I think LNG might have just had their last gasp here. The Dragon will go down. Missing might die for the opportunity, though.
And Ryan's going to die. Does so. Keshi needs to be a bit afraid. And Crocker's now coming on over with the Mountain Soul on top. And LNG are managing to make these late game fights work. Another boulder toss. Keshi goes golden. But unfortunately for you, your princess is another Takeshi's castle.
LNG will get themselves the Mountain Soul, and of course they're now fighting up against the fearsome Bayleaf, Ryan 153, of course the second in the evolution line. I will keep this going for forever, Sam. I don't think you realize how much of a commitment to the people
I know. I just don't have the Pokedex up in front of me, so I'm going to need you for this.
Yeah, I'm going to rely on chat somewhat, actually. But LNG, much better team fighting. They're catching out the first person in the fight much better than earlier into the game. It's Feather, the one caught again, who... This is the problem of Thresh. If you're actually frontlining as Thresh, you're not actually that tanky. You're a good frontline when you can threaten with the hook and kind of threaten CC for CC. Right there, he can't. Goes down. And even though this is not a bad engage on the other side of it, Ryan doesn't actually get the damage down he completely needs. I mean, he has to get Bulldog. That's kind of crazy, but 1xN completely free hitting after that point, and you see the problem of, well, there's one kill, there's one carry to one carry on the other side, really. You know, it is the Sivir versus Nefellos after this point. There's more threats onto Ryan at the end.
Yep, there is. And again, Missing keeps two people busy, including the jungler. So Mountain Dragon is picked up by Croco. Now LNG back in a gold lead. They're the ones with the Baron. They're the ones with the incredible late game scaling at this point. This game should have been a lot simpler. That kind of failed Baron contest after Missing kind of trundled his way to death earlier on. Kind of started a bit of an unfortunate downwards turn for them. And now TT going to be ruining the fact that they got into a position to potentially win this game and weren't able to really convert. You've got Hex Optics now for Ryan, who's at an insane amount of crit, and Pen, if he can play at those long ranges, this Aphelios could still win you the game. I just don't know how simple it's going to be.
If it's a random one-shot. Yeah, I mean, if you manage to just randomly snipe Bulldog or 1xN, that's what, well, anyone really. I mean, if you randomly snipe someone, it changes things. But the problem is just Harry is just useless. This Ahri is just, it is completely support City. You know, the early fights didn't go their way. You know, Ari is a very high-risk champion because of that nature, and into the Azir, you do just get outvalued at some point. Tower goes down, base is broken, LNG starting to seep that water through the dam.
We are at that. Going to hunt for these turrets. In towards the Nexus we go. LNG on the verge here, on the hunt. Proct, Keshi, level 20, GA. Maybe there can be some miracle plays there. Hopping away to the base is Junhao. The Nexus turret's all for. You have to go. Flash for the charm. Doesn't find it. Keshi, counter-strike in. Will attempt to make the play, but 1xN still firing. And that is a very, very dead YM453. We're all the way up to Bailey. But unfortunately, that Pokemon will have to try this gym battle again in the third game. LNG win out game 2, that they are forced to work for it.
Yeah, they'll be loading in with Meganium for the next game.
That's the one, sorry, yes.
Sam Bailey was 153. We're on to round 4.
I tried.
Stick with the time, Sam. Round 154. LNG, that's a reality check for them. It's a reality check, and I think that they definitely got a little bit slapped there. I think that that was definitely a game which they could have lost LNG, and I think in some ways, I feel like their hubris around the macro, around that first Baron, maybe should have led to them losing that game. Hello everyone, by the way, for those of you who are funneling into our play-in series for the Knights Rivals, effectively. That's the name of this. It's basically a play into playoffs, but Knights Rivals is the official translation of it. Knights Road, Knights Path. My name's Alex, this is Sam. We're brothers. We cast LPL because we really like this region. We really like League of Legends. We like to bring it to you as well. Now, if you're enjoying yourselves, think about dropping a like, a follow, subscribe, even if you're watching on third-party websites and stuff like that. If you'd like to see more content from us and you'd like to support us, you know, at the end of the day, you won't get that on third-party sites if we don't have the original stream here as well, because we do this for free. Now, we like what we do. We really enjoy bringing you the analysis and the stories and the entertainment that we can as well. And there are a couple of ways you can support us, like we're saying, liking, following, subscribing. Just spending your time here does make a lot of difference. However, a couple of extra things you can do as well. We have a couple of sponsors for this month. Well, we have the one in particular, rather. We have Opera GX as our sponsor. Thank you so much for Ave there. Ave. We have, and Opera GX is a gaming browser. It has a ton of customization, and if that's your kind of thing, think about trying it out. Even if it's not something which is you end up finding it's not for you, if you sign up through our free download link, it ends up supporting us, and that's very, very appreciated from us as well. You can see our little new users just down there as well.
You can also just subscribe, guys. That's also what you can do. In fact, I see you out there. The viewers out there. I know there's a few of you that aren't subscribed right now. I know there's a few of you out there. Corey, by the way, has officially watched the channel for 28 days, 9 hours, and 20 minutes. Damn, Corey. That's pretty ridiculous. And then watch time for Troll. That's pretty good going as well. For 0 minutes. Hell, Troll. Welcome on in. This is the start of the journey. This is the journey. Fantastic views. Welcome on in. It's a great first message.
Yeah, just immediately just watch time. Love it. I gotta put my own. How much time have I spent watching my own channel, Sam?
Does it
2 months. Yeah.
Not bad.
That's probably just the amount of time I've spent.
Yeah, that's super fair.
I actually think 2 months, 60 days streaming in terms of solid actual streaming time, maybe. Yeah, I guess so. That's a lot of hours there too, actually. 1xN. Oh my god, that damage is insane. Sam, that's 1,500 DPM.
Yeah, that's pretty good going, isn't it?
That is absurd.
I will say, considering Bulldog was 5-1, only doing 32,000 damage isn't fantastic.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I expected better, considering he was the one with the 1,500 gold leads.
He actually probably would have had more use if he'd gone for full tank and went for shuffles, I think there's actually a world in which that would have been better. Went for like Leandries, Rylai's, go for the Zhonyas.
Yeah.
You know, just play for that. Yeah, I think that Bulldog actually probably should have picked up way more DPS then. I think you're right.
Either way, that'll be a question for another time. Because again, it was a good start, and maybe if they'd been in a position where he wasn't continually being threatened by things like the Aphelios combos. And they're going to start with these replays partway through the game here. So this is where it goes wrong.
This is after the first Baron went down, remember? So this is actually after things had already started to go wrong. Yeah. Hey, Whitebeard, how's it going? Good to see you. Sam, can I trouble you for another coffee?
You
if that's all right?
absolutely can.
Thank you. Well, it still might be an LNG 3-0, but that's a little bit concerning.
I mean, good for them on coming back, and again, sometimes you can just rely on 1xn to just murder a team.
This guy is just the way, the truth, and life, folks. 1xn is one of my favorite. I think this guy. Okay, I'm gonna make a prediction, folks. I'm gonna make a prediction. I think one day, I think 1xn will be the best AD carry in LPL. I think one day that'll happen. Okay, Blade, I'll check it out. Is that a bot or are they? Their account is from 2020. The thing is that, like, the accounts are in 2020. I'm actually not. Is that? Am I wrong? I can't really check on my phone screen that much. Looks like legit overlays, but yeah, they're in the LEC Discord too. I think they're legit, in fairness. Assume has potential too. Assume's been around for a few years, and I think while he's fairly stable, I don't see that level from him. It's being hidden by Discord as a possible spammer. Okay, alright, fair. Okay, I'm gonna put on some adverts, folks. Possible it's a hack? Yeah. Yeah, it didn't show like that to me either, actually. Which is why I was like, it looks okay to me, I suppose. Okay, let's, I don't know, I guess we'll do some, do some of this. Okay, what's on stream? Wait, hang on, is there like stream, what's the, how do you do the stream marble race thing? That sounds kind of fun. I've seen people do that before. Okay. Canoe. There's neon. Famous AD carry neon. Oh, player of the game is oh, hang on, sorry, that's Croco. Sorry, I'll put this back here. Yeah, he's there you go, Croco, player of the game. Nice stats. Sorry, there you go. I gotta show the thing on there. You mean you haven't memorized the words? Yeah, good game from Croco. You know, Croco is one of the most snowbally junglers out there. If Croco's ahead of the game, this guy is very good. What am I doing in Uma as well? Hey, Mecha. Thanks for sticking around. Appreciate you. Oh, we got the new Champions Meet coming up soon. Although I have to say, I'm kind of getting blasted in every Champions Meet, right? Every, like, room match right now. I think it's because I don't have El Condor Passer ult, which actually might end up getting me completely screwed, which is not great. Hey, we passed the level though, at least. I wish they'd tell you the things which you miss. I wish they'd tell you that. Okay, here we go again. Okay, this is going to be a bit of an intricate, this is going to be a little bit of a weird question, but like, does anyone know how many friendship points you need to keep for the anniversary? The anniversary event on Uma? Like, whatever, I'll be fine. That won't, yeah, that won't be a word, Montes. That's, yeah. Wait, do you not know what that is? Yeah, Blade, I was about to say, let's maybe not let that through. Yeah, let's be careful with that one. All good, all good, all good. It's all good, Montes, all good. We've had some very funny words, almost like break our chat filter for that before. Thank you for your service. I don't know why official LPL streams aren't more common. Because no one's paying for them. This is the problem, right? Everyone, because LPL shares a time slot with LCK, it's not very lucrative to stream LPL. Unless you're like the top LPL streamer, really. So if you were like I Will Dominate or Cage Roll, it's worth doing, right? And even then, they do a lot of LCK. Whereas we're actually getting to the point where we can, but we've had to work at this for like... Well, I've been an LPL caster since 2023, and I did work on the official LPL broadcast, which is, you know, that helped me get a lot of following for this region. However, a lot of people who... yeah, a lot of people who try and work in the LPL, it just burns them out to you quickly. You know, you spend like 1 year here or 2 years here or whatever, and then you just end up kind of running out of energy one way or another. And yeah, I think that it's very hard to keep doing LPL long term. And I've done years and thousands of hours of LPL. Same with Sam now as well, because obviously Sam came in to start doing the streams here in what, back half of 2024, I think it was. So we've done 2.5 years together. So I have an extra 1.5 years on him from official LPL broadcast, but when we're doing things here, he's been here for the entire time of that, like we did with the LJL beforehand. But basically, because there's no official LPL broadcast, people aren't paid to do it. So it means that it's very hard to... You can't really commit 1,000+ hours a year or whatever to LPL to stream it without getting the compensation, really. That is effectively a full-time job at that point. Appreciate it, appreciate you. Yes, LPL English is also a co-stream, yeah. There's like so many streamers streaming LPL. Yeah, there are a lot of small ones though. Yeah, LPL English is also a co-stream. They've just dressed it up well, and it does look good, and they're doing well, and I appreciate the work that they do, and there's a lot of people I used to work with on there, right? But it's also not an official broadcast, which does make it harder to sustain itself. Which means that basically, if you like an LPL streamer, support them, because they actually need the help compared to many other different, like, more funded scenes in esports. Blair lives the EDG coach? Yeah, he is now, yeah. Remember, you have to wait out the lock? Oh, yeah, true. Yeah. The whatchamacallit. Fairies in there. It's fairy. You can just do fairy, easy one. There you go. Yo, why is my encoder going crazy again? Rose, oh yeah, that's true, Angie. What, do you need attention already, Angie? Are you kidding me? You really need attention already? You sure? Angie, it's 9 AM. You couldn't give me like 2 hours. I get 3 minutes between each game, like 10 minutes between each game. Are you kidding me? Damn right. Oh, you asked for the rose. Also, I have also just done that, and I'm happy to do that. But... oh god. Okay, we'll get one more round in. If you're quick, we can get one more round in, I reckon. Oh yeah, should be back on stage fairly shortly now. Oh yeah, have you guys seen that 2x KO have started to cut some, lay off some staff? That should, I don't know, man. Like, I think 2x KO, the release has been too slow. I think that they haven't utilized the brand, they haven't really marketed it to League players very well. Yeah, I don't know, it's sad what's happening to 2x KO. I don't think it's a bad game, I just think that it's been very slow, and it also suffers from the problem that fighting games have. It's like I don't feel like I have much I don't feel like I have much, what's the word, motivation to pick it up. Not really, because yeah, 2x KO, yeah, the fighting game which Riot's releasing, well, has released, I suppose. But yeah, it's definitely had a pretty labored release. I think they only released with like 11 champions or something too, right? And it's a tag fighter, so if every person has to use 2, I mean, you're basically going through most of your, yeah, you don't really get that many combinations in. It's already, I don't know if it's already released, but I think you can play it, right? And I don't know, just fighting games are hard to pick up. If you're not a fighting game player, picking up fighting games is just rough. I don't like playing fighting games, you know? Oh, it is actually launched, right? Okay, I thought it was still like in pre-alpha or something. Roast for Montes. Oh, I need to change music over. There we go. Okay. You can play duos, which is super fun. Oh, that's cool. I don't think there's enough appeal to pull from the League TFT pool. This is the thing, right? Like, they tried to make it more easy to pick up as a fighting game, but they didn't make it easy enough to be picked up by casuals. And they made it too easy to pick up, so the purists really didn't like that as well, with like auto combos and stuff. Okay, into the draft we go. And LNG, 2-0 up in the series. I would say it's expected for them to be dominating this series, but the way that Game 2 happened definitely added some questions in. LNG's laning phase, and 1xN in particular, has been absurd. How 1xN didn't walk away with MVP from that last game is beyond me. I think that Sivir's team fighting late game was just incredible. Just incredible. Yeah, Croco had some pretty good ults in the Wukong too, but really I thought that 1xN was the star of the show when it came to late game, free hitting in so many of those fights. So what's been left through into the draft this time? Orianna's the big one I notice available. Orianna, Varus, those are the two which are very important. There's also stuff like Poppy, which is fairly powerful too. Nope, Sam's singing in the other room. Don't know what he's singing. Just heard some falsetto over there. The Kali band. Huh. I wonder if this angling for that Orianna first pick. Yes, that's gone now. Is this Varus first pick? Pretty easy for Ryan 153. Oh sorry, Ryan, right, wait, we're on Meganium, right? Oh I forgot. Are we on 153 or 154? Varus first pick. 154. Yeah, we're on to Meganium. Right, cool.
What happened at the end of the game? I got the wrong name.
I just realized that we could have been calling like 369 something from like Gen 2 all this time.
True.
Actually, no, in fact, he'll be early on into Gen 3, in fact.
If we get Namumu, I will be quite crazed out. But I'm debating a couple interesting skirmishing picks here. The Pantheon, a possibility. You could just Pantheon to
Guys, what's Pokemon 369? What is Pokemon 369? It's in Gen 3, right? It's early on into Gen 3. Or like midway through it, like early mid.
You know what's mid? Talia.
Yeah, by definition most of the time. Although it used to be jungle. There was a point where it was played bot lane too. Pantheon, Talia, bot lane.
They've been trying to bring Talia jungle back a bit. I know there were some changes back towards it.
I don't think Talia should go into jungle. I think she's fine in mid lane. I think that Talia jungle breaks the meta, and I think having a champion with a global that is flexible between 2 roles is just not good. I think Talia needs to be in 1 role. We've learned this from the history of balancing this champion. So remember when she was super broken in jungle, they had to nerf her to hell. She fell out of mid lane when she was powerful in jungle because it was just too powerful to have her there in 2 roles. You can't have her powerful in 2 roles.
I mean, out there, Skewmond is begging to the Riot Balance team guys to have it happen because he was by far the best Talia in the ERLs. We'll see where that happens.
Joyo was very good at it. And Razork was the big Talia jungle guy. And thinking about it, he was great at that. So we do have the Misfortune for LNG. Now this is the answer to Varus, because what happens is you build sustain early, you go for first item Bloodthirster, so it doesn't matter that you get poked out, you can just sustain up through it. You then have the wombo combo of Missing's Rel. Missing is a very competent Rel player, despite the fact that we don't see Rel as much anymore.
Indeed, the pick combo from TT, very strong. As they
Scoot over.
Yeah, no, get my
Sam 369, very importantly, is Relicanth.
Oh,
Careful with your elbow on the head.
intentional.
I know, which is why I'm letting you know. Malphite now banned away. You know, this is a very powerful trio though from TT. Now I like the Misfortune into the Varus. I like, you know, Rel into Nautilus is a very well-traveled combo. We've seen that a lot. I like Aurora into Varus and into Talia actually. I think this is pretty good. It's a good laning phase into the Talia on the whole, and it has kill threat onto both the carries of the enemy team. However, Nautilus hook into Varus arrow and ult into the Talia combo is someone dead. Now, TT have locked in a very powerful combo here. LNG, they might need to think about locking in sheer Cassante. In fact, I think that TT should ban away the Cassante now, because that breaks the combo. By pressing W, going into your like damage reduction mode and not being able to be CC'd is really important. I think you need to ban Cassante here, and it's gone.
I wonder where we'll end up, because again, it will be LNG with counter pick here. Red 5 theoretically standing by, even if it's in the color blue. OZ would be very good.
You
fun,
don't blind pick that,
but it would be risky.
This is rough for LNG.
Yes.
You need something that survives the combo. You either need something that can go unstoppable or is very hard to hit. There is a world in which Kiana's picked up here. There's a world in which that's picked up. This stops a tank coming through from TT. Are they trying to pre-predict a tank? I'll tell you what this does. This sets up for an Ornn last pick. This is actually not pre-predicting a tank. This is future-proofing their draft so they can pick a tank last pick.
I've not seen a Rengar in a hot minute. It's a fun hover, but I doubt it gets locked in. Junhao was one of our big Neferi enjoyers last year when it was much more popular. We'll wait and see what does get locked in here. But worth noting again, Junhao does love his AD carries when he can get a hold of them, and by which I mean champions that can carry attack damage rather than being one of those bot laners by trade. It will be locked in. Of course, we've seen that in a Neferi top game, courtesy of Flandre. Doubt we're going to see that here today. I mean, straightly speaking, it could be the Varus flex top, but with the fact that LNG are the ones with counterpick, I think that's risky. I wondered whether we might see a Gwen, because I was half wondering whether Sheer was angling for the Gwen here himself.
Okay, yeah, I think they're predicting the tank now. That's what they're predicting. So LNG gave themselves the option to look towards the tank. Problem here now, Trundle has no one to ult really in terms of actual damage. I suppose they could throw the Aurora top lane and put something else mid. That's another option that they can go towards. Aurora is good into Gwen. It's very good into Gwen. Do you have another answer into the Talia? I don't love the Yone. So basically, LNG I think might have overcooked. I think they might have overcooked a little bit. They tried to lock in that Trundle to maybe future-proof a tank. I guess it denied TT looking in a tank as well. It's a very good wombo combo from LNG, but the actual pick combo from TT, I think, does outvalue it. Talia Nautilus Varus is very, very consistent.
It is, and again, Gwen can be weird into Trundle, especially if you use your skip and slash aggressively. Getting beyond the Trundle pillar can be quite annoying. Similarly, Talia, Varus, Nautilus have been known to be done in by a pillar, but that's one part of Trundle's kit. You aren't going to be able to become that pseudo frontline by pressing R on a big tank and getting all of those resists for yourself. That said, it's still a massive wombo combo there from LNG. You press R on 4 out of 5 of those champions, Trundle notwithstanding, at the same time on several targets, they will die. On the other side for TT, you've got the split push win comp for Keshi and the Gwen, who loves that champion, and then you've got that really crazy pick comp. I kind of agree with you. I think TT have got the more cohesive team comp. Certainly got the more simple team comp, I think, to execute on the whole, at least from the laning phase. I think if you do get to team fights in an even state, it's not like LNG's comp is that crazy. Just throw the big AoE circles down at the same time, right?
To LNG, I think the result is somewhat expected right now, quite handily, ahead in this series 2-0. But the way that game 2 happened did leave us with some questions. TT played well around there, that one mid-game pick to get them back into the game. onto Missing, got them that Baron. Do LNG close this out in style, or will they be pushed again onto the Rift for the 3rd time today? Perhaps the last for LNG and TT.
I have to say, I really enjoy the quiet opening to being on the Rift these days. I think more games should have cool choirs. Not that I'm Halo coded in any way, shape, or form.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that league's always had... Oh, they haven't always had a choir, but they've had like that kind of like string music all the time in the background. One extent Missing, looking for that first double up of the game, maybe looking for the mount up. Missing, of course, does have that. One extent eating a little bit of damage right from the level 1, but trading it back well and forcing Ryan 3 and Feather a little bit off the wave.
Again, that graph very subtle there. 1% one way, then 1% the other. Well, 2% swing, if you know what I mean, but 1% over the median one way or the other, but giving that slight edge, statistically at least, over to LNG. And again, sometimes those stats can lie, but I sort of see what they're talking about. Like, if you can get to that 1 item mark, the wombo combo at 1 item is very strong. Missing doesn't get the 2-man crash down, but still gets the aftershock.
Was going quadra kill there, Sam.
Quadra. My voice is not in a great space out.
Sam, I did say you could take first series.
No, I wanted to cast Onyx. I'm not gonna lie. I've missed a lot of his games.
I know, but still, I did give you the option. I want the record to show.
It's true.
Just for your note, if you notice, Sam, as well. If you look over to your left, Sam, you won't get to see this chat. I have opened up the national decks just so we can track which Pokemon are coming next for. Well, currently Ryan 154. Of course, he's Meganium right now. But you know, we're gonna get through the starters pretty quickly in this game, and B starts falling behind.
See how much damage the Doom Mazer would be. Now, it's not going to work. I was going to say a Meganium damage, but it's not really close enough to like a bajillion or a million.
Well, Meganium is one of the worst starters in the game, so the damage is actually one of the problems there, I believe.
It's not fantastic, and it's just a shame because I actually quite like that.
No, I like the design.
Dinosaur.
A lot of people don't like the Chikorita line, and I think they just have poor taste. So.
Yeah, I agree. I don't get me wrong. Cyndaquil is my favourite line from that generation, but I will say Bayleaf comes in second. I just quite like my grass type starters. I'm not gonna lie.
I just have fond memories of Gen 2 in general.
Yeah,
Gold was one of the first games that we had on Game Boy General.
We
actually shared a copy of Pokemon. Yeah. So we had to like occasionally reset to kind of like have a fresh run for each other.
We were pretty good about that actually. We shared gold relatively well, I think.
Yeah, the one game I remember you getting annoyed about is you playing a Halo ODST campaign and then not playing it for months, and then I reset it and you were upset that I reset the ODST campaign.
That does sound right, because I think it was basically because I was hunting for that bloody achievement.
The audio files?
Yeah, I couldn't find one achievement. It was just like it just bugged me.
Dude, Halo 3 ODST, just having effectively an audiobook hidden within the campaign was so inspired. It was genuinely excellent.
Which is why I was so excited for Hunt the Truth setting up for Halo 5, then it was just such.
Which was fun, but also the problem is like the thing about the ODST one is that it was interactive and allowed it gave you a reason to explore the world, and it gave you a fun reward from it, which wasn't necessarily gameplay related.
Okay, not to get too doom, because put it this way, I still very much love Halo, but I am done with the story. I do not care anymore. The characters I was interested in following.
The one thing which I'm fairly interested in is that there is actually a flood-infected Spartan now somewhere out there.
But where's that in the game? So you're telling me all of these major story beats, not side stories, are in fact not in the game?
Also, like, you know, they're a banished. Hang on. Does he have the W?
He's going to have the W pretty closely. Flash for flash.
Yeah, Harry tried to go for that Q flash combo. Does manage to get the flash out to Bulldog, who's even in CS-ish, but now flash for flash. Does have... that's the thing. He hadn't teleported back to lane yet. That was one of the big problems for him.
So he can probably come back in here with, I'm hoping, a Vamp Scepter for him would be the idea. He's sticking around. He really wants that Vamp Scepter.
Yeah, I guess it. Well, he should, with 30 CS, he should have that, I think, on the whole.
He gets to pick up the waves. You know what, Bulldog? You're a real one.
You know, one of my favorite off-screen Halo moments is how, I think it was Jerome on the Spirit of Fire between the two games. There's a flood outbreak, and he beats some flood to death with a chair.
Just has to flash away. That is quite cool. I have major issues with some major plot beats that happen off-screen between Halo 5 and Halo Infinite.
Yeah.
We won't say what they are, because that is kind of major story spoilers. And then they kind of replace said character with just new, slightly differently named character. And I go, you know what? You could have just stuck with the original characters after all of the trauma and journey they went through, and I just don't care anymore. Yeah. Am I bitter? Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. This is why I watch the speedruns instead. It allows me.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. let me tell you the story of Burn. Just hang on, Sheer does get the combo there. Not going to get jumped on by Junhao. If he had gone further, perhaps would have been a problem.
We did have...
Hang
on, we gotta wait.
Sheer, I think he'll be fine. Hang on, Junhao's sticking here. The E's now down. His W should be back up, so he should be safe.
Does it matter? It might, you know. 1xN's in danger. The crash down the barrier, the turnaround is really good. The problem is where that damage has gone.
There's no flash on Ryan, the follow-up for an auto attack or an arrow. 1xN lucky to get out of that one alive. Yeah, basically we went out for food with friends, and I spent the better part of half an hour talking about Halo Combat Evolved speedrunning tech.
It was like, how do we know that Alex may be slightly autistic?
Hang on, don't be outing me like that, my friend. Now, is it obvious? Yes, however. And that's genuine, by the way. That's not just using it as a flash. Time and flash forwards into the mid lane.
That could be some fairly good damage, and that will be a very good pickup there onto the, not onto the Tilly. I was going to say on the Yone. The Yone got the kill.
Okay, so now we've got some problems. I think, well, the slight problem in the fact that top lane is falling quite far behind for Keshi. Yes, you do have some ability to turn that around, but if that doesn't happen in a certain time frame, feels like the Aurora's just going to press you out. Mid lane now gets that kill, and you only got the flash for flash. It's a good moment to say, oh, we forced him low. He's still now even in farm and ahead in the kill, and bot lane slightly further ahead as well.
1xN should just pick up this bot side wave at this point, and again, good shove down here. I've been a little surprised that the Varus has been able to get more pressure, but again has gone for the teleport, didn't get the best reset, had to blow the flash quite early. Now you've got the Vamp Scepter, it's really problematic to keep the poke sticking.
It's because of the bush control. It's a lot of it about the bush control. 1xN and Missing managed to hold on to the bush very early. Crocker's managed to go in here as well. No flash on Crocker, remember? Flashed for that mid lane kill.
Pillar onto Ryan, who's now not having a great time. Now the Chains of Corruption force, that's a hook onto Missing, who can crash down away, so I don't think it's actually going to be under that much threat.
Here's going to be ult taken by Ryan. Does secure that extra skill. Now, 1xN's not running Cleanse worth noting, so that is actually quite... Well, against the Nautilus, you don't really want to, but it means that the Varus doesn't have nearly as much threat.
Remember, Croco uses ult down in that bot lane, so Junhao could theoretically look for an invade here. We'll know that his Raptors are going down. Does Croco want to smite his red buff? I think he probably does. Just give up the Raptors.
There's a blue ping now. They see him there now. Yone's walking in the mid lane, trying to time out the minefield.
Does relatively well with that, I think, because from what I saw there, the observers, Croco saw the Raptors going down by pulling around the corner just briefly before going back round, so I had an idea that his Raptors were being nabbed.
Yeah. Coming in Onivia's chat is Heru will lie a bit. Hang on, Missing might go on towards Heru here. Going for it right now. Did have that flash. No flash on Heru just yet, but I think no ult on Bulldog meant that the kill threat was a little low. Q has been stacked up. Quite hit that, I guess that W.
And Bulldog with the early kill, and the fact he's close enough in CS, that's always a problem with Yone, because we've seen Yones that fall behind in lane, die a couple times, blow the flash, just lose all threat. That's not been the case. Ryan is not having fun. Now the Magnus on the other side, it's the dive, the last auto gets it. Well done from LNG's bot lane.
And Sam, we're on to Cyndaquil. We're on to Cyndaquil. Goodbye. Ryan 154 is 155 times now. I have to say, 151 has still been my favorite.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I'm looking forward to this new line, though. Again, Cyndaquil was always a personal favorite, so I'm excited to see that.
I have to say, though, I played through Gold so many times. I have fond memories of all the starters.
It's true.
No, Totodale's adorable. He's great. He's just a little guy. In fact, most of the starter Pokemon at first are little guys. Until they start standing up on two legs. And I'm like,
stop doing that.
And I'm like, you need to stop. I'm so glad that the Crocodile Skeledirge ended up staying as a crocodile.
Cool Pokemon. In fact,
cool as hell.
I still quite like Meowscarada, who does end up on two legs, which is a disappointment, don't get me wrong, but I still think it's a relatively cool Pokemon. The one I couldn't stand was Delphox. Like, why is Delphox ended up on two legs?
Because it's meant to be Kitsune coded. But I'm also like, yeah, and I suppose they didn't want it to overlap too much with Ninetales, I suppose, in that case. But, and Crocker might get the pillar in here to stop the recall. Now, this is actually a problem because it's okay if you get clean resets and teleport back in time for the wave. At least it's kind of tenable. Now you've gotten recalled cancelled twice. That's a full wave gone to... That's a full wave gone to tower and probably a plate. That is disaster for Keshi. It's probably going to lead to near on 1,000 gold difference now.
Feather just eats 80% of his health bar there as well, which is really tough. Finally TPing it. That is 3 plates gone. It's a nearly 1,000 gold lead top lane. Bulldog might be asked to do some shenanigans in mid lane. Harry gets a decent trade there, but I think with the wave and the Spirit Cleave, Yone is always slightly tanky than you think he is at any given moment.
Yeah, I mean, both of them have done quite well at stopping easy farm for that last minion. We've seen Bulldog jump beyond the wave with the E to deny 1 or 2 minions from Heru as he backs off. Same there with the Q threat onto the low health Bulldog. What's getting close towards that blade now is Bulldog. There's a cull on bot side for 1xN. Sheer jumping away from Keshi, who is, again, very far down in terms of gold. The ult's coming through from Sheer now. Doesn't land the Q, though.
Doesn't at all. It's a decent chunk onto Keshi nonetheless, who does have the needlework, but Sheer gets another crash in. The bullet time onto Ryan, who eats most of his HP bar. Bloody hell, son. They're going across. If you're going to double up across this, oh, the exhausted late on 1xN in the 1v2 just says, I've got this.
Says, come back as Quilava next time. See if you can do any better. Ryan 155 has left the stage and we're on to 156. We are committing to this bit, Sam. God damn you. 2,700 going on 800 gold now for LNG into the lead. This bot lane laning phase from 1xN and missing has been disaster for TT to deal with.
And Junhao again on this. Nefari's just not really found an angle. Got into a couple bushes. Didn't manage to make their play happen top lane. Got a Raptor camp away, but has got nowhere to play from. Pretty much all his lanes are getting shoved in aside from mid, which has been very back and forth.
Junhao might walk into Croco here. It will be a 1v1 for now.
They are going to start coming on down, and I don't know whether Croco wins this. He's going to subjugate, smite for smite, overcomes Keshi, looking at the needle. There's a blast code available, the Weaver's Wall coming. That might make things a bit tricky. I think probably a dead Croco as a result.
There's the Talir ultimate important. Bulldog couldn't cancel the Talir there. His ult was on cooldown. Teleport coming in from Feather, who misses the hook.
Does miss that hook. I thought that might be for a second, I'm not going to lie, the Varus, because none of the pictures were up, and I thought if that Varus is a TPing, I have got problems. But missing, skip chunk there. Bulldog unbinds his soul, gets a decent chunk there onto Junhao. Won't find anything more. At least TT now on the board.
Yeah, first kill of the game. It was a nice 1v1 from Junhao to open up the angle for the Talir to fly in. Sheer walking towards Keshi, flash away from that Q. This Gwen is not having a good time, Sam. Once again, just the laning phase of LNG has been one of the most powerful weapons. If they get ahead in a game, they're a very scary team. I think particularly, 1xN from ahead of the game, we know exactly what he can do with the gold lead, but particularly also, just the rest of the team. Normally we look at Croco actually when he's ahead of the game. Things become very problematic. Maybe, though, with that in mind, with Croco also being very poor from behind the game, maybe that can be an angle for TT with Junhao, as you were mentioning before, one of our best Nefari players in the league in 2025 from last year when he was on Ultra Prime. Perhaps he can make some damage happen here.
I think the part of the problem is, of course, Keshi blows his flash and burns his ult, trying to chase down Croco. And again, that was effectively 3 flashes across the extended play there, plus a TP from Feather. And you got Croco, but at what cost? Like, it's not been very simple, and it hasn't stopped the problem points, which is a 2k lead for a Misfortune, who I don't think is going to be that simple to bring down this game, actually, because there's going to be a lot of very scary AoE ults to get through to get to her, nor is she the sole threat, which again has sometimes been our issue with MF comps in the past. Plus, I think Sheer on this Aurora has had a free laning phase, and that is never a good sign for an Aurora.
Yeah, Omni, I completely agree. I have the same read from draft as well, where actually TT have a very good draft pick comp later on. You do get Nautilus, Talir, Varus, very good ability to get that first kill. That, of course, unlocks the Nefari as well, who could also jump in for that first kill. And I just don't think with Croco having no tanks to ult, I don't think he'll survive those plays. Junhao might jump towards Sheer. He does have that ult, probably safe in top side.
There's the depth charge, the seismic shove.
There's a fight top lane.
There is a fight top lane as well. Keshi and Junhao trading. I don't know how this one's going to go. In comes the Hound's pursuit inside the Hallowed Mist, and they just pop Croco. You called it out. He's not damn tanky in these 1v1s, and they do have the burst with the Shojin. Junhao left quite low here, but will not go down. Good pick from Thunder Talk.
Croco's behind the game. That's a win condition for TT. We haven't seen much of it from LNG this split because, well, they've been in Group Nirvana, not exactly against the stiffest of LPL opposition. Ult away, afraid of that kill combo coming through. Heru playing quite well in the 1v1 versus Bulldog's been competitive there. Ult into 1xN, but he's got Bloodthirst. That doesn't particularly care.
It doesn't. There's another plate going on down. And again, I'm not really sure what Croco was supposed to do there the moment he's the one that is jumped on. And again, I think some good Hallowed Mist time in there immune some of the Aurora damage. So I'd have to see the replay to have a full oversight of that. But it is just not an easy Trundle game, I think, in general, is what we're talking about here.
Hang on a second, I'm just going to hop back there. There's a question in chat about the next series, because we've got EDG versus OMG coming up after this. People asking, well, my EDG clear favorites. In my mind, yes. I think that LNG are the only team from Nirvana who are really a threat. Actually, 3 out of our 4 teams in Perseverance were actually quite strong in EDG, and then NIP and WE, who we saw play in the last few days. NIP beat IG, and W went to 5 games against top esports. EDG were looking really good at the back end of the split. If they come in on similar form to the back end of Group Perseverance, they should also be a team which can contest with even the bottom Ascend tier teams. So going up against, you know, a struggling Nirvana team, in which OMG they were very lucky to make it over LGD, actually. I think that the EDG are coming in as quite clear favorites to that second series. That being said, I mean, LNG obviously coming into this, the more interesting question for me is actually, okay, we know actually now where the other Perseverance teams lie in regards to Group Sen, blah, blah, blah. Where does LNG, this kind of big fish, small pond, where do they land in this equation? Clearly better than TT. Are they actually as good as the other Perseverance teams? Does that mean that they can compete with the Ascend team? This is going to be a pretty tight race for the back end of playoffs, actually, because what we have, 3 slots to decide. Top Esports took one of them. There was NIP that took the other. Now we have IG or LNG realistically potentially taking that third. And of course EDG as well. One of those teams has to get it, and then the other two have to get stuck in Nirvana. That is actually a really harsh scenario for the other two teams.
There is a real world here where someone like IG ends up descending all the way to Nirvana, which would be entirely wild.
Dude, if Rookie has to play in Group Nirvana, I might, I don't know, pour one out for Rookie.
Yeah, and you don't drink.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Shiz's gonna get himself this topside tower. Worth noting that the top lane gold lead had effectively gone to nothing because of that kill from Keshi onto Croco on the top side of the map. Forko. Into another bottle.
That's a flash from Hero. I think he's going to be in danger here. He doesn't have the minefield anymore. Requires a good dodge there on that Q3.
And if that Q3 had hit, that would have been probably death at that point. Missing should be safe for the blast cone.
He's a bit afraid. He's trying to wait out the ult from Junhao because there's a world we get chased after that. All the while Croco is going to take this neutral objective.
He is trying to get himself something on the map. Junhao trying to walk down with Feather. Bulldog quite carefully using that E to go up towards that wave. They realized the threat he was under with the jungle support roaming over towards him. Missing isn't going to get hooked there.
Feather spaces the Nautil as well there. Doesn't go over a chase. The Eviscerate does go on forward. Bulldog and Bind to Soul trying to chunk out Junhao just a little bit here. Not lead to too much as yet. And Missing will crab rave briefly. And that'll be it.
Oh yeah, Missing is a bit of an emote spammer.
He is.
He's a bit of an emote
not
spammer.
113 levels.
Well, I will say Wayward was our version. Come on, let's keep it in region. Let's keep it in region. Wayward was our emote spammer. Potential jump onto Junhao. Does have the W though. I mean, Neferi's quite hard to catch.
And what about the blue buff smite steal? There becomes the Weaver's Wall. Going to try and pull the pack and make this one interesting. Croco is Missing and potentially got a lot of danger. They can get Missing out. Now they can turn this around. Jonas has to back away. Heru's in danger. Has no flash. So that means Croco is running at him. And 1xN has donated another.
So it's a 1-for-1 because Missing also goes down. I believe the bleed got that. Was it the Varus or was it?
I don't know.
Okay, I didn't see the actual kill feed from it. Tell you what, with the new overlay changes, I sometimes miss who actually picks up kills a little bit. Harold's going to go into mid lane. Don't think there's going to be an attack on the dismount. More gold to 1xN because he's going to get the tower kill there as well.
Ooh, had to back away there. Does so. And Bulldog's going to get the bot lane turret as well.
This is where the game falls apart. I actually thought that TT were quite competitive up until this point, but the 1-for-1 leads to a 2-tower kill. The top one was taken by Sheer in the 1v1 earlier. This is where I think the game falls apart a little bit. Now, yes, TT have a very good kill combo. If they get that pick combo, it's very powerful for them. But they've just fallen behind a ton of gold. And now the problem is, you're behind in those outer turrets, and that comes through from this fight, right? That now when you approach the map after this point, Misfortune's going to shove and roam. Talia and Yone, the Aurora and Yone are also very good at that wave clear. You're going to get a million people coming in for the wombo combo at every turn, and you're behind on the map because your towers are down first.
And it was the bleed that claimed the side of Junhao by the Missing by the side by Junhao. He's now got the Black Cleaver. You know, this Neferi could still be a carry threat here, and I do think there is a world where, particularly if members are caught in 2v2s or 1v1s, can be very, very threatening. I do get a little nervous now the fact that Yone is not behind, is getting to play the mid game from a lead. Not that usual these days, and 1xN is so strong. When the Misfortune doesn't need to ult to threaten you, it's a bad time for you in general.
I'm looking forward to Ryan 248. I want to see what happens when we get Tyranitar. It's kind of crazy how with Tyranitar. Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I'm waiting for, folks. Now the problem is he needs to die a lot for that to happen. And if you do that, look, not that we're trying to manifest anything particularly, but if it does end up dying that amount within like a year, he might actually just get benched.
That's so true.
How much is hang on, flash forward, flash of flash, 1xN not taking the chance there.
Probably wise with multiple members there. That would probably have led to Talia and Neferi full sending on you. Still, that is a good flash to earn. Here we go. Fight around the Dragon, 3,000 HP. John How can look to get in with the Hound's Pursuit. Down to 1,000 HP. Will be a smite fight. One by the Yone. Missing will die as a trade.
That's going to be ult over the back of the pit from Bulldog. And you can see that combo from TT is really nasty. Now, Missing is going to die on repeat if this is the way that it's going to work out. And the problem with the Rel, and one of the reasons why we see much less of her nowadays, she is just squishy. She is quite squishy for a melee support. You have little bits and pieces. When W's used, Croco pops the ult.
This could be a bit interesting between worlds. The bullet time is
not great. It's not great. It hits nothing. It's a bad bullet time. Good damage there, though.
That's big damage back. Bulldog has got the Immortal Shield Bow. That one ends up stinging. A good splitting apart there from TT.
It's a bad bullet time from 1xn. I don't even think it gets any waves on target. I think it does actually functionally 0 damage. Gwen W was up and it was out of range on the other targets, I believe. So 1xn, not great from him there. Need to see him use that gold lead a little better. And on the other side as well, on the same team rather, so on the same side, Croco, I think he's playing with his life very, very riskily there. He could have gone down quite easily in that fight.
Be a bit problematic, and again the gold lead not extending too much. And LNG games in a row now, not being perfect in these mid games, it must be said. Playing to threaten nonetheless, and be able to come towards something like a bit of a stutter there on the feed there. Baron being.
I'm just gonna quickly refresh it just in case we had any issues there. Okay. Almost Infinity Edge for 1xn. Very, very happy. Bulldog has that shield bow, wants to dive into the enemy comp. Of course, when you're diving into a Talia, blah, 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 you need to make sure you got a little bit more survivability. Now, Tempest talks about some different Yone builds. There were some different Yone builds for a while. There was one where you could go towards, you could actually go towards, what was I going to call it? The tank ult cooldown item, Zeke's. That might also have no space as well. You can shift over all you want, but I also have long legs. Oh, God. 1xn, waiting for those components. Once he gets in Infinity Edge, those bullet times will definitely hurt even more. Kashi getting jumped on.
He's going to go down, I think. There's not a lot he gets to do. There's a decent flash. The autos come on through the turrets enough. Good work there. Just about gets out.
Yeah, Croco, he's playing as though he's 3-0 and he's 0-3. This is the problem of Croco. Goes way too deep. Junhao can just get in range for ult, and I think Sheer will die.
He will do. And then there's 2 members dead. Can you think about Baron after that? Can he get in range for the ult? Surely can. Flash away. Can't see him yet, and that's become problematic. Junhao speeding up. Does just about get in, and can't manage to get the weirding out. So it does cost the flash, but it's done.
He even blows the flash. Sheer blows the flash. It's a massive overinvestment. This is the problem with Croco when he falls behind the game. He just doesn't realize. He's the MLXG kind of archetype, you know? When you're behind the game, you gotta get yourself back into it. And then you gotta use your advantage when you're ahead of it. This guy will just never find a fight which he doesn't like. Gives a kill over towards Kashi, another one towards Junhao in the retreat from Sheer. I don't think they'll be able to stop this recall.
Be close. I think they might be able to try. Shattering Strike. Oh, they do. And now Kashi's dead.
Oh, he's just dead now. Kashi just got such a good play. Dies at the back end of it. That's a big mistake from the top laner of TT.
It is. What happens in mid lane as a result of the bot laners being away? Over comes Croco. Weaver's Wall. Croco, reminder, has no flash. He's going to get jumped on. I think he's just dead again.
Oh, dodges out on the knock-up. Can Bulldog get any extra CC? And no, Croco goes down again. 0-4 for the most snowbally of snowballs in the jungle. Croco dead for a 4th time.
In fairness, credit to TT with a very good collapse of the Weaver's Wall there to make that play happen, at least in part. They do get some good angles there to force that onto Croco, who I think was trying to help defend that mid lane. It's not like I don't understand the thought process there, but TT seeing the weakness here. What does a flashless Trundle with no one to ult look like in these, what, 1v4s?
Yeah, and we know we have the issue with that draft there too, but Croco chose to use that flash in that bot lane, and now the problem is, if being a flashless Trundle is such a problem, why are you using it on low percentage players on a side lane? Why is that what you're choosing to use your flash for? Feels like a massive mistake. Junhao on the other side, very fed on the Neferi now.
That he is. Infinity Edge done for 1xn. Got Dragon in 30 seconds. It'll be sole point for LNG. And again, they're still holding the gold lead, but again, it's not really expanded, at least in part because I think up and jungle there fumbling just that little bit.
Yeah. we've definitely seen Aurora's win early lane, and then a couple of kills happen in the lane, and the gold lead just disappeared. Now we've got hang on. Nothing happens in mid lane there. Junhao presses W. Annoying that Imperial can do that. 1xN does have the Infinity Edge now, so a good bullet time completely shreds this game open again, but it is actually playable for TT in a way that perhaps it wouldn't have been if they hadn't got those leads in top jungle. It felt like that early lane was so disgusting for TT to deal with. Trying to hold a court in the river now. Try and blot out that vision, fight around the dragon that's spawned.
Storm goes on, and that's a decent bullet time angle. Ryan is dead. We are on to Typhlosion. Sheer now coming across the Veil, looking for more. The twofold Hex can look for another pullback. Harry's coming to continue running away. Just about survives, but it means he's not in the fight.
And that's going to be the dragon to LNG. Keshi jumping forwards with that needlework.
Oh, they're going to try and turn this back around, but Missing crashes down on the way. Keshi continuing to try and snip away, but the Shattering Strike means Bulldog brings down the Gwen.
Gwen goes down, Feather flashing away to it. I don't think it'll save him. Feather goes down, and LNG find the fight they need to break open the game once again. Harry teleports in, but all it is to see the remains of the battlefield, really. That's going to be third dragon to LNG, and that threat of an Infernal Soul later into the game. TT, they get caught out by Missing, and that bullet time we were just talking about coming over with 3 items. Junhao can't look for a steal. TT, that might be the fight which ends this series.
Oh, finally, LNG get a team fight. Their comp's all about it, and they've just not been allowed one. This one happens.
So both carries are stood together. That's already a big problem. Ryan has to flash away defensively at this point too. Folks, Yagao said it best. Never stand your carries together. Heru and Ryan both stand together, and it's just complete domination. Missing finds the angle. Credit to him. That's a very good rail engage, finding out both carries at the same time. And yeah, Keshi tries to pick up the damage afterwards, try and get a reset for Junhao, who is very effective. You're playing with AD carry down at that point. If you lose your AD carry first in the fight, you lose team fight.
Twin picture, there's been a between worlds happening. Looks like there has been a little bit of a fight. I don't think anyone is dead by the looks of it.
It was a 1v1 in top side, so Sheer jumped in. Harry managed to channel the ult before he took any damage, so he got out to safety.
Heru looks like he also got his ult off somewhere in there as well.
That's what I was saying.
Oh, sorry, I thought for some reason I
So
heard
basically,
Keshi, yes.
Talia's ult won't activate if you take damage, so if you activate it as you see the damage incoming, you can still fly away to safety.
Just about gets out from that one. Still, significant gold lead increase there for LNG now at Soul Point. Haven't taken Baron yet, but are in an increasingly dangerous position. I'm also looking at Bulldog's inventory and seeing the makings of an Infinity Edge not far off. Probably another 5 minutes and he'll be there himself.
Well, he doesn't have the BF sword yet, so he doesn't have the most expensive component. But yes, everyone else is starting to... Well, I say everyone else is getting towards 3 items. Actually, it's mainly just 1xN who's got really far ahead. Yeah, he should get it at some point soon, though. You're right. Baron started now. Now, TT, do they have a way into this? Junhao can always hop over, has that ult into the pit as well if needed.
Trying to turn on to Junhao, be forced to call the pack briefly. Again, they're pulling off, they're happy with the TPs earned, and backing away on this one. Baron de-aggros, and they'll take that teleport.
Yeah, no point in flipping that. They threw that risk a little bit in game 1, I think it was there. They got away with it, but you don't really want to play with that. Mid lane down, a turret's going to go down. Croco.
He's got the subjugate, needs to fluff it, pop it. Trying to catch someone overstepping. There's a Weaver's Wall as well, and Missing's now in danger. What about the turnaround fight onto Feather? He's not taking that much damage, and there is the kill onto Missing.
Okay, so that's 1 for none. Hang on, TT might just go for a Desperation Baron. I think they can go for it. Croco's still low, remember? And he has no ult. He has to go back to base. Big mistake around LNG, for LNG around the Baron. Again, you're playing around a bullet time and Sheer's combo.
What on earth happened there to have Missing caught out LNG? Bad retreat back towards that one. The bullet time comes across. That makes the Baron a bit more interesting. Bulldog goes in, does not get as much as he wants to, and gets caught on the wrong side of the unravel there. Now they can go between worlds. They're going to get some damage down the back end of this play. The 3v5 is scary. Heru needs to leave, needs to reset. Croco stepping off was beginning to bonk people's heads. They are trying to leave and get out. Is there a teleport back angle for Heru? Yes, there very much is. This gets interesting. Croco can look to interrupt.
Sheer doesn't have that ultimate now, though. Sheer missed the between worlds time. It's a bloody giant circle. Doesn't get any damage down. I think 1xN thought he would go in for the same damage at the same time, but Sheer just doesn't press the R button, and suddenly that means that TT walk away with a great pick. Onto Missing. Croco was low HP, and they get away with the Baron. Once again, LNG have had a couple of worries around this now, particularly Missing and Croco, the ones getting caught out at this crucial point in the mid to late game.
Well, exactly. Game 1, also game 2 rather, I could somewhat forgive it because Missing took for absolutely ever to die. So Missing is on the flank angle here. I think he just gets split off. Yeah, he's trying to threaten Junhao. He's got Bulldog around, but the Weaver's Wall is superb, and he crashes down the wrong way.
Yeah, and no one else is in position to do anything. Very quick reset. easy kill, and suddenly that's netted them a Baron. Missing.
Yeah.
Now, I think Missing's had a fairly good split, but I think that these couple of mistakes in this series are definitely giving some worries. Red buff secured by Croco. And, you know, you look back to that Baron contest afterwards, you know, 1xN and Sheer not comboing up very well with their ultimates after that point. You would have thought perhaps with that damage they would have been able to find a fight even with the support down. To worry now, they're not actually even that ahead in gold, or at all really now.
No, they are not. At least the Infinity Edge now done for Bulldog. He can be pretty scary. You've got a third item for Sheer, but again, you need to hit people, and this is a slow burn build. It's not a burst build from the Aurora.
Well, funnily enough, I actually think it is. It's just definitely better at that tank killing as well. It's one of those things where the base damage is so amped by the mask stacking from both the Riftmaker and the Leandries. You'd be surprised how much of a one-shot can bring in.
To do that, you need to stack the masks up to get that to trigger some of those additional amped damages. Missing to get chunked there pretty heavily, so TP behind there very much is. Watch for the Between Worlds. This could get spicy. There's a burst. There's the bullet time. There's the Between Worlds, and Heru says there is a trip to the funeral home. Keshi needs to throw out some needles. Will that be enough? I think acupuncture sessions will get you one, but no more, and the Baron is swiftly stifled.
Junhao jumping away from Croco. This will level up. They could actually look for the kill here onto the Trundle. Pops the ult.
Don't know whether they can. Look at the chase down. They're running away.
Not for now, because I think they're afraid
Oh
of Sheer
my
coming
God.
over. Ult comes in. Feather will get the blast going out to safety. Croco does take a lot of damage from Junhao. Junhao might be able to kill with the ults if they split apart too far. Dragon going down, though. That's Infernal Soul for LNG, earned by the teleport flank from the Aurora. Sheer winning that fight really heavily for LNG by getting onto the backline. Huge damage from the Aurora on the flank.
And all the damage of the Baron is undone. Infernal Soul, the Wincon is in. You've got 4 items now for 1xN. The Quicksilver Sash in for Bulldog. It's not getting any easier at this point. Have a look again. 2 people reset.
Yeah, was the one person reset.
Sorry,
It was
yes.
the Nautilus. The Nautilus ended up resetting.
Okay, she cancelled his,
Yeah. So it was the empowered recall. They don't get synchronized their recalls, and Sheer just goes in for big old combo on the back line. Hera loses half his HP, and this is what we're saying about kind of just... Look, Aurora is just Aurora. The base damages are so high that even if you're building what is normally a slower burn build, you still one-shot people, by the way. Sheer great damage from the triple mask build of the Leandries Riftmaker into the Bloodletters. It's not the Ludens or the Proto Ult for sure, but it's still really, really high burst damage.
That's what it needs to do there across the entirety of that fight. LNG with 3 Infernal Dragons and the Soul to their name will be really hitting hard at this point.
I mean, once you get the Infernal Soul in, it's just random bit of bullet time kills you, random Aurora combo kills you. It is very difficult for TT to survive the initial entrance into the play now. We haven't really seen Bulldog do that much this game. I know he's 4-1, but I feel like he's kind of been a bit of a passenger this game. But now he's suddenly, you know, Infinity Edge Infernal Soul Yone. Yeah, TT will just pop whenever they go into the play, which is a problem because they're the ones which are meant to be looking for the pick. If LNG just turn around and just smash him, I just don't think they have the HP to withstand that.
No, I don't think they do. At least Crocker now with the Spirit Visage isn't dying quite so freely to the Talia and the Gwen. You've got 3 items on Gwen, in fairness. You've got Dawn and Dust, Nash, and Riftmaker. There is a world where late game Gwen, late game Gwens. And again, it is Keshi who is probably, as we've seen, TT's best player over the course of this split. Junhao on that Neferi, though, is the one with the lead. Can still theoretically carry up 4 items as well, especially if he can catch someone on that re-engaged, like, or someone split off. You do have a better chance in those two pick moments, those 2v2s, those 3v3s.
He's 2 levels ahead, level 18 to level 16. Junhao is scary. He hasn't died this game yet. Credit to Junhao, he's really trying. Of course, a reminder, folks, if TT lose this game, or any game in this series now, if it were to go beyond this one, they will find themselves in Group Nirvana next split because they failed to make playoffs in this one. Next split, there will only be 2 groups, not the 3. And the teams which don't make playoffs will make up Group Nirvana. And they'll have to go for another cycle of, what was I call it?
Pain.
No, it's
Reincarnation?
Yeah, cycle of reincarnation. Yeah, to see if they can come back to the top, of course. And then, of course, remember, in Split 2, if you finish bottom 2 in LPL, you just don't play Split 3. You basically, your year will end in, like, May or July or something like that. Very early on into the year. I think OMG had something like 7 months between series.
That's ridiculous.
Between last year and this one. Between LPL series, they did play an LDL a little bit towards the end of the year.
So thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Anyone else who's not followed yet in chat? Hit that follow button. What are you doing?
Yeah, we're not actually below stooping and begging, folks. Follow us, please.
Please follow. In fact, you know, you guys could be showing us what Twitch Prime looks like. But I've never really seen a Twitch Prime.
Guys, what's a Twitch Prime? I'm a visual learner, by the way.
Yeah, I'm a visual learner, exactly.
1xN, Really scary here. Almost. Well, he's got one item off full build there. Thanks for the follow. We appreciate you.
See, it works.
Like half.
That's why you do
like I
it.
said, like half of it is a joke, but almost like.
No, it's not. I'm not joking, guys.
Yeah, okay, Sam's not joking. Maybe I have like a slight. Maybe it's Twitch streamer finds a tiny bit of pride he didn't. You know, they didn't realize that they had.
Yeah, no. I will shamelessly show, like, guys, hit that follow button. Please subscribe.
And a reminder, folks, we're actually streaming on 3 different sites right now, and if you're watching on any of them, feel free to join us on any of the other ones too. This one is looking like an LNG sweep at this point. TT, they have to play so defensively. If they missed up once, effectively someone just explodes. Let's go down. Bulldog has enough. Well, Bulldog, I don't think they put the blue trinket down now. They had to reset for wards, though, I think, which means that they're not going to be there to contest.
You don't have to say, I'm not coming over. It's going to be too much of a hassle. We're giving this one up. There we go. Baron's down. Missing. May end up in a slight bit of bother. But again, does a decent job of preventing any shenanigans from Harry. That'll be the end of that.
John Howe farming on the other side of the map. TT just didn't feel like they could jump in. So what does TT do now? Hope for a miracle pick. Hope to survive through to Elder. It's the only way they can get back into this game. But, you know, what happens if LNG, if Missing or Croco misstep again and they die before the next big objective, that Elder? It's playable, I suppose. And actually, Croco is actually alone at this point of the map right now. But however, one extent.
Young whippersnapper dragons.
Oh my Jesus Christ, that is a whole lot of gift subs. Oh my God, Croco is not going to get caught out there. That's 2 zeros on that, Sam. That's 100. That's what's not even the
What's
one.
Pokemon 100?
I will find out.
Thank you so much for that, guys. Again, God bless. Appreciate you all for looking after us there. That is
Sam,
incredible.
I said I'm a visual learner.
I know, we just got learned visually. I've learned so much. John Howe might be learning quite a lot here as well.
John Howe, he's the Fed member. He needs to live. Just about survives. Good bullet time. Great damage back.
Oh, they just can't stick around anymore. They try to dive through that corridor. That's just not a fun place to be fighting into a misfortune.
Oh my gosh, TT. 100 is Voltorb, Sam. And, well, I think we just saw Explosion. Well, actually, no. It would have been TT that cast, actually. The ones which lost all their HP. But still, Explosion definitely did occur as those bullet times waves hit the enemy team. Hang on, ult towards that top lane there does get catches the Talia.
Oh, she's got gold. She's got a flash, but look where she's flashing behind. Just about gets away. I saw Croco behind, but again,
Missing's died. Missing did die to Ryan. Ryan ended up killing him. Not sure what happened in mid lane. So actually, despite the fact that LNG have the Baron buff and the Infernal Soul, it's missing the sole casualty of the fight.
I want to see what happened then. Again, don't get me wrong, the Rel has made some good plays, but has been caught out a few times here. And I will say again, alongside Croco, they are the prime targets this game. So there you go. Was clearing the ward, blast cone angle.
Got caught out by Keshi and by the Missing. I have to say, I think, like I said, I think he's had a good split on the whole, but Missing needs to shape this up. He's 1 and 5.
Elder.
And he's now dead for Elder. They now actually have a 4v5 at Elder. There's 10 seconds till he comes back up. I think he'll be back in time, and I think that with Feather resetting, it still will end up being a 4v4. That is just... yeah, it's a 4v4 with the Elder.
There's a lot of flashes just got blown as well. Heru just burned his, but I think also Feather, the reason he's low is he got popped out by something.
Okay, Yone ult's coming up in 5 seconds. Sheer on the flank. Worth noting that Keshi is actually ahead in gold compared to Sheer now, but that's a lot of damage back onto him.
Youch, that Sting's missing now. Back up, can maybe jump onto Keshi here. Croco also threatening with that pillar. The Weaver's Wall's going to come across and split people up. Bulldog and Croco, though, in the pit.
Watch 1xn. He's trying to position for a bullet time out of vision. That bullet time will shred. Remember, the Infernal Soul is onto it, and look at Sheer's damage onto Heru. Half the HP gone already.
The thing, Elder, I think we can Sheer on the flank angle again. That's the hope. It's on the best target. I don't think it is. The bullet time, not fantastic, but zoning TT off, which means they do get the kill under Feather. Keshi lucky, but I don't know with all that healing. It's going to matter. Flash away for the needlework. The Elder is taken by the side of Croco. The bullet time forces everyone out of the river, and the re-entrance, the re-engage from TT is to panic, to split, and they can't make it happen. A triple kill to Sheer will seal the deal on this game.
TT will bid farewell to them for split 1. They will be in Group Nirvana next split, and LNG keep their hopes alive of going right the way from the bottom group up into playoffs. 3-0 for LNG.
It was on the whole convincing. They managed to make it the 3-0. The laning dominance was strong. The players we thought would be strong were. However, it wasn't without its question marks. What was happening in those mid-games, in games 2 and 3, where certain members getting caught out, a little bit isolated, a little bit disrespectful of that kind of collapse that could come through from Thunder Talk, drafted for that, don't get me wrong, cost them a couple Barons where really it should never have happened.
So LNG walk away the expected winners. A couple of scruples there. I think the big learning that I have is that Croco is still quite a worry when he's behind the game. That's something which we've always known about him. And that Missing can get caught out around some important areas of the map. in mid game, particularly around that Baron and some of the dragon spawns. That is a worry. Better teams will not let them survive through that, so worries about that. However, as you were saying, I think 1xN player we expected to absolutely stomp, absolutely did. Wonderful game from him. And Sam, I'm so sad to report, I kind of forgot which death we ended up with on Ryan. He ended up with 5 deaths at the end of it, because he started on Meganium. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got to count which one he's on now, Sam.
Yeah. We'll figure it out. Somewhere, I think, into the Feraligator line. Totodile line, I suppose is the correct way of putting that.
He's Totodile now.
There we go.
Yeah, it's Totodile, I believe. Yeah. Okay, so that's our first series done. Next series, OMG versus EDG. EDG coming in as heavy favorites.
Yeah, I think that is fair. LNG will move on to face one of either Invictus Gaming or who else lost in the upper bracket? WE. Both of which I think should be quite interesting matchups.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure how that's seeded. I don't know whether it's choice. I think it depends on lowest remaining seed.
Yes.
And I think because so basically if OMG win, I believe OMG will face Invictus Gaming because they're the highest remaining seed. So basically, funnily enough, folks, I actually think this might work out in favor of LNG. I think IG are worse than WE.
I agree.
But IG are the highest seed. So basically, if EDG win, it'll be EDG WE, and then it will be LNG IG.
And I think IG could be in trouble.
Sam, we might see 1xN Photic.
And I think I think Photic could get blasted there. And again, but the thing is,
that could be
I will also note there will be
thanks for the cheer.
There will be something to note in terms of how do I put this? We've not seen LNG against the Group Ascend team yet. And I know that IG were very mercurial, but it's not like they didn't have game wins or series wins up in that upper group. You still got to be afraid of people like Rookie getting ahead of the curve. Way is no slouch or rookie to this kind of pressure scenario. I worry about Sobero. I think Sheer on the whole has been laning incredibly well. Outlaned Keshi multiple times, particularly in the early stages, even if again we saw Keshi come back in later on in the game. And I think 1xN and Missing, for all we sort of saw some issues with Missing getting caught out and the team perhaps not defending him properly later on, around those kind of Baron spawn timers, Missing on those flanks, getting punished, and then lots of things kind of going wrong, all that kind of jazz. If you are looking at a game where Sobero's getting dismantled, Photic is behind and not having a good time in drafts, like we've seen this already. What happens when Rookie is desperately trying to make plays happen and the rest of the team has not given him a platform to do it? I still remember Assume on that Draven making Rookie's life hell, and he was trying real hard on that LeBlanc in that one. Here's that 3-0. We'll have a look at the graph there. Yep, as expected, good damage from Sheer and from 1xN, who hit some rather large ultimates.
1xN just kind of controlled the game beginning to end. I think there was, I think we confirmed what we already knew. I think LNG haven't changed that much as a team. They have powerful individual players, very snowbally. However, Proco and Missing can sometimes lose the plot of the game and be a bit of a, I'm not going to say a lost condition, but it can let teams back into it when it should have been a closeout. You know, when we were talking about NIP the other day, talking about, well, you know, you get like one mistake a game, blah, blah, blah. Now, luckily, LNG aren't playing those kind of competitions which only give you one loss in the game, really, or like one mistake. However, those kind of mistakes will punish you eventually. They will do. It just depends which team it will be against, you know?
Yeah. Yep. That is pretty scary, it has to be said. Here are the highlights on this one as well, because again, this is like one of those moments where LNG do try and push the trigger, and part of it as well is, I do think that effectively in this game, Missing was the only true go button, because Bulldog wasn't really willing to be first ulter on the Yone. And generally speaking on Yone, you don't want to go with your ult first. It's very easy to dodge. I remember Xiao talking about one of his learning curves on Yone when he was really mercurial and would say, look, I just have to learn not to go first with the Yone ult because it's too inconsistent. So you had basically the Rel going in and then a Trundle that was there as a denial pick in the draft that still didn't have the most fun in a tankless game where you're supposed to be frontline.
So we're done with our first series now, and I guess we get to chill a little bit, wait until our second series, and see if EDG can finish off OMG in similar fashion. OMG, of course, looking as they're very much coming in as underdogs. It should be an EDG favorite series, folks. OMG EDG is a hell of an old matchup. It's just one which we haven't really had to talk about for a very long time, because OMG haven't really been as relevant for a long time, sadly. Hey, Katari, good to see you. Yeah, you did get in here in time for the end of what was still quite a dominant series from TT. Not TT, the other one. LNG. Okay, I guess we'll get a post-game interview at some point. Is that coming up now? Cool. We'll leave the audio on for that then.
那我们的赛后采访完结，首先恭喜苏州 LNG 获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们请到了打野选手 Krakow 进行我们赛后采访。
You all sound like professional broadcasters. I'm gonna hold your hand when you say this. Sam and I are actually professional casters. No, I appreciate the comment. I know where it's coming from. Appreciate it. Yes, but that is actually our job being broadcasters.
3比0也是拿下了对手，成功的拿下了这个大场的胜利。第一个问题想问，其实第二把的比赛还是有些许焦灼的，前中期是一个劣势，但是29分钟内国大龙得到团成功打出一个5-5开团，也就是 Krakow 用猴子假身反向逃跑的那一波。想问问当时队内的一个沟通是怎么样？然后 Krakow 是怎么突然想到反向逃跑？
29분 때 용 치고 나서 저희가 초중반에 유리했던 거 좀 기복이 있었는데 29분에 용 치고 그리고 50 W 반대로 써서 도망친 거 그때 어떻게 생각했는지 그런 거요. 그 용 주고? 그 용 주고 한타가 사실 이겨야 되는 한타라고 생각하긴 하는데
Nymaera, I don't know who you are or where you came from, but you better watch your back because I'll find you. I'll give you a hug. Thanks for the stuff. No worries. Not sure who hit you with that. I think it might have been you might have been hit by the 100 gift bomb. My name's Nymaera, also known as Alex. I cast League of Legends for a living. So we cast Chinese League of Legends here. And yeah, so if you like League of Legends or just hanging out in the, I guess, early hours of the morning in European time zone, stick around, see if you enjoy some cool League of Legends action.
那紧接着到下一波团战，拿到优势，发现有一争之力之后，你们在小龙的那波团战，我觉得指挥非常的干净利落。Krakow 在 run 龙，其他队友在做包夹，所以既拿了龙，又打赢了小规模的团战。像那种时候的这个指挥的沟通啊，基本上是谁做的会多一点？
그리고 크로커 선수가 혼자서 용치고 있고 나머지 4명이 팀원이 좀 상대 팀을 에둘러오는 그런 플레이를 했는데 그런 콜이 누구한테서 나오고 어디로 누가 했는지
일단 미드 친구랑 같이 얘기해가지고 그냥 용 저 혼자 쓸 테니까 이제 좀 나오는 거 막아달라 그런 식으로 얘기를 미리 했고요. 그래서 좋게 플레이 나온 것 같습니다.
那会儿是跟中单选手沟通了一下。 我自己打龙，你帮忙去绕一下、包一下他们，然后有了那些操作。
明白，也就是 Krakow 和中单选手呢，也都做了一个很好的良性沟通了。那这个时候就递着这个问题，我们来到第3把当中啊。第3把其实我记忆也非常深刻的是后续的一波 run 龙的决策，成功的在灯下黑的情况下拿掉了大龙。那个时候也是你和有人在做一个配合。所以也想问，包括这个 run 大龙的决策，同样是跟中单选手做的一个配合吗？
세 번째 경기에서 마찬가지로 바로 2명이서 이거 스틸했잖아요. 그거 그래서 미드 선수랑 이렇게 소통해서 한 건가요?
세 번째 판 같은 경우도 네, 미드 선수랑 같이 소통해가지고 그렇게 먹었습니다.
也是跟中单选手一起沟通过后，有了那种决策。
也是一个非常立竿见影的决策，包括能够对当下的局势做一个非常棒的一个判断。那问一个队友之间的啊，就当时在第3把当中，我觉得中路有波团战非常精彩的是我们队长 Missing 闪现的一个 Q 闪，成功的定住对方开出了团战，同时呢后面又残血去勾引对方2人进场，还秀了对面一波。有没有印象当时的队内沟通是什么样的？
미드에서 미싱 선수가 풀큐로 상대 탈리아 자르고 그리고 크로코 선수가 딸피로 상대 이거 잡았는데 그때 어땠는지 그런 플레이가.
일단 미싱 선수가 적극적으로 좀 그런 이니시 각을 잘 봐줘서 게임적으로 이득 많이 보고 좀 잘 굴린 것 같습니다.
就密信选手开团的那种进场时机、开团时机非常的好，所以这波团战就打得很舒服。
哎，也是夸奖了一下队长啊，对这个敏锐时机的一个把握。当然了，我觉得队友的反应也很迅速，才能一起打赢那波团战。最后一个问题了，那今天拿下了这场比赛胜利，我们知道明天还有一场比赛嘛？那对下一场比赛有什么样的一个期望或者说目标吗？
내일 경기에 대해서 어떤 기대나 있는지.
일단 오늘 이제 저희 뒷경기에 따라서 저희 상대가 정해지니까 뭔가 잘 끝내고 돌아가서 좀 회의도 하고 열심히 준비해봐야 될 것 같습니다.
我们得等下一场比赛结束之后才知道我们的对手是谁嘛。然后回到基地之后，我们会好好会议，好好准备去打下一场。
好好准备，也肯定希望在下一场比赛当中还能够获得胜利，来到我们的淘汰赛啊！那也希望 Krakow， 也希望苏州 LNG 在接下来比赛当中能有一个好的发挥。感谢进行我们的赛后采访。那接下来呢，就把时间交还给我们的解说席。
Okay, let me put on some ads real quick, and then I guess we'll do some words on stream, eh? Why not? Let's keep going. Oh, I just put ads on just whatever. I mean, there's a lot of people with subs now, so how many subs are we up to? Now, we've got a sub on from Mecca the other season. That is, okay, that's a hell of a lot of subs is what that is, actually. 477. That's ridiculous, folks. Banner by Blood, by the way, thanks for the follow, appreciate you. And Katari, thanks for the stream streak as well. 30, building it back up again, nice. Oh, poo, I need to stop this, oopsies. 1xN gets himself the player of the game, he was really, really good, he kind of destroyed everyone. That's a lot of stats. Okay, I'm gonna chuck stuff back up here again. I'm sorry, my bad. Keep that down there. Yeah, no surprise. Player of the series, probably 1xN again, right? I think he was player of the series. Oh man, just one more day of this double best of 5. Do we have double best of 5s? Do we have double best of 5s for the second round, for the first round of playoffs as well, maybe? Yeah, we probably do. Oh god. Yeah. So, basically, folks, there's gonna be... And player of the series to 1xN as well. Move that off there real quick. Sounds like a disco track, though. Damn! 31% damage share across the whole series? That's pretty damn good, actually. L is fake, right? Good to know. Oh, okay. One more series. And then I nap for a bit, and then I go do Summoning Insight later tonight. Because I have Summoning Insight later tonight as well. These like 3 days are going to be a bit hellish. And then, basically, we're not going to have LPL for a little while. I'm also going to visit Angie for, like, Valentine's Day and stuff. So I'm going to be away for a couple of days. I will be streaming bits and pieces. In fact, what am I going to do? I mean, I could do some, like... I could do a VOD review or two. Or just do some, like... casual league content. I also want to start playing Hades 2 at some point. That might be something I do. Hope we have a proper time to get some proper rest. That would be the goal. Yeah. I think A is not fake. Boss. Yeah, boss should work, shouldn't it? How is boss not working then? Wait, boss doesn't work. Huh, weird. That should work. That's so weird. I guess F is fake. There are actually, this is actually just like a very flawed. I actually just think, by the way, like this round is actually just flawed because there are actually words in there which they're just not counting. That's kind of crazy, actually. You know what I've been watching recently, folks? I've been watching oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. No, I just minimized the window. Normally when you minimize it, it just disappears from the screen. My bad, my bad, my bad. Normally, if you minimize it, it disappears from the screen. But watch if I do. So if I do, what did I do there then? I don't know what happened. Yeah, I am the noob. Clearly, I'm the streaming noob. My bad. Anyway, so I'll tell you what I've been doing recently, because I've been watching a show with Angie, which is just about camping. And it's just like, it's just a slice of life about camping. And have I been camping? No, not for years. Probably last time I went was in like secondary school or something. So I haven't done camping in literally years. It's called Solo Camping for Two. I think that's what it's called. And it's legit very cute. And I have to say, yeah. Okay, I think I might go for a quick break myself, folks, just for a little bit. Just because I gotta conserve energy and stuff, or I might just turn camera for a bit. And we go again. Good job, Perfect Goose. Can EDG 3.0? I would expect an EDG 3.0, yes. Now, the problem is, EDG have occasionally had flaws around... Well, no, they've had problems around late game objectives. They've looked better recently. But yeah.
How are we doing?
I'm not gonna lie, Sam. I'm starting to flag already.
I'm not doing great. I have to admit, my voice is.
Well, do you wanna say?
I will go for at least a couple games. If we go to like 5, I may. Well, no,
I also have summoning insight later, so like yeah. I mean, like honestly, in some ways I don't mind solo casting, because it means I get to keep volume down basically, so I get close to the mic or whatever, but it's also just like, I need to yap more. So it's kind of like, it's a different kind of, in some ways that's worse, because then it takes brain energy. So you need really yap. I don't actually know what okay, no, that's just because I go down the side. But I'm trying, like, I can just like butt out completely here if you'd like.
No, it's
but
just,
then you need to move the mic
Yeah,
over.
it's just because I don't, basically, 'cause part of the issue is if I'm sitting like,
so
at
if you're
this
gonna do that,
angle,
that's okay.
that really twists the
so
line
if you
down
want like
here.
all of the leg room, you can do that, but then we need to bring the mic over.
Yeah,
as well.
that's fine. I just basically I just need to get my knee like that. That's fine. I just don't want to have my
Okay.
chair fully twisted around. That's all I
Yeah,
really
sure.
need.
I'm gonna go for the. Please get rid of the middle thing. I want to see the gameplay.
We don't have any gameplay.
What? There's no
Gameplay?
gameplay. There's no gameplay. What do you mean? Get rid of the?
What?
Just like get rid of the middle thing. I want to see gameplay. There is
There's
no
no
gameplay. We do this so there's something for you to do in the break. Okay, I'm gonna go for a quick break myself now.
Go
actually.
for it.
Yeah. Sorry. That really. Okay, you did say please. I just find that quite funny. I know you don't mean it. I guess you meant the replays, right? But I'm also like, that just quite funny to me. Okay. We're up to like 470 subs now, by the way.
That's quite cool.
Crazy.
Angular. Jaguar? There's a fake letter as well. Oh. I'm actually really bad at games like this. My ADHD doesn't quite allow me to focus and I struggle to be systematic with this. Radula. Well, there goes Edward Gaming. Turning up on screen here as well. ZDZ, Xiaohao, Angel, Leave, and Palkia. Took a little while for them to come online, all things said and done. I still think Leave is pretty damn cool, but I look at OMG squad and guys, Rayo's come in, and he has given the team a little bit of a boost because it looked like they're the worst team in the league, and Rayo's helped, but I still think this is going to be a horrific experience for the side of OMG. The safety net of EDG, I completely agree. Leave has been rather good in that regard. Doesn't die very much at all. Not bad going, guys. Oh, yeah, adds 1 second. That needs to go. There we are. I think at this point... Well done, guys. Well done, well done, well done. I will minimize this because we are kind of edging our ways towards heading into game and having a look at some of these cool stats before the game. I think that's probably quite important. IG versus LNG could be very entertaining. We might end up there. Levy, Starry, yep, those are some unfortunate numbers in favor of Leave, I think. At the very least, Starry's doing good damage per gold. And he's doing a decent amount of damage per minute, but again, it's just not getting the same amount of gold. He is not necessarily getting as many kills as you'd like. Part of that will be support from the team, but I just think in general, we are seeing Leave get a lot more bang for his buck, even if Starry, I think, has actually had some pretty good moments here and there. Things like the Ashe have been really good for him. Nice to see things like the Yunara as well be quite successful, even if things like the MF and the Aphelios have been a little bit more mixed. Leave, a lot of time on the Yunara, a lot of time on the Kai'Sa. And again, look at things like the Jinx and the Sivir in there as well. But yes, the undefeated Kai'Sa remains pretty damn scary this year. I know it says 3 games. Under my picture it says 0 and 3 5. If I do this, you can see. Too slow. Sorry, I should have been faster about turning that off, but there we go. That's my bad. Bounded by Blood. What a name, by the way. Thank you for that follow. And thank you for the follow as well. Corporate employee. Welcome to the firm, my friend. EDG 3-1. A lot of people are saying 3-1. I think it's just 3-0, personally. I think people are being far too kind to OMG here. The Nim firm, yeah. The House of Hapgood. Yeah, I kind of agree. Thunder Talk have been really, really strong. Really strong. Really struggled, right? We have got an interview here, actually, so I might just pause the music briefly and go listen in. Hang on, here we go.
3到 BO5 的调整，以及应对到不同组别的对手，这样。
我觉得我们最多的准备是对 BP 上的一些应对吧。
好，期待你们在赛场上给我们带来一些不一样的英雄。那第二个问题想问到的是，今天对阵 OMG， 你觉得要注意他们哪些方面呢？对这场比赛有什么期待？
我觉得要更注重于对手的那个线野结合吧，不要给对手太多的机会。
好，比赛加油！ Hello， 各位好，欢迎来到前彩环节，我是主持人松琪。我们邀请到了 OMG 的上单选手 Harry， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 OMG 的上单 Harry。
那首先想问到的是，你们此前在组内赛阶段有哪些方面的收获和经验，又会以怎样的心态来应对骑士之路 BO5 的挑战？
组内赛的话，我们打下来，我是觉得我们是一个韧性比较强的队伍，因为我们在骑士之路的淘汰边缘，然后还是晋级下来的。然后希望这个 BO5 我们能坚持下去我们的韧性吧，因为 BO5 是一个很漫长的过程。
那今天你们要对上的是 EDG， 你觉得对上他们的制胜关键会是什么呢
？EDG 还是比较偏向一个中野带节奏的一个队伍，然后我觉得我们可能在 BP 方面要选的中野比较优势一点，或者是比较主动一点吧。
好的，比赛加油！
Yes, I did.
What I was actually saying is you muted the mic for those of you who missed that, by the way.
Yes.
But yes, YouTube's back up now. It's just like one of the stupid like takedown notices which were automated. So luckily it didn't happen mid-series or something.
Still not quite sure what triggers them.
I think it's full screen adverts might also be a problem too. So if there's nothing on screen to block some adverts, I think that the visuals get it done as well. So I think that if we have it like this, there's nothing on the screen. It can get it taken down there too.
Interesting.
I think that's something which I've noticed, yeah. Yeah, okay, let me go. Whatever. I'm here now, I guess. Okay, well, that is what it is. Corporate employee, thanks to the follow, by the way.
And I said that when I said welcome to the firm.
Yeah, YouTube really strict. I don't actually necessarily think it's YouTube being strict. I think it's YouTube putting AI automated checks in for stuff and making big mistakes.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. I think it's literally YouTube relying more on AI stuff, which means they make a lot more errors because they really want to force this technology into everything they can, and it's just being wrong.
Yep.
Now the thing is, effectively, what was I gonna say? I actually lost my train of thought, but yeah, I think that basically people are trying to funnel this technology to everywhere they can. Clearly, it's not working. It just doesn't. Yeah, it does so many automated takedowns. We've had some where we've had like several takedowns a day. Yeah.
First time that's happened in a while, actually, which is a bit frustrating.
Yeah. We have audio on.
I put the
Spotify
on.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that was that then. Yeah.
I
don't get it. Anyway, onto the stage we go.
Indeed, we do. Again. Let's hear it out. Fly through. I have quite enjoyed our sort of medieval script for this.
The font, yeah. It's quite rustic.
I'll tell you what, here's a movie I really want to watch. I've never watched Knight's Tale.
Yeah, yeah, that's the Heath Ledger one.
It is indeed, with the rock soundtrack. They're basically making a sport movie about jousting, which I just think is genius.
Not even just jousting, it's like dueling as well.
Yeah, it is, but it's basically like it's basically Knight the sports movie. Yeah.
Oh my god!
Appreciate that. Okay.
Also, arguably the best use ever of "We Will Rock You" in a movie.
Up there. Okay, so OMG EDG coming in from Group Perseverance, narrowly missed out on top 2 in that group to get the upper bracket effectively. OMG coming in from Group Nirvana. So EDG, I think, coming in heavy favorites. I think that EDG are on par with NIP and Team WE, and they showed that they were actually better than Ascend team, or like at least competing very closely with Ascend teams. Whereas OMG, lucky to get out of bottom 2 in the entire league. So I think OMG, heavy underdogs here. EDG probably looking to sweep this series.
Yeah, I think that is probably my read as well. We saw that their key matchup from the official broadcast was going to be Starry versus Leave, and I can understand why, because Leave has been so key to EDG. And on the other side, Starry has tried his best, been quite good on things like the Ashe, but I just think there is going to be a discrepancy in most places. But Leave in general is one of our best ED carries, not on a top team, and we'll see what he can do today against OMG to help try and deliver EDG towards playoffs, at least one step further.
You know, we talked a lot about 1xN last series. I think that Leave is the other AD carry that came up around a similar time. We thought, okay, this guy can really do something. He's been a bit more inconsistent, I think, Leave. I think Leave, when he's off form, can really be a problem. However, his creative playmaking from ahead and his team fighting late game has been absurdly good. And I think OMG, when I look at them, they also have themselves a pretty talented AD carry. I think that Starry as an AD carry is very good for OMG. I don't think he's had the upper ceiling of these other players, though, that we're talking about in that same bracket. And, of course, he is the strongest point of that roster. Rayo coming in to replace the outgoing Juhan has been a big change for this team, though. It looks like they actually have someone that's coordinating the attacks, been better on the front foot, and it means that this team is actually functional in a way that it wasn't before, where it was just Starry just trying to pop off in his own way, where he had to get huge leads. Now, actually, it feels like... So Juhan's been benched. Juhan's been benched, and Rayo, who played in Demacia Cup, is now starting on the roster full-time.
Indeed, he is. We'll see what he can do here, and I think he has actually largely played to the level that was required to get OMG here, because it looked like it was going to wash out of Group Nirvana. It was going to be a done deal, right? And that hasn't, in the end, been the case. They managed to squeeze their way in to Knight's rivals, Knight's Road, whatever your particular translation is, depending on source, basically, and has done what was required to get them here. The question is whether they've got any capacity to go further, and at least for myself, and I think Alex as well, as we just been chatting about, we think realistically EDG should just dismantle this. But hey, stranger things have happened. We see whether OMG's rise to prominence here.
Unfortunately, for 5 seasons. Yeah, really just, did it need more than one? Really? How many times do you need a season of just, fly into a wall? How much do you do to that, Sam? The 80s nostalgia wore off pretty quickly, Sam.
Forgot what the movie, the TV
Sam, they
was.
said, wow, we played Baldur's Gate 3 and it made us think about our game and how we should make it more like D&D. You just didn't realize that people should work together as a team to work the enemy. Great job, writers. You did great. That's.
I mean, there is. I think the other thing is, I feel like a lot of TV and movie guys have not really done a lot of good thinking about.
No, that's it. Not done a lot of good thinking.
True. Hello, vid student. Good to have you in here. But I specifically what I was saying was more in terms of the like actually using magic in an interesting way.
You've lost your train of thought. If you consider about working in TV or movies.
Basically using magic in interesting ways. Like actually everything turns into colored light or shove away, and actually, where's your creativity?
Yeah. You did get that. Yeah, the roast for Montes. You did ask for one earlier, and of course, Montes is of course our Stranger Things. We're gonna say season 4 or season 5. Neither one's particularly good. It's choosing between a brand of, outdated nostalgia and.
Neither a fan of Moam.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you can still support him after that Worlds, that actually does say a lot to your character, but also it says a lot towards your choices.
And again, Kiwi, appreciate you coming on in. Welcome on, and thank you for showing us what a prime looks like. I'd never seen one before. Anyone else want to give me more examples?
Oh, that was from Human on Onivia's chat. Well, thank you there. Appreciate you. Hey, Galfy as well. So yes, we're done with our first series. We're on to our second one now, and realistically, OMG we'll have to pray on EDG's older flaws showing up. They seem to be better in the second half of the regular season. EDG did have problems around late game. They did have issues around playing around objectives, and we did occasionally see players like Angel be well off form.
Yeah.
If those things don't happen, I don't think this is a competitive series. I think that EDG, if they play the way that they did towards the back end of things, should be fantastic. You know, they beat WE pretty cleanly 2-0 in the second round robin, and they beat NIP 2-1 in the second round robin too, I believe as well. It was a 3-game series. I don't think I was there to cast that. I think it was you that was there casting that one. So you have to remind me on some of the specifics of that situation as well. By the way, while we're waiting for the series as well, if you'd like to support us in any other way, hey Scubs, how's it going? I like how you introduce yourself like that every time in chat. If you'd like to support us, think about dropping a like or follow. If you do have a Prime drop or a subscription, we'd obviously very much appreciate that too. Because again, we do this every day, and it's a lot of hours, and we do it for free. However, if you do have any way to support us, it does make a lot of difference. You can support us for free by watching, liking, subscribing, stuff like, well, subscribing with Prime is definitely free. You can also download and try out Opera GX as a gaming browser, which has a bunch of different customization. I'll put a link in chat for that.
Yes. I didn't run ads in the break, I'm sorry.
Oh, we need to do that like now. We actually do need to do that now. I'm going to run them now before we get into draft, so it'll just be how it is.
Yeah, I just realized, because basically I'm so used to doing it off here, and I don't because it's not on here anymore. I've kind of blanked on it being over there.
Yeah, all good.
There we go. Thank you, everyone, for coming and helping out on that one. We will get as many ads in as we can, because we want your money. Oh, dear. I'm choking on my own aspirations, director. We'll allow that. Hang on, I will allow that. There we go. Let me hit. Also, Scubs, not gonna lie, with the way you introduce yourself, I'm really tempted just to start quoting Austin Powers at you, like, yeah, baby,
groovy,
baby, yeah.
Okay, let me go close the door.
I too like to live dangerously. Nearly. Leave has always had that kind of face, though. I'm not gonna lie. I think part of it is just his natural build being what it is. Clear love behind. Obviously, on EDG was a talismanic player for them once upon a time. One of the real greats in the world. When Graves became a jungler, he was spamming that all the time as well. As Sejuani in the Graves, what I remember him for all those years ago. Has struggled to convert into being a consistent coach. Been dropped a number of times from teams. Had teams that have really not succeeded in the way you would expect from a player of that caliber and the experience in leading within a team environment. Has never really managed to. It is quite. That is a serious amount of like bounce in that chair. Boing. What are you doing? Is it lightsabering?
I don't know, I was just putting them away.
Ah.
Yeah, when we were talking about Star Wars earlier, I was like, oh yeah, these are things I have. So,
one day I will own a Darth Maul saber.
They cost a pretty penny, but they are very cool.
It's a genuine dream.
What's your beef with Polio? Polio is just bad.
That's my beef is that he is not good.
Polio, I mean, it was quite funny how, like, effectively, I was on Power Spike yesterday, and Degon was like, he was surprised that Polio basically had a job after his year last year, really. And he's not looked good. He's not looked good on KT either. Not that Ghost has looked fantastic either, really. Yeah.
The irony of you saying that, Scubs, talking about saying you feel like a lot of women might find Leave attractive, is one of the things that Uzi said when Leave was coming in to replace him in EDG when he first came up, and he basically said, Leave, listen to my words. Do not talk to women for 3 years. Only talk to your sister and your wife. 3 years, and then you can go find yourself a girlfriend.
Sister and mother, I think.
Sister and mother. He
said sister and wife.
Sorry, sister and mother. Yeah, then 3 years, and then you can find yourself a girlfriend. But you've got to lock in for the first 3 years. You can't afford distractions. And allegedly, that didn't happen.
I literally can't tell the difference between you and Procasters. So, funny enough, we are the only siblings to have ever cast Tier 1 League of Legends. We've been on... So, I've been on the LPL official broadcast. We've both been on the LEC broadcast.
Yeah.
I've cast 3 LPL finals. I've cast 3 EMEA Masters finals. Sam's cast 2, I believe.
Yeah.
We've both cast in NLC for a number of years. We've cast LEC playoffs a number of times. I never did any LEC finals. They never gave me that one, which is just how it is. But yeah, we live in Berlin, Scubs. We live in Berlin, but because we moved out here for the LEC and NLC, so we moved out here for work back in 2022. We've lived out here for a number of years now. But yeah, so we are the only siblings to have ever cast Tier 1 League of Legends. So we're somewhat unique in that regard. And we're also, I also think I've cast more League of Legends than anyone else in the world for the last 3 years.
It's been a lot of League.
Because ever since I started in LPL, and then also went on to do co-streaming the games which weren't broadcast, and then LEC last year as well, I've cast thousands of games. I don't think anyone's... I mean, yeah, I don't think that... yeah, I think I've cast more League of Legends.
Might have done something similar. I mean, we don't have anyone who co-stream at the same time anymore, really.
Will you be an LEC again? If LEC want me, I'm here. I mean, I'd like to, but I think I've not had any communications since like November. I don't think I left on bad terms or anything. I mean, I'd like to work there again, but yeah, didn't get the contract for this year. I think it's Leaf. Yes, similar cheekbones to me. Yeah, the cheekbone gaming.
In fairness, your cheekbones are quite impressive.
Yeah. It's like, you know, cut an apple on it. There is actually a trend right now in terms of like, can you cut this apple? Sure. On the jawline.
Yeah. So we're doing all right on that front.
Yeah.
That's all right. I need to neaten the beard up.
Yeah, no. But yeah, no, I mean, look, if LEC one is with there, folks, that's basically been the way it's been since 2022. It's like, we moved out here for them. We're around. It you know, it pays, and we like doing it. It's very cool to cast in a studio environment. Look, casting from home, it does have its benefits, because I can just roll out of bed, and I can kind of like, not brain off, but it's very easy for me to slip into casting mode when I'm here. However, casting from a studio environment, you've got people to take care of you, and you've got a much better mic setup, and you actually have a crowd there as well. It's a much better experience, of course it is, yeah. Rollout in the UD, I would be quite... I don't know if they'd let me get away with that, but we could do a cozy... Oh, that would have been quite funny, actually. That would have been funny. Yeah. Traveling the League of Legends lands. I mean, I did fly out to China once in 2023 for that. Yeah, the only time... Oh, no, I have flown to Dublin for work as well. But
I've done Paris, was the big one from Air Masters.
I think we're going to draft, though, so we can... Sam, we can finally stop yapping.
Yeah, that's a lie. We're going to keep yapping, but about different things.
Yeah, we are. So basically, folks, OMG coming in from Group Nirvana. They were lucky to make it in over LGD, who for most of this split, I thought were going to be quite cleanly in as top 2 from Group Nirvana. EDG just about made it, didn't make it into top 2 of Group Perseverance. They made it into, well, they were put into 3rd because of one game lost to TT. One game lost where TT had like the mega wombo combo, and they lost to that. The only game which TT won in Group Perseverance. Angel gets his ear, Haichao immediately in with LeBlanc.
Very aggressive early duo there, but again, Haichao has been the talisman for this team in general. He's one of those streaky mid-table mid laners, and he kind of sank towards lower end realistically over the last year or so. But we know what the highs of this player can be. It's just not been very regular of late. But a LeBlanc Shinzao is certainly a statement to make in Game 1.
Pantheon potential for Xiao Hao, of course, pretty nasty versus LeBlanc, point and click. Even if you dash away from the stun, it will still stun you. The only way you stop a Pantheon stun is by actually stopping the motions. You have to displace him, which LeBlanc doesn't have. So Pantheon, pretty good against the LeBlanc at kind of keeping her accountable. She can't jump into the enemy team nearly as effectively. It has a slight losing matchup versus Shinzao. There are some cases where the Pantheon can jump onto the Shinzao and win out that trade instead. Renekton shows that EDG really want to play through strong early lanes.
Oh, yes, they do. And again, the Azir matchup just the other day actually did quite successfully so in the lane. Just the issue was there was a Draven that got 2,500 gold from one side dive.
Are we back to Cassante Gaming? I think we're back to Cassante Gaming.
Are.
Now, I think another, other players might just lock the Gnar and say, screw it, we're going skill matchup. Cassante is... The problem I have here... Cassante needs to be frontlining to buy space for someone valuable to do damage. LeBlanc is not that champion. LeBlanc actually wants a high damage top lane so you can roam towards them and snowball them, but LeBlanc is also not going to give the DPS for Cassante to provide a frontline for. LeBlanc doesn't really need a frontline. And also, like Cassante, if you're buying time for carries to do something, LeBlanc's not the person who's really going to pay that off.
I will say that Cassante does have a lot of ability to scrap in skirmishes with the all-outs. There is some sort of ability in this kind of 2v2, 3v3 to kind of go all out and just get really stuck in the mix. But I know what you mean. It's not really like a Gwen or... I think about like a Renekton, I suppose, would have been a better choice, yeah. Or a Rumble, I suppose. You know, those champions that are much more about the damage rather than Cassante, that does have it, but in particular windows and in particular scenarios. And that's not always the guarantee. We are into second phase of bans, so worth noting where those bans are going. And largely they are bot lane focused in some capacity. Support focused by EDG, getting rid of the Braum, which is a Moam special. And the Aphelios away from Leave to kind of deny something like a Thresh Valios that would have made life a little bit tricky. Poppy away as well.
Yeah, Yunara Varus are gone, so two of our big kind of lane dominant champions are out. I suppose we could actually be looking with a lot of the lane dominant champions gone at a Kai'Sa. I think this is the kind of game where a Kai'Sa can really scrap. Works well with the Renekton. We could also be looking at Sivir for either team.
I'm just putting this out there. Nico's gotten through, as has Malphite.
That's very true. I had completely forgotten about that. Yeah, Nico and Malphite both available. Of course, the Malphite not going to be picked up now because jungle and top lane are through. But Nico's the easy lock-in. That now opens up either Sivir or Kai'Sa for Starry last, which is very powerful. Leave and Palkia, what do they think of? Do they take Kai'Sa Nautilus now?
Corki Nami.
Corki could also work.
If you want to do the Corki, if you do Corki Nami, you could miss Fortune here as well for a bit more AoE. I would also contend you could look at a Sivir if you want that scaling option.
Talked about that, yeah.
You know, you mentioned the Kai'Sa. Leave is currently undefeated this year on the Kai'Sa 3-0 as of this split. So instead going to go towards the MF.
It's not the best MF angle. You need a heavy engaged support now. Now, that means that you're going to be playing melee support into double range. You could go Bard, but it's not the best MF. Nautilus is okay. Yeah, that's fine, I suppose. But it's not great if they lock in something like the Sivir on the other side. You know, the MF has a slight winning matchup into the Sivir, but not the best.
Palkia loves a realm.
Had a lot of Pokemon jokes just before this, right? But Palkia is actually named after Palkia the Pokemon. It's just for licensing reasons. It's Parukia instead. And it's the Jhin for Starry, so trying to compete more in the laning phase.
It will do. Now, basically, I'm looking at OMG's comp, and if this LeBlanc and Xin Zhao don't get rolling, I think there is a real world where OMG are going to hit 2 items and go, where damage? Because the burst is pretty good with this comp, especially early on, 0 to 1 items, level 6, great. But I think if you get to the point where you're just 5v5 team fighting at 2 items apiece, EDG just have a much simpler time doing damage.
I think OMG are very lucky that there's no real hyper tank on the other side, because look, Cassante is meant to be frontlining for someone to do damage, Sam. Like, these are not what you would call high damage AD carry mid laners. Now, they're good against squishies, and luckily EDG has a fair amount of them. But OMG, if they do fall behind, they are not going to dent like a Rene.
I've got a message.
What's the message, Sam?
It's from Showmaker,
right?
And it's a copy pasta, Alex.
Oh dear God!
About Cassante.
Oh, wonderful.
You know, there's something about cubing on a 0.5 second cooldown can knock you airborne. Has Omni vamp. So what is this about?
I'm not gonna lie, Sam. I just don't have the brain power to spare on this right now. I'm already at my wits. I'm already at my wits end, and it's not the one with midget magic resist. On to the for our second series of the day. Take it away, child. I'm joined by.
No yodels allowed.
What? Why am I joined by a seagull? What is wrong with you? Sam, get yourself, pull yourself together, man. I don't get why that was funny. Out of everything I said, I thought that was pretty tame.
I don't know. It just made me giggle.
The real way to feel funny, folks, is not actually to say something funny. It's just to have someone who laughs like that at your joke. That's the everything else completely decorative.
All right, back. All right.
Oh God. It's made me laugh now. Okay, so we're expecting a fairly tight contest between these lanes, actually. You know, Cassandra Rex and Renekton can go, well, typically it's towards the Renekton and the push, but you're expecting that to go fairly even. Oh, bloody hell.
Wow.
Yeah, so we've been telling you OMG have an uphill battle. We've talked about the routes to success for OMG, which largely rely on playing like the second half of that split, but it is such an uphill battle.
Yes, it is. And again, look, the early pick potential and skirmish power from OMG Comp is very, very good. But again, they have all in on this. Was a Shinzao LeBlanc first rotation from this team. They wanted that blue 1-2. It's a bit weird saying B1, B2, because again, some of our terminology is getting a bit messed around now with the fact that we are decoupling first pick from side to... That's been a whole thing. Still.
Rayo's been really important to OMG.
Yeah.
This guy came in for ex-world champion Juhan from DRX. He was the guy with the Maokai skin from that skin line. And Juhan kind of sucked, not gonna lie. Rayo's come in as a player who came in towards Demacia Cup, and he has been aggressive. He's been tip of the spear, and Shinzao's been one of those champions, topically, I suppose, with that in mind. And he has kind of revolutionized OMG, and that's really the guy which made OMG escape bottom 2 in the league, and he's going for an invade here.
He does indeed. He's got the support, but actually Palkia moved over despite the waves being under the turret. Flash away the deadly first, just wide on catching that Pantheon.
The blue buff has reset. Rayo, well, they do have some cooldowns left. I think they'll just get that camp for free.
Yeah.
Bot lane getting the early shove, Rayo early invade. That's a good start for OMG.
And again, they need to with a comp like this. We've talked about the timer and the windows of power. They've got a very potent window of power early on. Lots of pick, lots of burst, lots of skirmishing power. But the moment it gets a bit later, we both said we worry about the potential DPS checks later on.
See the Angel doing well in this early lane, mid lane. LeBlanc needs to lane bully, not quite managing to do so. And also worth noting that Angel is one of our better Azir players within the LPL. He's a guy which has kind of been locked away from Group Ascend and playing in top matchups for a little while now, sadly. He's had 1 or 2 series. You know, he had the JDG series, which went to 5 games last year. They very nearly knocked out JDG from upper bracket of summer playoffs last year. Fell down at that, and then, of course, ran into... I'm trying to remember who they lost to in lower bracket, actually. But maybe that was JDG. Oh, sorry, my memory's getting a little bit fuzzy on that. But they did have a 5-game series versus JDG. That one I can tell you for free. And Angel... It means that despite him being someone that we actually think is a good mid laner within LPL, hasn't really been able to consistently have those matchups to retain that reputation, though, amongst the LPL fan base.
Alex, I think I need you to work with me on a song here briefly.
Oh, God, go on.
It's specifically Robbie Williams' Angels. So, and through the lane, he there's something about jungle attention. He deals with jungle. He get jungle attention. Basically.
Okay, Sam, I'm gonna need a little bit of time to figure this out. Look, Sam, if I get an inspiration, I'll let you know. Rayo's invading again here, importantly.
He is indeed all over these Raptor camps right now. Gonna get another one here. Again, he is working out relatively well so far.
It's been really good from him. You know, using the pushing bot lane. Haichao does get that push in mid lane, importantly, for that Raptor respawn. That means he's, what, 2 camps ahead? Did he get double scuttle as well? That's a huge advantage. Because Xiaohao's a player I have a lot of respect for. I think Xiaohao, you know, when he came up into the league on Anyone's Legend before, of course, they became a notable team. Anyone's Legend were like perennial kind of bottom tier team. Xiaohao was incredibly strong for that team despite their limited results. And him and ZDZ have stuck together throughout all of it, really. ZDZ, a player which has kind of come as a package deal almost with Xiaohao. They went to Weibo for one split in early 2024. Didn't really work out for them. I don't think they were the problem, but they were replaced by, you know, like Breathe and Tarzan, who are quite hard to really understate the value which they can have. On jumping in towards bot lane. Didn't get that stun.
Xiaohao is here. Won't be able to get anything there, though, nonetheless. So Flash and Heal traded there. Palkia also down his Flash. I think that might have been from earlier on in the lane. Or was it
I thought he just used that.
Maybe. I wasn't sure whether we used it in the invade. Honestly, I can't remember.
Again, after 9 games yesterday and the full series, well, not full series, but 3 games earlier, I'm starting to lose some of those details. But yeah, Palkia didn't land the stun on Nico, interestingly. They landed on the clone instead. Meant that gank kind of fell apart. EDG needs some kind of pressure valve. They need some way to get out onto the map, stop Rayo just kind of... oh, Sam, it might actually be an anime reference. It might be just ReZero, by the way.
Might well be.
In fact, wait, who is Rem?
Rem was... that's true. I did love him. I much preferred Amelia.
Oh. Okay, well, yeah, sure. Well, it's not really competing against one.
No, that's true.
Yeah, People talk about Ram. Don't know who that is. Crazy.
Yeah, it's true.
But yeah, ReZero doing well in this early game so far. No love for that in chat. That was funny.
I thought that was
a good reference.
I should have laughed again, Alex. Is what I should have done. I would have let people.
Now, for those
know.
who don't know, it's an anime where first of all Ram gets forgotten because of some giant whale cryptid thing, and then I forgot what happened after that because hang on, root doesn't land that.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, fancy feet dodges all of them. Good stuff with the strut.
And again, one of the things about Misfortune is again you do get that additional movement speed, assuming you've not been hit in a while.
Yeah, and if you activate that W, of course, it reactivates itself effectively for a little while, and that's where you get the attack speed from. So for a while, we saw Blade of the Ruin King. Misfortune was very good with that on-hit, kind of getting the attack speed as well.
Thank you for the follow, Nymaera.
That better be because you enjoyed the anime reference.
I hope
it better been, but welcome in anyway. ReZero there again. Yeah, interesting show that. I think it came from light novels, didn't it? I think it came from that.
I think a lot of them do, really.
Yeah, for better or for worse. A lot of the time they adapt it and miss a lot of things out. So one of my favorite anime of all time is Certain Magical Index, where they just missed like a ton out from the Alchemist arc, and then season 3 was just an absolute dumpster fire. Sadly, it really annoyed me because it took like I don't know, like 8 years to get out.
Hey. Very disappointing.
Yeah. So Reo is really trying to stay ahead of the curve. No surprise, he's trying to stay ahead of the curve. He's a full level ahead of Xiaohao. And there's a comment in chat from Galfi saying that OMG should be forcing dragons. And while I agree with that in sentiment, I think actually the most important thing for them is to keep ahead in gold and pressure. They want to just make sure that they continue pushing up, putting wards into the enemy jungle, because what you really need to do is make sure that Xiaohao cannot break the lock on this game with his ultimate. If he gets an ult onto Flash's Moham here, that could be a big problem. In fact, he's coming in right now.
Grand start for bullet time. Moham is turned into a Mawam. He is a snack for the bot lane.
That's what they were trying to prevent. That's what they were trying to prevent. Reo was invading, trying to find him out, and bot lane didn't quite get the memo. He didn't go for the invade either. Reo didn't quite keep the pressure up hard enough to stop that Pantheon coming in. And that's suddenly Xiaohao on the board.
And observers put a little camera over there on the control board over the blue buff from EDG that spotted Reo going in for the invade, which gave Xiaohao the license to come on in. Will now get invaded. Smite fight won by the side of Reo, but the problem is Xiaohao's got the red buff and Palkia is coming. This could be way too deep. We're going to see a Crescent Guard at least here, I think. Veil Flash, Magnet Storm. Where is that Crescent Guard? Finally in. Xiao needs to come on in. The Empress Divide is not fantastic. Flash on forwards with the shield vault and they bring down Reo. Buff delivered to the Pantheon.
That is a huge series of mistakes from OMG. The early game was going so well, but now we see what their plan was. It was effectively keep the Pantheon penned into his own jungle, make sure he's behind in farm, behind in levels, and not able to ult onto the map. They very nearly got away with it, but this is the problem with that kind of full court press style and trying to be up in the jungle battle warding, really in the way that Peanut revolutionized that in Season 5 and Season 6. If you miss it once, suddenly the ult comes out of Fog of War, out from an area of the map, and someone dies. So now suddenly, Xiaohao has 2 kills. Reo's not going to just have domination in the matchup. Good son!
Gets the kill! That's important. Haichao didn't get trapped under the turret either. And will be just about able to get that kill off nicely. Managed to even flash.
Xiaovi gets himself onto the board. What happened there on the bot side? Did you just dodge all of them again? Wow, that's 2 times he's done that. Starry's getting just outstepped by Leave, really. Yeah. Underground bar. I can't remember.
Yeah, I just know that's the only line I remember.
It's honestly a really good aura farming song.
It is a really good aura farming song.
It's pretty cool. Yeah. Okay, let's take stock of the game again. Even gold, XP lead in the jungle still to Reo. That's the big lead there. Mid lane, well, what we're saying, Angel, one of these mid laners we actually think is very good. However, not really had the kind of consistent presence against top tier top laners because he's just not been in Group Ascend, right? You good, Sam?
I'm still thinking on the song.
I just thought you were just like smacking your lips and I'm like, okay, weird thing to be doing on cast. That makes a lot more sense.
No, I think I'm nearly there, Al.
With what?
There is an extra line that's kind of required. I could just skip it. I don't think it works quite so well.
For what?
For Angel.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about Big Stepper still.
No.
That's why I was like, oh.
I'm still working on my EDG Angel song.
Okay, that's wonderful. Haichao looking for the QE under turret. Doesn't quite get that. Angel's in kill range now. He's in kill range. There's a flash from Haichao. He can kill here, folks. He has that flash up. Angel needs to reset on this wave. Just about survives to do so. Angel getting bullied out hard. 700 gold down because of the plate and the kill and the farm.
Yep, that is a big deal. And again, Angel made that move over to help in the jungle, but he didn't have that Empress Divine despite having the support of the turret. Haichao finding that angle was a big deal. And again, OMG do need the early advantage. The fact they're behind gold is still problematic. And Xiaohao has made his way bot.
Rayo's on vision. The clone will spot out Xiaohao. Good use of that from Moham. Xiaohao does have ult to go up here somewhere on the map. Now, if Haichao over pushes in mid lane, there is actually a chance that Xiaohao can jump in there, potentially force a flash and even a kill if he mispositions badly enough. Jumping force, like right here, you use the double W. There's actually a chance that Xiaohao just immediately presses R on mid lane as those cooldowns go down. Not to be hit. And that'll just be the wave being pushed in.
Haichao rather. When I said Xiaohao, he's on the other side of the screen.
I actually think that Xiaohao should just be sending ult mid. I think that you have to blow the flash from Haichao. When he uses that W, just jump in onto the return pad, and he should die, especially with the Mimic down. I think that's something he should be keeping his head on the swivel for, because you need to get a little bit of breathing room for Angel. You don't want to just have this LeBlanc being lane bully. We said in the early stage the lane wasn't really achieving as much as we wanted to see from it.
Has now.
And now it has, yeah.
See where it goes from there. Angel throws down a soldier or two. There's Mimic 1. There's Mimic 2. Gets the chains and backs out.
Zia just kind of using the E for the extra shield there, but it doesn't look like you're not taking the damage still. First item is in for Angel, but the Ludens is really good in this kind of combo. Leave does have bullet time throughout here.
Yeah, this could get a bit dicey there. Side step on that bullet time is not fantastic. And here we go. Can he dodge this time? This time we get a hit. 2, 3. Fourth shot won't kill, but we'll leave him low.
I mean, very low. Has flash no barriers. Actually a chance of Starry looking for a W. Or a flash auto. Rose in topside, spotted out by Water Overlord, which didn't actually make it into the brush, by the way. Oops, but still auto attack is seen anyway. Yeah, Leave, bad angle on the bullet time there. I mean, yes, you can call it a sidestep. I'd call that one a miss, Sam. Very hard to miss a giant cone like that, but Leave finds a way.
Misses the angle up there, I guess that's what it is. Could be an Angel. With the angle.
Oh, yeah, they got an Angel on the team. No one said anything about an angle.
I know.
Yeah.
That could be your angle or your devil.
A devil who? You have a for those of you in chat, you know, you want a cheap bit of entertainment for free. This is like early 2000s internet culture. You got to search your name, whatever your first name is, plus the Hedgehog.
Oh, true.
And then like see what like very
really awful,
very edgy early 2000s Sonic the Hedgehog OCs you can find. It's truly an experience.
Because they're all basically Shadow, but even darker.
Yeah, Alex the Hedgehog's family was killed by Snackmen People, which is meant to be Snake Men People, but it's just badly misspelled. I remember that one. And then there's Darksteel the Hedgehog, which is just wonderful.
Oh, dear. Yeah. Darksteel, really?
Yeah. That's like some 40k stuff there.
Darksteel.
Yeah, Haichao's on the roam. Angel went towards that top side. They're trying to get him out of the LeBlanc matchup. Problem is, Haichao's just going to match him, and that's the problem. Now, everyone's side quests has been done. The role quest leaves back in towards mid lane. 1,000 gold lead for the Misfortune. This game can be taken over by a good enough LeBlanc. Haichao, on his debut year, was that kind of player. Ever since then, less so. Haichao in a position now, though, with significant gold up against a full squishy team to do some real damage.
I think I've got the first part of the chorus out.
Yeah, and through it.
And through the lane, he gets jungle attention. Lane leads gold retention.
Okay, that's pretty
whether
good.
He's ganked or not.
Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, you know what, Sam? I didn't believe. Now somewhat do. Black Cleaver in for ZDZ means he does actually win these 1v1s pretty well, even against the Thornmail.
Yeah,
Harry,
well.
Down 20 CS or
so.
Well, I think you can. There is an all-out. I mean, I think he has his W up still. Anyway, and he'll use that there. So he's going to be out safe. Problem is, he's losing a wave to tap, and he's losing place. Angel, though, on the other side, not exactly having a happy time. More gold towards Haichao. He is going to get fed here.
Mid lane, Starry is getting hit a little bit here. Does need to be a bit careful. Backs wisely towards the top side of the map. Overcomes Angel, forces the flash out of Moam. Nice little look in from the mid laner of EDG.
I think Angel realized I can't stay top lane anyway. Let's look for a play. Now he has got the flash, but no immediate gold. Wave will be frozen topside and he'll collect that at the inner turret. Haichao does now, though, get to 1,500 gold ahead. Yeah, you can hire us for your musical
That's
styling,
true,
folks,
yeah.
you know. You saw those LEC rap battles and stuff, you know.
It's true.
We got that in spades, folks.
We needed Ender around as well. We could have a full 5-piece.
Yeah. I miss Ender. Ender's great. Christie's awesome.
Christie's great.
Yeah.
Lovely guy.
You have a guitar in the background there.
It's true.
Yeah.
Maybe the game gets really slow.
Yeah. Tell you what I miss. I miss, and I've talked about this a couple of times in the stream. I do miss when Monty would do Disney parody lyrics, and then it was TV Sky and would end up performing them on YouTube. Those were the good old days, folks. It's like you've never had a jungler like me. From Genie from Genie from Aladdin. That was sick.
Which jungler was it about?
I think that was Score.
Score would make sense.
Yeah, it was about Score. Yeah.
Score was superb.
He was so good.
The immortal Score when he was an AD carry. What was his nickname as a jungler? Did he just have one?
The Immortal Score. It was the Immortal Score. That was the guy. He just retained that nickname.
He just retained it, yeah.
Yeah, I think he just named it. Yep. Hi, Chow, jumping on. Oh, he's even dunking on ZDZ now, who's got the steel caps, doesn't have any magic resist, whereas jumping onto him, but doesn't land when comes lightning.
Back step, audacious charge does go in, but again,
he's not as swift as a coursing river.
He's not. Be a crocodile.
You know, one thing which I found quite interesting is like all of the terms in that song, like rivers and moons and blah blah. They're actually all very feminine things in Chinese mythos. It's like be as swift as a coursing river. It's like you realize you're talking about like a whole, you know, like Milan in disguise as a man.
That's very yang coded, isn't it? Yeah, it's not very yin of you.
It's like all of these things. Like you realize this is all like very feminine in like Chinese literature. Anyway, just this very nice thing which
nice little nod, yeah.
Thought about the other day. Well, like I saw a post about it the other day. I was like, oh yeah, that is I should check out. But you know, like 5-year-old me watching it and on VHS or whatever probably didn't think about that much.
Dragon number 2 is currently going down by the by. Just letting you guys know.
Yin is feminine, by the way.
Oh, is it that way around? I'm sorry, guys. I don't run around. Apologies.
Sam, how can you make that mistake on our LPL stream?
So true.
Right in front of our Chinese League of Legends.
Right in front of our Chinese League of Legends.
The game's slowed down in terms of actual...
eyes, but could not see Mount Tai.
We're riffing quite a lot here. The game's slowed down in terms of actual kills. 3 kills in 18 minutes. Bit slow as it comes to it. EDG slim gold lead. I will say the gold lead from Hydra isn't expanding over Angel anymore. So Angel, well, he's hoping really to get up to 2 items safely before any big fight happens. However, this is the kind of game state which is actually quite dangerous for EDG because while you do have the Pantheon ultimate to go into side lanes, I do feel as though the LeBlanc can just randomly kill someone and the game starts to fall apart from that. So Haichao, onus is on him to get either a lot of pressure, you know, push out a side lane, get vision control, or something like that, and then also just look for those miracle Fog of War picks. If you do that, that's a big problem for EDG, particularly because they've already got 2 dragons against them on a Hex Rift.
Yeah, and there goes another turret in mid lane. EDG now 2,000 gold up, and again, this is a game where we asked OMG to snowball. There were some good early moments, and then it's completely stalled out.
Dragon number 2 is now is going down. Does that mean it's YouTube? Is that a joke about our YouTube going down?
Wow.
Okay. Well, have you know, it's completely fine for now. Okay, so Crystallize and here means the single auto will take this down. Tower for OMG. They're actually doing pretty well here. They are down 2k. Yes, they are. But they do even up that mid lane turret, which is taken from Leave. Leave is strong. He is very strong. And he can definitely do a lot of damage himself. You know, Misfortune not always great into the Cassandra. Great into everyone else on the enemy team, though. Shinzo has to pop that ult very quickly if that ult starts flying his way.
Got the next line, Al.
Yeah.
And though the turrets fall, said down the waterfall. Genius. I just need another. I need a couple more lines and we're there.
I'm not gonna lie, Sam. I don't actually know Robbie Williams' Angels that well.
That
it is a good song.
Very obvious.
It is good. No, that one's pretty good.
It's just a famously bad song at karaoke because people tried to sing it and realized they can't hit the note.
I think you'll find that any song can be a bad song at karaoke.
Sweet.
No. Oh, I heard that song is just. Oh, that one is Sam. Yeah,
so good.
Sam, I went to uni in the north, so I heard way too much of that. Actually, that's probably nothing wrong. But anyway, I heard too much of that, Sam. It was could have done without that one. Everyone's chill until I bust out the Linkin Park at karaoke, Sam. Everyone's chill. Okay, potential play on the side link can stop the recall. They choose not to, actually. Raya might have been able to get there in time. OMG doing a good job of getting into enemy jungle, putting down wards. I mean, reminder folks that OMG were like looking like perhaps the worst team in the LPL for grand majority of the split. They really have managed to bring themselves a new gift of breath of life, really, by bringing in this jungler Rayo. They've had good vision control. And one thing which is really impressing me is the fact that Xiaohao has not managed to get a second ult off this game, really. He's not found angles for it. He's holding it instead, saying, well, it's just not worth me casting. It's better me having it off cooldown and threatening it. OMG have not really had to worry about the Pantheon ult because they've done well to kind of dissuade it. I heard the Robbie Williams biopic was good.
It was quite clever,
Yeah.
allegedly, because he did it because there was a line.
And apparently people like wrote it off, and then they saw like a couple of clips and thought, damn, that's good. Leave getting jumped on, first kills of the game.
That could be a big one. Needs to try and run away, and I don't think he'll be able to. That's a nice pick in mid.
Okay, first kills of the game for a while is what I meant to say, but pick off in mid, good, use the cleanser. Just what the hell happened there? Just walks up and gets demolished by Rayo and Starry. And God, is this actually going to be Baron?
God,
oh,
no way.
leave. I think he just slept walk his seat. He was the guy with the lead as well. They don't have a bullet time. This is just going to be Baron. We saw this a lot earlier, right, with LNG getting ahead of the game and not able to do much after getting picked off. I think does Xiaohao have to ult into the pit?
He
What
may
happens?
have to. Can you afford not to try and make this a contest?
It's a bit of a slow take. You do have the
boy.
Jhin and LeBlanc. This is a slow take. Xiaohao might look for the flash in.
Yeah, this could get really dicey. ZDZ with the ult, they're going to try and turn around. It's a decent Empress Divide to deny the Pop Blossom somewhat. Rayo to backline. They are trying to turn off this Baron. It's not gone very well from OMG. Oh dear. I think he might have been better sticking on as the health bars are looking pretty dicey. And again, the damage isn't that great. Here he goes all out, but I don't think there's really all that much all to out.
ZDZ just jumped into 4 people and came out the better from it. Just destroyed them on the mid-game Renekton. He's actually misjudgment, a rare one from him in this early game. Is EDG survive what should have been, a very scary situation for them. OMG, I think realizing, we don't have Baron damage. We've got a LeBlanc and we've got a Jhin. That's just not a quick Baron at all. Cassante also terrible at taking down Baron as well. So Leaf just walks up, finds the Shin's out in a bush, dies. It doesn't flash out. Very disrespectful from there, honestly. And puts EDG into a bit of a pickle. Dragon has now spawned. EDG will need to fight against this. Don't want to give that third dragon to OMG.
Moam was jumped on there. It eats a fair amount of damage. Will be chased away, but not too much more there. This would be first dragon for EDG or third for OMG. If they can get to Soul Point, we might be having a different conversation again.
Yeah, I did see some comments. Oh, they should have just rushed Baron. How? You have a Jhin and a LeBlanc and a Cassante. That's like one of the worst Baron taking combos I can ever think of, actually. Dragon now started from EDG. OMG, if they get the steal, they're in a great position. High Chow walking over. What can he do?
Yeah, I think he might be turning into Low Chow right now. Doesn't quite get what he's looking for there. Dragon secured by Xiaohao. Palkia chunked out there by the 4th shot of the curtain call, but chunk out on Lorel is really not that valuable at this point.
Yeah, OMG. Teleport back, and that is from the LeBlanc, actually. Regained a bit of HP. Doesn't change much except the scuttle will go to Rayo. So EDG, get away with the objective, stop that third dragon and that threat of a Hextech Soul later. We were saying, look, a lot of this game is on High Chow. How much can he do in terms of popping out a Fog of War, getting those miracle picks? Haven't really seen him do that much yet. I need to see more from High Chow, especially with the lead which he garnered early. Has the Luden Shadow Flame. Looks like he's building towards, it could be either a Death Cap or something like the Zhonya's instead. There are a couple of different options, yeah. So High Chow, need to see him start flexing his muscles. That LeBlanc has got the lead. You need to use it though. LeBlanc is not a champion who can really sit back on her laurels.
Angel's also got quite a nasty build there with the Shadow Flame second on the Azir. That actually does give the Azir quite a lot of upfront burst against some of these squishier targets. Not really anyone who's building much magic resist here.
Yeah, well, your Soul AP, which is fine. Soul AP. I mean, there's a Moat Treads on Rayo. That's it, really.
Yeah. I'm also looking at Rayo's build. He's gone for the Titanic Hydra Sundra build. I sometimes thought that we've seen the Titanic Hydra Black Cleaver build, but this kind of gives you that upfront burst combo on the Shinzai where you kind of get a few really quick autos off.
I will say, I don't think it's that different in damage to the Black Cleaver because the Armor Shred's obviously really powerful, but what it does do is give you very quick knockup. It means that you can be very strong in terms of your pick potential. It means that, you can just jump onto someone, get through your Q auto attacks a little quicker because the Titanic Hydra auto reset, and it means that someone out of position gets blasted.
So what is the combo? Is it like E auto, Q auto, Hydra auto?
So depends on how quick you want the knockup, because sometimes you'll go in with the Q, because if you auto Q, you still have to get through two afterwards. And for those of you that if it's not clear, basically, because you get the knockup on your third auto after pressing Q, Titanic Hydra effectively gets you a free one of those because it gives you an instant auto attack reset on the items. It means you can get, instead of auto attacking basically 3 times, you just do it twice. So if you're looking for the instant auto, you're just going to go in with your Q already active. If you can get it onto a ward first or something like that, you can kind of charge up your Q, which is where a lot of the flashy Shinzao plays come from. I've attacked a ward or a minion or an objective, and then I flash E to get like instant knockup because the Q's already primed.
If you want a really great example of this, BLG game 1 of their best of 5, where we saw Shun...
best of 5?
No, not best of 5, sorry, it was the best of 3, wasn't it? What am I talking about? When they played AL. Was it AL?
Yeah.
It was, and then we saw the really clever Realm Warp plus Shinzao stacking Q play into the mid lane turret. Was very, very cool.
Oh, yeah, he stacked it on the ward and then Realm Warped in. Yeah, I remember that now. It was very, very cool. ZDZ has the level advantage. It's a 30 CS lead, almost 1,000 gold lead there. Of course, he had a great fight early on.
Yeah.
ZDZ's early part of his career was not great, folks. I think that of the Xiaohao ZDZ duo, Xiaohao has been the dominant force of that, and ZDZ was often kind of seen as like, oh, ZDZ, well, I guess if he comes with Xiaohao, right? Sigil's up there. Puts up the tower. He doesn't have much defensive stats, though.
Chain Lace Crushers are gone. It's a decent shove back. Does get Rayo vaguely low, but it's just not enough. And a nice combo. But ZDZ's teleported in, and the Grand Starfall that's a little late. They have managed to get someone trapped under the Sun Disc. Terry, though, will go all out. Has used the W already. And I think ZDZ's going to go down. I fear we may have cast a curse in just a touch there. The Crossing Guard is decent, as they do get a bullet time across multiple members. The problem is it's only now starting to get some kills back. Decent little Comet Spear, but Starry threatening with the 4th shot, attempting to turn that around, leave in the 1v4, tries to get some more value and cannot. And OMG finally get themselves a concerted fight. And they
it
can go to the
comes
Baron.
through Haichao. Haichao's the guy which gets the pick on the sideline, opens up the fight where EDG just completely fumble the macro, saying, look, OMG, they should really be heavy underdogs in this series.
Yeah.
EDG, if they play like they did in the second round robin, this should be a pretty done and dusted deal, but their macro has not been good enough in this game so far, and I think that Xiaohao and Angel have struggled to get on the board compared to Haichao and Rayo on the other side. Finally, we see Haichao getting into the play. Angel has been blasted. Teleport under turret. There's a teleport from the Renekton 2 coming in, but he doesn't have dominance, just using that bot side, so he's not particularly that impactful.
When looking for Haichao, hops back well. In fairness to Haichao, has actually played a pretty mean LeBlanc game, got that early solo kill, not managed to get that much done in the mid game, but this might be what it takes for OMG to get themselves in a winning position. We worried about their mid to late game damage. I thought their time in the sun was over. They kind of proved us a bit wrong there with some nice picks, and for all this build from Angel is great damage, if you do get jumped on, you don't have that much fun.
He's got a Death Cap in inventory alongside the Shadow Flame and that Luden, so he will be doing a ton of damage because no one else is particularly tanky on the other side. So look, OMG, if you fall behind, your damage is going to fall off. You need to get ahead. Just realized that the OpGX is massively signed up, by the way. Thank you to everyone who's signed up to OpGX. Just jumped up like 20 or something.
I know, I just saw that as well, I know.
Thank you everyone for that. There's some side lane pressure coming in.
They make it 50
Angel.
today. Come on, 3 more.
See, OMG trying to siege in towards the bot side here. Do you pull out the curtains?
Though the curtains call.
Yeah. Oh, Dominus was blown in the replays. That's why it's on cooldown again. CDZ did have a very big lead. Not really that much now. Angel had teleported in. They're going in with a Pantheon.
Harry's not there. That's quite a lot of the front line. The Crescent Guard does disengage well, though. Not bad from Rayo.
And, well, I mean, Rel's is dead. Palkia has been returned to the spatial rift. OMG.
Dialga was always better.
Always time to talk about Dialga. Well, I mean, actually, in terms of both well, okay, whatever. Palkia's the better competitive Pokemon as far as I'm aware. Actually, no, both of them are okay. You know what am I talking about? Let's just talk about the damn game of League of Legends. I know, crazy, right? We had to do that sometimes. EDG, they've just sleptwalked into this situation. They're behind so much now.
Ooh, that's a fairly decent amount of damage. Goodbye, Xiaohao, as Harry helps set up for a pop from the Jhin. Again, Pantheon has damage, but no resists. And Jhin at this point is beginning to sting.
I'm so surprised that EDG, particularly when they had the winning misfortune to give them that winning lane, I'm so surprised they couldn't leverage that into a pushing lane, Xiaohao ulting around the map and trying to bail out Angel. EDG have struggled to be proactive this game. Really struggled to be proactive this game. And OMG, they took that inactivity and said, okay, well, eventually Haichao's going to find something. He did, and now suddenly, with Baron getting themselves an extra dragon, they are firmly in control of this game now. And this is a team, reminder, folks, that was solidly worst team in the league for most of this split.
Yes, it was. And again, Jhin has gone towards his Collector Lord Dom's build. It means basically your 4th shots are less cool, but your more consistent damage with your basic pick is much better because your armor pen stings onto people who really don't have much more beyond, say, a Locket and whatever that kind of Noxian sigil thing that builds into GA is. Either way, EDG now really fumbling through that mid game. Have given up that Baron, given up the inhibitor, given up Soul Point, now down 3.8, nearly 4,000 gold. It isn't getting any easier anytime soon, I fear.
I think EDG really misjudged what they needed to do in mid game. EDG, at the start of the split, that was something which we found a little bit of issues with too, where they'd get early leads, and in this game they didn't even get that, but they would get early leads earlier into the split, and then they'd kind of not know what to do around objectives. There is a dominance on ZDZ, so they're not going to jump onto him just there. Sterak's blown though. You see how powerful Haichao is, especially with the threat the fall off that Shin's out.
Yeah, what we thought was going to be a damage issue has now got to the point where the front line just isn't very front line. You've got a GA done now for the side of EDG, but there's no real magic resist anywhere. Outside of Angel, who's now picked up the Verdant Barrier, which is not a bad idea, I think, for this Shin's out at this point in the game. The problem is whether this gold lead for OMG will be enough to take them over to the victory. They've managed to really decisively find a way back into the game. Them on that front, but there's still work to be done, especially when you're looking at things like a 4-item Misfortune. Despite being 0-2 and 2, it's quite scary.
The way that EDG get back into this game is just like a miracle bullet time which kills someone. I mean, it's not like Haichao has a Zhonya's, so if Xiaohao or Palkia manage to catch that, LeBlanc on the side can die. So basically Haichao needs to not die, try and go on Starry.
Oh, that's not bad. They will get the GA off one. Can they turn that into any more? They lose Palkia, but it'll be attempting to kill off Rayo, who flashes away, so they don't secure that one. Xiaohao can't get any further.
So it's actually a 1 for none. They get the GA and that's it. They only get the GA. It's not a bad engage opportunity, but a good flash away from Starry means that he's safe. You know, that bullet time is the one-shot combo. Jumping in towards top lane, here comes the Pantheon ult.
Try and jump on his spot. He's got a GA to work with. Angel does get in. That's a decent jump onto the wall. Remember, Rayo, no flash, no GA. Would likely die. Starry just popped Angel, though. This Jhin keeps hitting shots.
Misfortune takes one on the other side, so it's currently a 1 for 2. Haichao getting low HP, sticks around to the clone.
Oh my god, nearly goes down. Is very lucky he got a little bit of something there to not go down.
Flash for flash. Leave does have damage. It's all in Leave's hands now, folks. It's just whether this Misfortune can get crazy damage. 4-item Misfortune, as you're saying, with the Essence Reaver Infinity Edge, single auto attack with a Sheen proc on it can just obliterate someone. So OMG somewhat lucky to get away with that. And they end up losing a couple on the engage there. Moham also died somewhere in that play. I think I personally missed that one, actually. But, however, big things now. A lot of people are now missing cooldowns for the 2-minute dragon.
Yeah.
In 2 minutes, we're not going to have LeBlanc flash, Starry flash, Rayo and Harry. So basically, well, yeah, they won't have it, but then the carries of EDG also don't have them. Maybe ZDZ can look for a flash, Renekton and stun angle. Maybe that's the play which can lead into the bullet time, which can maybe get the EDG back into the game.
Worth noting as well, of course, that there's that world where Xiaohao just flash sends it, which can be quite scary. I think the problem is actually when they have pulled the Pantheon ult, though, it feels like the turnaround pick CC into burst has been really, really impressive.
Well, that's because they're doing it late game when they're already behind.
Yeah.
Should have done this in the mid game when you had the Misfortune who was controlling the map and before Haichao was kind of flexing the muscles more. Worth noting that Haichao's actually lost a lot of his gold lead because Angels did. I guess he got a shutdown or a load of farm from somewhere.
Both.
I suppose probably, but the details of these fights. In terms of who gets the actual kills, someone's slipping away from me there. But yeah, he's got a lot of farm in side lanes and does have a Void Staff. As the Banshee's on the way too.
That triggers the Hex Optics, I believe.
Yeah. Also worth noting that Leave is the kind of like the chef really in our bot lane. He's the guy which does our strike. Hang on, teleport coming in.
They managed to get a potential angle. That bullet time gets a bit of a jump.
Not
Not
good.
that much more. Starry has got a GA. Doesn't go down to it yet. Xiaohao tries to get on top of him. Won't quite. Starry still without the GA being procced. Haichao not turning up yet. That's a decent current call angle. They've lost a couple members. The Grand Starfall allows her to go in. Starry's in danger down to the GA. They lose the Pantheon though on the way in. Haichao with the Elixir Sorcery running. Starry should go down, doesn't get a chance to do anymore. Haichao's going to be aware of those soldiers at this point as well. As ZDZ is threatening Rayo. Wind becomes lightning, gets the mark. Haichao over the wall, tries to get on top of Palkia, crashes down and forces the return to the Mimic Distortion spot.
EDG find a fight while Haichao's out of position. LeBlanc isn't there at the start of the fight, and EDG finally find their aggressive combo. Can they get the dragon after ZDZ could recall and teleport back in? That is an option for them. Neither smite available. Haichao's coming up. He can actually kill someone here. They need to be so careful. ZDZ should have teleported back.
He's going in, gets a decent chunk. Haichao's dead.
Haichao just goes in and he dies. The Fed LeBlanc syndrome. Even when you're ahead of the game, it doesn't make you hard to kill. Angel just sweeps up so many kills, goes from 1 to 4. Now 2,000 gold ahead of the Fed LeBlanc, and they stop the soul.
So we'll see this replay as they try to jump onto ZDZ, and it isn't as simple as they think.
Well, the big thing is that this fight is happening without LeBlanc. LeBlanc is pushing in top lane. Why do OMG think they're safe here? You must have the LeBlanc being the tip of the spear here. Needs to be there at the start of the play. And the big plays are happening while the LeBlanc is not doing damage. Lee gets, massively comboed, but manages to survive long enough that Haichao has to kind of dive in, try and clean them up, but he's not there at the start of the fight. Pantheon also then ends up taking down Jin with his ultimate of all things.
He goes down to the G, there's nowhere really to go, and again, Pantheon dies at the back end of it, and that's all good. In the picture-in-picture by the buy, I am noticing the Baron going down. We'll see what happens with that. I just don't think there's a realistic way of stopping it at this point in time.
There it goes, EDG. What?
Just saw the death cap one-shot by Angel.
You also end up completing the Banshees from that too, so it's a death cap and the completion of the Banshees off of one fight. So Angel is now most powerful person on the board.
Yeah.
Now, one of the problems here is that now if LeBlanc jumps onto his ear with Hang On jumping onto Rayo, he does have Flash, we'll have to use it.
This is more like it from EDG. Good recovery from them to come back, but that is a big gold swing from OMG. They're going to be kicking themselves for that poorly executed fight.
They were, yeah. And now the problem comes in for their composition. We said if they fall behind, damage starts to fall off. I think that might be an issue for them now. The damage from EDG is so much easier to put down from a Fed Azir and a late game Misfortune.
Oh, those turrets are disappearing!
And that's Azir with an Ashes Tube, has a million AP, can set up the turret around the inner turrets, can't put them onto the inhibitor stumps, of course. But EDG, they are lucky to get away with this late game, Sam.
Yeah.
They didn't do enough in the mid game. OMG were the ones to pull the trigger first.
With a very scary build, could still do a lot of work here. Be attempting to, for sure. Moam threatens with the rocket belt. He's not really found the big engages of late, has he? He's trying to be defensive with those pop blocks, but quite been that successful. ZDZ still eats a lot of damage from this LeBlanc, who still has got the raw damage.
Yeah,
it's just
the Death Cap Void Staff.
Yeah.
Death Cap Void Staff is what Void Staff Death Cap is where you really get the crazy damage coming in late game. So Haichao does still do damage to what is, not a particularly tanky Renekton. Does have the Spirit Visage though, which will make it harder to kill him in the future. EDG break the base, take an inhibitor and out.
Dragon will be 2 minutes away. Baron 4. Will that come to be our next point of pressure? We are likely hitting a 40-minute game, folks. Look, the base is broken, but it's going to be difficult, I suspect, to fully finish the game from here. One thing about late game Jin is he has a lot of traps around, and that's actually very good defensiveness. Stops a lot of flanks. Can be quite threatening if you get caught on them. Actually do quite a lot of damage if you do end up getting procced on them, it must be said.
Big thing for OMG right now is both their carries have flashes. GA is about to come up for Rayo. In fact, it's just come up now. Xiaohao on the other side needs to wait another 30 seconds or so. Crystallize will help LeBlanc take down these side lane towers. Chooses not to go towards it though, wants to be out of vision, uses the empowered recall, maybe afraid that EDG will force on the other side.
And there goes that tier 2 bot. And again, they got Baron for another 15 seconds, still a 4,000 gold Baron power play. You'll take that, I think, if you are an Edward Gaming enjoyer.
The Haichao's now back on the defensive duty. Baron buff about to time out. It's a pretty good haul though from EDG. One of the big things about Baron buff this year is that when you kill the Baron itself, you get less gold. In fact, one of the big things that pro players have been talking about is effectively how a single Baron doesn't really do as much anymore, because you don't get, I think it was something like 1,500 gold, even more than that. It's basically almost like a kill per person worth of gold, like 300 gold each, when you kill the Baron itself. And you don't get that now, because I think they halved the gold you get from it overall, which means that you do need a little bit of extra help to see out games. One Baron is typically not enough in the way that we've seen some of the best teams in the world really run through it. Dragon in less than a minute would still be sold for OMG. That's their win condition, I suppose. Teleport coming from the LeBlanc, looking for that unexpected flank.
I believe has got to be a bit careful. He's walking towards Haichao. Oh, I leave! No! He's gone!
Nico goes in, continues to engage. ZDZ trying to pick things up, but the Azir is still alive.
Oh, you can believe an Angel instead, perhaps. That'll have to be the play. The Kern's getting cool. Sliding away, doing his very... Might do it himself. Slides up forwards. Can't quite kill the Cassante. Can't quite kill anyone.
The old OMG logo flashed up from Starry as leave. It's a tale of two picks in the mid lane. Died to put the snowball in motion, dies to potentially end the game. OMG, we thought they'd thrown it, but they rescue it from the brink.
What an incredible game. It is back and forth and back again, and oh my god, they're winning this game 1.
OMG, reliving a bit of the old rivalry with EDG way back in 2014. It's a matchup which we don't get to talk about as much anymore because, bluntly, they're very rarely in the same division anymore. EDG lose game 1 after we thought they rescued it.
Reminder, EDG's late games have not exactly been stellar, even when they did start to come together, and that ain't great.
I just don't see... I just don't see how Leave thought it was safe to go close to Fog of War.
Ridiculous.
He just didn't... Leave gets caught out twice by walking up in mid lane and dying. You know, and those 2 picks earlier into the game and mid game, which then led to... I mean, that was only the 4th kill of the game or something after a while of no kills happening. And then that one in the late game, that's disaster. It's absolute disaster for them. Leave just misjudging the Fog of War a couple of times, very importantly. Haichao, though, real credit to him. He made that play happen at the end of the game. He made the play in top lane, which led to the snowball in the first place as well. Haichao is the player of the game by quite a way here.
Yeah. He was fantastic on that LeBlanc. See whether that will end up defining the series or not. OMG were kind of like speculated by the casters over in the LPL for a 3-1 in favour for EDG, but they would give one game over to OMG. We were both saying we thought actually EDG should just clean this one up. OMG too inconsistent, and kind of got proven wrong there by OMG making the hard composition work.
Yeah, sadly for EDG, I don't think Angel had the best early game. Late game was fine, but Leave can't afford to play like that. He was very far ahead. We were looking for the great bullet time. You can't afford to play that close to the Fog of War. Gets jumped on by, you know, the Shins out at the same time there too, and maybe just didn't expect the threat to come through. Yeah, EDG, the big problems were they failed to be proactive in the mid game. They shouldn't have been in that situation in the first place, especially with the Pantheon and the Misfortune. We felt like actually in a pretty good position in that mid game. The Pantheon surviving the early game after losing a fair amount of farm. I need another coffee, Sam. I'm going to go put some adverts on, folks. So if you'd like to support us, think about dropping a like, follow, subscribe, things like that. They all matter to us.
I had a couple of subs. Anyone else want to throw a subscription in? Just right now,
Thank you,
because
Tim,
you can.
I appreciate you. And thanks for the follow earlier.
I appreciate it. Exactly. That managed to do follow then sub within 20 minutes, which is great news. Appreciate you all joining. And again, we are pushing for various levels of Partner Plus. So for those of you who do sub, instead some of those breakpoints for Twitch.
Okay. Right, I'm gonna go grab myself a coffee. Yeah, there's some post-gaming stuff, I suppose, and then there's words on stream if you want to run it.
Okay. We'll wait for words on stream until we don't have important things on screen, and then we can think about doing that. Man, this was the play that EDG are going to be cursing for, because this is what really, really put the game into a hole. Horribly disconnected on their journey top. It's a great pot blossom. The bullet time is decent, but again, doesn't actually get that much in the way of kills. Then Haichao just gets to jump over and cause even more trouble. Sigils of Malice, the chains, the distortion. Yikes. What a bizarre game. I don't even read it, because again, both teams made some very unfortunate calls. Like this one here, very nearly. Just let EDG come right back into it. In fact, they really should have won it from this point after they managed to get this comeback, and then threw it again. Do it again. It's a good job I don't trust LoL Esports to tell me when LPL matches are on. Right, sorry. Honestly, there is something true to the fact that watching League is still a really good way to enjoy it, right? Like, if you're not a massive fan of playing it or just don't have the time or capacity, because League can often be one of those games where actually you have to play quite regularly to feel like you enjoy it because there's a certain skill maintenance required. I can see how that can be quite tricky in some scenarios. And so watching can be a better way of doing that if you don't have the time to commit to the game regularly. Highchild gets player of the game. That is no surprise to anyone. He was rather good at the game of League of Legends. So I don't really watch the LPL that much. Would this be equivalent to like Bro versus KT? It's a good question. Probably not miles off. Maybe a little further down the tables. Because again, part of the difficulty with doing a complete one-to-one is there are more teams in the LPL, so you get a bigger range of like talent. Like OMG were expected to be bottom of the barrel and managed to recover to being okay. EDG were middle of the pack with some strengths but some weaknesses and kind of just about skipped out on making playoffs directly. Are now having to make their way through play-ins, which is making things a bit tricky for them as well. But yeah, probably Bro versus KT. Yeah, maybe Bro versus DNS is probably a better call, Nightstar. I agree. Well, not KT. Yeah, well, not DK. DK is significantly further up. But yeah, probably DNS rather than KT. Yeah, League is just... Yeah, exactly. League, if you're a competitive player, League is a game that requires you to actually play to be competitively good. In fact, I can put words on stream back on there. So for you Twitch viewers out there, where is words on stream? Here we go. There we go. Where is my words on stream? Words on stream is here. Boom. Where's my words on stream? There we go. Do it there. Boom. Continue. But yeah, as we were kind of saying, there is an element of to be good at League of Legends just takes time. Is the honest answer, especially if you want to play it competitively rather than just chill and play ARAMs or whatever, which is a completely valid way to play the game. It can be a big deal. Cry EDG fans, yeah, not been an easy day on that front. ADC gets decapitated. Your one job is just not dying. Yeah, it's very frustrating as well because actually, Leave, they had a whole pre-match graphic talk about how Leave is like the AD character that dies the least on average in games, which is slightly ironic considering that game then. Oh, game over. Unfortunate. Let's try that again, shall we? A restart. I need to run some more adverts while we're in the break. Yeah, when you come back and it's like I am returning from the depths to come play. Yeah, it can be a bit of that element going on for sure. Probably not the best time to run ads when people are trying to play this game, but there you go. It's fine. It's fine. Nicely done. Another one to go. We'll try and get like at least another round in here before we get into game a bit more regularly. I sing, says Katari. No way words on stream, but I had leave. Oh my god. I did as well, didn't it? That's incredible. Oh dear. Am I going to watch the 25 LCS opening? Tie me up. Yay, do it. It was a good opening. I enjoyed that. Forgot how good that opening was, actually. One other round, nicely done. Do we have time for one more? I think we probably do. Oh, no, we're on to stage, we're on to stage, we're on to stage. This would be foolish. Foolish. We'll avoid doing that. I'll turn my camera back on briefly. Bling, says Googly Moogly. Welcome to the follow. Welcome for the follow. Thank you for the follow. And welcome to the channel. Horrible conflation. Horrible conflation. But we do need to think about changing our audio over. We get ready to go back into the swing of things. I'm sort of reclining in an unusual position right now. Hey, Shady. That's plastic. What word is bling, not a word? But that's a good question. It is a word. It might be that it had a fake letter, though. Might have had a fake letter. But here we go. It's sounding like draft to me, and it is indeed. And here we are for game number 2. EDG a little humbled after a really bizarre game 1 from them. Again, OMG, credit to them. Drafted for an early game pick comp that got kind of stymied out before coming back in and winning the game regardless. Come back, some fumbles, and again, an imperfect team, but one that got the win regardless. EDG now are over on blue side, red side rather, but with first pick nonetheless. Varus and Aphelios banned out. Oriana Jace also removed from the table. Nico, of course, got through draft very, very late in the game 1. Put them into a peculiar odd position. What are we banning away last? The Kaiser away from... That's just triple AD carry bans. They just want to put Leave into as difficult a position as possible. Yunara banned as well. So, at this point, Rumble's up. Malphite's up. What else is up that I'm blanking on here? Jarvan is up. And Bess is up. Mundo, I suppose. That doesn't get banned as much anymore because people aren't spamming the Malphite in the way they were at the start of the split. Oh, this does get interesting. So are we Jarvaning here? I think we might be Jarvaning. You don't have a shot glass combo, so the Misfortune's gone. You can't Rumble, you can't RE. Not that many great combos here, but you don't want to give up the Jarvan to the Jarvan Rumble. The Hot Pot combo cannot be allowed. It probably does have to be the Jarvan plus X. What are we looking to go with this? The Aphelios gone, so you can't think of Thresh Aphelios. Are we thinking mid laner here? We've lost the Azir. Ori's banned. Could look to a Syndra. Corki might be a decision here, especially with the Yunara out. It gives you a lane dominant AD carry. Compare that up with a number of different supports as necessary. Nami, of course, a consideration. Ashe, Seraphine, immediate slam. Starry loves the Ashe. Moam has played the Seraphine. If you Ashe Seraphine here, your ability to basically throw down some insane CC chains is really, really nasty. Equalizer plus Encore plus Arrow is a very unfun time. And it's pretty good disengage as well. Like, if the Jarvan plays this wrong, it's very possible to dive into your own doom here. Again, immobile are the Jarvan, the Rumble, Ashe, Seraphine. We've seen that. They are quite long range, so getting to them can be a challenge. Nautilus might be the option to say, look, you're very squishy for all that you are quite long range and obnoxious. And yes, eventually Seraphine gets to the point where her shield plus Echoes of Helia and stuff end up allowing you to mitigate the initial pick. There's the Ornn instead to basically say, well, look, we'll have a tank matchup into the Rumble and use this as a way to threaten the immobile carries from beyond the position where they can deal with this. He had a very good Seraphine performance, yes, Misai Shimamura. Japanese name if I ever saw one. Took me a second to actually pronounce that. I do apologize. I was going to say katakana reading is bad, but let's be real, that's just in straight Romaji. So there you go. Apologies. We are into draft for game number 2 here. We've got Rumble Ashe Seraphine in for OMG. And the Jarvan Corki Ornn in for EDG. The Ornn seeing that kind of double long range obnoxious pick comp to try and deal with that
I mean,
somewhat.
That is a good combo from OMG. I do like that a lot. You know, it's a lot of long range damage. However, on the other side, you know, EDG have a lot of ways to now contain 3 immobile targets. So like 3 immobile squishies. You know, leave on the Corki as well. We'll be able to. I mean, presumably there's a Nami ban coming in from OMG. I think
Warm as well. Sure. I mean, I think you can block out the Encore, block out the arrow.
No, you get destroyed in lane. You can't play Brawl with Seraphine, so they don't care about that. They have banned the Akali instead.
Okay.
Now, maybe they just think, look, if they look in the Corki Nami, we're still going to win the lane anyway. And in fairness, our Seraphine is one of the most dominant lanes in the meta right now.
I suppose the Nami gives you some sustain. Bard might allow you to find a bit more pick, whereas the Nami's pick is a lot more hard to execute. I've seen enough Kitty streams to see Aqua Prisons go wide. Shout out to Athena. Don't clip that and send it to her. She will never forgive me. He just clipped it! I'm in so much trouble, chat.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, Kitty Nami, Hand Samurai and G2 right now.
Oh, hang on, that's a clever. One from each of us.
Bard locked in for EDG. Double long range, well, triple long range engage now. They just need like one extra pick to follow. They need some extra damage to follow up with the long range engage. The Vi's gonna come in. Vi Rumble is really nasty. Haichao might go. Oh, Talia's not. Oh, that's another immobile pick, even though if it's good with the.
What the pick combo from OMG at this point.
But you'd have like 4 immobiles, and you'd have a very squishy team into Java and Ornn. If EDG pick in just one decent long range follow up, like Angel could go Ahri last pick, and I think it would be really good here actually.
Xerath.
Unironically, you could think of a lot of different things for Angel here, but you can think you just want something that just can follow up on the engage.
Malzahar's a weird one. I think Ahri, as you noted, probably isn't bad here actually.
I think Ahri would be good on either side. It's just long-range follow-up. It would have been good with the Vi, and it would have meant that you could survive the Cataclysm. I think Angel should be going towards the Ahri here. It's a fine matchup into the Talia. You win that. You're pretty good against Vi Talia, because when Vi ults you ult back, and then the Talia can't follow up.
Okay, I could really use a quick opportunity to make myself a cup of tea.
You can go leave
it. Remember to run some ads, and I shall return chat very shortly. Very shortly indeed.
Okay, now I get to re-enter the draft a little bit more as well. Of course, I was just stepping out because I got myself a coffee.
Oh, very lovely.
And bluntly, I think I actually dozed off for like half a minute. It's
one of those weeks, isn't it?
It's one of those weeks, folks. Oh, God. 6 a.m. start. I'm not built for mornings, folks. I'm just not built for them.
I think the problem is, double best of 5 into podcasts, into other stuff as well.
Great.
I've
got something inside later.
It's just a lot.
Okay, too much pick for OMG. Now, yeah, this is the thing. I think that the lanes from OMG are going to be good. Like, Talia Ahri is competitive, but Rumble pushes in Ornn. Ashe Seraphine is one of the most dominant lanes that we have in the meta, as we were saying. But yeah, I think that, Ryman, I agree with them in chat. Look, this is 4 immobile champions versus Ornn, Jarvan, Bard as well. Ahri, Corki have more than enough damage to kill the squishies as well, even if they're not, premier late game hypercarries. They will slaughter the first person into the play. And what happens is you can just Valkyrie and ult forwards with the both of them to finish off the kill. I think that this is a better draft from EDG this time. Reminder that OMG did win that first game. EDG not looking great around mid-game proactivity, and then of course leaves a sense of self-preservation. Weren't as good as it needed to be. Let's get on to the Rift. EDG pick Cork. Oh, there are some gyros though. Okay, so EDG, they need to make it through the laning phase, but if they do, I think they have plenty of tools to pull the trigger in the mid game, which they didn't do in that last game. The double Q not landing. First Q of the game, you really want to land from the Seraphine when you've got that stacked up. Halki, oh, almost getting the double stun there. That would have been disaster for OMG's bot lane. Did I spy an electrocute though? See if what marine did I see there? Leave dodging out on another Q. Moham really needs to hit more of those. Can't really afford to be missing too many of them. And And I actually just can't see the runes in general. Where are they? Wherefore art thou runes? Can't see them at all there. I haven't loaded in. Level 2 now hit by Palkia first. Leave just after. Hawk shot used for the map hacks. We'll spot that jungle is heading top to bot, so there's no crazy jungle path. Crazy jungle path. I miss Crazy Taxi. What a game. So EDG's bot lane doing better than they should have done in this early game. Honestly, hang on, there's no Valkyrie leveled up level 2. That could be a problem. Leave, you've just shown you don't have a Valkyrie. Leave, you've just shown you don't have a Valkyrie. The wall stun might save his life. There's going to be the Frost Bomb over the wall. Palkia, can you get the extra auto attack? He can. He's the one that gets the kill, though. Leave showing that he didn't have the Valkyrie. Meant that he couldn't escape the skill shot. Xiaohao. Oh, he can kill Moham here. Don't overstay like that. Don't overstay like that. There's a stun. It's a free flag and drag. And I think Xiaohao will very easily take that last kill. Kill for Xiaohao. Easy as you like. Skips his bot camps. They knew he was going to be there on that timing. So even though the initial 2v2 goes well, that is a big loss. Leave here in time to pick up some farm. He's actually going to be ahead in farm now because Starry died as the wave was crashing in. Missed an entire wave there. He's going to be behind it. He's going to be behind an XP as well. Disaster for OMG's bot lane. This lane needs to be doing more. Needs to be doing more consistently as well. I mean, at the end of the day, Leave even gets to come back with a tier, so he's not too unhappy with that. Ooh, was that the Q cancelled out? It was! Rayo tried to get the Q and it gets cancelled out. The wall stun has to be flashed away from. He's not even used it there, Rayo. You can't die in the early game as well. Surely Q's down. Flag and drag comes through and he'll die anyway. It's disaster in the early game for OMG. His bot lane 2v2 has not achieved what they wanted to. Moham still doesn't have a flash too, but at least the root will see him to safety. It is disaster for OMG in the 2v2. Jumping forwards down the magical journey. Oh, it's just gone from bad to worse. Wall stun even landing. Palkia has exited this early game with a 2-0-2 scoreline. But so much of this is just disaster, ill thought out fights from OMG's bot lane. Oh dear God, OMG, that is not how you want to play. And look at this wave. Starry's going to lose the cannon minion here. At least he gets some home guards coming out of base. That's one. You miss cannon. And probably about four minions there. I think 3 actually, because that last support item execute came through. That is just well, what do you say to that? 500 going, well, 600 gold lead for Xiaohao. He's gone back to base, has a tunneler, has a longsword, is so much more powerful than Rayo now. Top lane is even in farms. It's not like Harry's getting ahead of ZDZ. Mid lane is even as well. And what we were saying was, like, EDG, they just need to get out of the early game. And then later into the game, they're going to just be dunking on immobile carries on cooldown. Now, if Via's behind and the Jarvan is ahead, the Jarvan can be tanky enough to go in a lot more brazenly. That's one of the problems with Jarvan from behind, is that he often dies on the engage. Not dissimilar to a Vi, actually. I just feel like Vi is a bit more easy to find the flash ult angle in some cases than the Jarvan. Angel's gone back, got himself a Dark Seal first item. Good, good. We love to see those on the Ahri. Rayo's now headed bot side. He leech level 6 off of the wave. Doesn't have a Q flash. Leave, be careful of those brushes. Fog of War has not been kind to Leave in this series so far. First game, walked into Rayo. Don't walk into Rayo again. Don't walk into Rayo again. Has a Valkyrie out of trouble. Scary, scary. Jarvan's starting bot Scuttle. No, sorry, he's starting the bot Dragon rather. Scuttle should be spawning soon. That would give Xiaohao level 6. Oh, sorry, he must have. Wait, huh? What happened to that first Scuttler? Were some Scuttles taken late because of the early place? I think they were. Normally you get level 6 off of that timer. No worries. Dragon will give him level 6 anyway. Oh, is he? They're gonna immediately magical journey in. They're gonna magical journey in. They're gonna get the dunk. No, you gotta separate. The boat jumped in. They put into the baby cage's story. Early bedtime. Luckily staved off for now. The first dunk, scary. 3 summoners down for a quick magical journey. Palkia got a space in Pokemon. utilizing the ability to traverse it with that magical journey. They're very well on the Rift. Oh, this bot lane is just a disaster for OMG. Angel walking into the enemy jungle. Haichao, I think, was just spotted there, by the way. Can he walk forwards? He can. Where's the charm? He might be flashed away from here. Angel using the ult, forcing the ult to flashing forwards. The wall stun, the double stun is insane. It's insane. Angel even has himself an ult charge to go forwards here. Astari, well, he's already gone, of course. Moem will join him. Tower aggro, not going to be enough to take a return kill. Angel does leave with 2 Dark Seal stacks and an Ultimate Hunter stack as well for himself. Note that we actually can't see the runes from either side, which is really annoying. The HUD is somewhat broken on the front. Rayo is going to take some Raptors, but that is a, I wouldn't even call that silver lining at that point. A single flake of silver on the turd of the early game this has been for OMG.
Not bad, huh?
Sam, it's that bad. Oh, the stun is wonderful. As I was saying, Sam, Palkia got a space in Pokemon. He's utilizing the ability to traverse it mighty fine here in game. So basically what happened was 2v2. Sam just full on kneed the microphone. Bloody hell, man.
Squeeze in.
Yeah, you don't squeeze in by brutally assaulting my technology, Sam.
Unintentional. There we go.
But yeah, no, the early game's just been disaster. If you look at the scorelines of what should be dominant bot lane, Ashe Seraphine, they're currently behind them, between them 1 and 5. You know, the first 2v2 went really well, actually. And then they overstayed. Palkia got a kill to take down Starry, and then Moem overstayed. The wave was frozen out a little bit. And then it's just gone from bad to worse, really. Palkia has 3 kills. This is one of the best Bard games we've seen in the LPL so far. Shipping forwards.
They're trying to leave. Everyone's here, but Xiao can maybe look to turn this around. Will it matter? Leave is gone.
He has that flash, can't use it. Xiaohao does have the dunk, maybe.
Yeah,
oh, hang on. Starry doesn't have flash. Oh, sorry, he does have flash. Maybe they can jump onto him anyway.
Moem's still around with a big shield. They're going to reset. He's got to leave, right? What happens if we face check Xiaohao here?
Who do they go on
Oh, he's
towards?
going to
Jumping onto Starry.
This might be a bit far, Xiaohao. Encore after. Yeah, Xiaohao, what?
Oh, the stun! The stun! Palkia gets the double stun! There was a flash available for Ashe, but didn't use it in time, and now Xiaohao is so fed from the early game, just murders them both. Starry doesn't flash the stun, and Palkia with another excellent Bard play.
When am I getting my Leandri's Bard in pro play?
Mate, at this one, I want to see Protobelt. I want to see Protobelt. Just have another gap closer. Palkia, this is absurdly good from him.
I need to see that replay, because I genuinely thought that Xiaohao was about to int it after the encore catches him, and then Starry's just disrespectful with that flash, doesn't bother burning it, and ends up dying in a very ignominious way.
Now, Bard has never been an LPL specialty, and we've seen a lot of champion players try it and fail it. This has been one of our better games seen of it. Of course, Vampa had that one really good game versus BLG. Even then, you know, he had that one poor game versus Anyone's Legend just before that, right? Pretty much everyone has, like, the mixed performances on this champion. Palkia is 404. He has 1,000. He is the gold lead. This is a support gold lead. That's ridiculous.
What do you do with that as the Bard? Can you look to get some, I suppose you can start roaming as the plan. Tempered Fate, force a flash from Haichao. My God, Palkia is keeping going.
As well. There's an ult available from the Ahri, gets the slow. There's no flash on the Talia. Palkia does it again.
He's so fast. Angel gets donated that one. He's now 4 stacks on the Dark Seal himself.
4 stacks on the Dark Seal. It's another Ultimate Hunter stack as well, so he gets that in inventory. This is what we wanted to see from Palkia. This is why we think Palkia could be one of our next great supports here in the LPL. Now, he's not been as consistent this split, but oh my God, what a great game he's having here.
I'm going to try and punch Xiaohao in the face. He doesn't have a flag right now, so at least I think be 1 back there. Indeed it is. So it'll be 2 grubs to 1 in the favor of EDG. Bot lane we look again. There's Starry and Moa. Doing a decent job getting shove at least. It's just the problem is the code has been interesting.
Well, I mean, they are in this case because Palkia was roaming. Now, I think actually if they wanted shove, I think Believe and Palkia could probably just do that now, actually. They are very fed. Well, Palkia is very fed.
Starry's hilariously actually ahead of Leave now.
Yeah, it's because Palkia's the one that got the kills, and Leave not really the same one on the other side to do that. Even in the first 2v2, Leave didn't get the kill. It was Palkia that got it. Starry did on the other side. So right from the start of the game, it's been Leave not having the easiest time. I think
so. Mikhail's already?
Mikhail's at 11 minutes. And that means that the Ashe arrow, before we've even seen our first Ashe arrow of the game, it could potentially get cleansed.
That's ridiculous.
That's just so ridiculous.
And again, look, normally early supports getting gold, particularly over their AD carries, can be problematic. That item could be massive.
There's still no flash from Hydra. He can get dunked it.
He does indeed get dunked. Charm Encore isn't bad, actually. Into the beat drop. I think Hydra could be in danger. Flashes to get the kill and dies. That's way too far.
There's a flash and a heal. I think Xiaohao knew that he was kind of out. Angel didn't have the ult, still doesn't have it available. It's a little too early from Xiaohao to make that play happen. Good response from Moham to flash over the wall for the heal.
Harry was there, and it's giving ZDZ a lot of free time top, actually, for an on, which is what you go best you can get for now. He's still sticking around here. They might want to play this. Harry debating, looking for the equalizer. Instead has to flash away. What is happening here is Lee trading out in the 1v2. I don't think he wants that. Dragon is taken by OMG, despite EDG putting a lot of members down there.
Indeed he doesn't. ZDZ does get some alone time top side, and we did note that Harry stuck around for the equalizer, instead had to flash away from Angel, whose ult was used aggressively onto him. EDG... Well, you know, Palki's been playing great, but Abad doesn't really do that much with the gold lead, we will say.
Especially when he's not doing, like, Dead Man's Leandrizy, Eram buildy things. Like, and the Mikhails is important.
Yeah, Fire Cannon Lichbane, the hot tech.
Yeah, which is pretty silly, to be fair.
It is. Look, hey, hang on, if you...
Hang on, Palkia? Oh, no, dude, you can't do this. You can't do this!
He has the magical journey, he can get it in time.
He's gone! Last auto. That is a monster pick. Was that a shutdown as well? I think it might have been. That's a huge pickup for Star. He's now 3 kills deep, and Palkia disrespectful. Good lane gank there from Rayo.
Yeah, Palkia didn't cast the defensive ultimate in time, really. Did have the flash and the heal, and as we said, really, Bard with a gold lead, what do they do? This is the problem. It's really funny to see 1,000 gold lead, don't get me wrong, but what does it actually do? Well, we're waiting to see that. Palkia, first death of the game. He's still been excellent, folks. He still has been excellent. But this is the problem out of Bard. Bard, even when you're ahead of the game, very hard to keep yourself safe.
Yeah, unless you're named Carrier and you're just very good at spacing yourself and knowing your team will follow you in your psychotic moves.
Well, that was the same kind of thing where, like, people are picking range supports, right? Where you're always squishy, even when you're fed. That doesn't change. Palkia has the Swifties, and he's moving around the map very quickly. No flash on the rumble.
Does equalize at the back end of the magical journey. That's not bad damage back, but it's nowhere near a kill, and so Harry is immediately taken out by the 4-man gank.
The flash was blown by Angel earlier at the dragon fight, dies there, and this is what the Bard does. When you're ahead of the game, you can just roam across the map very freely. So now he's gotten, value across the rift. OMG trying to push in both bot lane and mid lane. Can see that Starry doing quite well at pushing Leave off of waves. Significant amount of gold ahead. However, top lane does look like it'll be the first tier tower to fall in favor of EDG.
Will be at that. And again, those Swifties, that Blood Race, that Mikhails, this Bard will be everywhere doing everything is the plan. Whether that will be enough to win the game is another matter entirely. But for now, EDG, good with the proactive moves, up 2,000 gold. It's a good gold lead. The question is whether the gold lead has been distributed correctly, as we've kind of been noting. Angel might now be in danger as Rayo is looking to force an ult here.
It's coming up, so it's going to be ult vault from mid lane. There's nothing from Rayo because, of course, already had that ult on cooldown. Would have had to flash to really confirm anything. I actually wonder if Angel mistimed the ult from Vi. Maybe he thought he would get ulted there. Chose to be respectful. Okay, better to be cautious, I suppose.
Well, no, there's quite a lot of topside vision from EDG right now. A couple of control wards quite deep, both in the lane and over by the blue buff. Partly how they managed to make that good topside move over onto Harry. Does mean that, theoretically, despite being on vision here, we're dragging a couple minutes. I suspect EDG will want to try and use the knowledge of people being topside to attack Harry again.
He's so fast. There's Swifties in the shy movement speed. He is moving around the map really quickly. Not actually sure what runes he's got. Again, you can see the runes have kind of bugged out on the scoreboard, so we don't actually get to see which keystone people have.
Oh, yeah, true.
Which is tad annoying. Equalizer to wave click.
I had to say the same thing. Probably because it was on screen.
Yeah. I will say, look, there is something to be said about just saying what is on screen. So, I mean, one of the things which has been complimentary about what I've done in the past has been, you can, like, tell what's happening fairly concisely without looking at the screen. Now, you don't want to just be running a running commentary of everything that happens, but the important things like tower going down, like right now, or dragons going down, 2 groves to EDG, it's important to just kind of hit down on them and make sure that we're kind of impressing how important it is.
A woman with clinically improbable hands is currently punching things.
There is a golden ultimate flying towards Starry.
Ooh, that's pretty dangerous. Palkia now going to get turned around on, though. And again, you can cleanse a lot of things, but you can't cleanse death. Equalizer. Sorry, make that encore. I need to get that ultimate ability right. We'll force an ult from Angel. Here comes the Herald, and Angel has to leave.
Yeah, Palkia mistimed the Q coming out of the the ultimate meant that he had nothing to run away with as well. The CC was down. CDC, he was queued on under turret, but I think Tao died anyway. Good slap back, and no, Palkios found out the hard way. Bard is not easy to play even when you're ahead of the game.
The official broadcast was highlighting Starry v Leave. Hell, they had a whole segment basically talking about how Leave dies incredibly rarely as an AD carry. He's 0, 2, and 4. Starry, the opposite number, the one we thought was going to be second best here, has managed to come back from a very rough early laning start, is now 4 and 4, has 1,000 gold lead, has 2 items, the Phantom down to try and kite this out as well, with a lot of tools around him to keep him safe.
Yeah, it's not been a great day at the office from Leave, who, you know, even in this early game, quite disrespectful, leveling up the Gatling gun level 2, meant that he couldn't Valkyrie away from the play, and showed then he didn't have the Valkyrie, and then just died in the 2v2. Dragon started by EDG. OMG, well, they don't have the arrow or the encore to play around here.
Will it matter as the Weaver's Wall comes flying across before Palkia away? The Equalizer comes on down. That's a fair amount of damage. DDC in the front line gets chunked out. That's a cease and desist, but flashed into the play is Rayo, who needs to flash out in turn. But the slowed, the approach velocity. They'll throw down the Cataclysm to try and deny the chase down as Harry's kept a barbecue rolling.
And while we were asking, you know, would those ultimates matter for OMG, the answer is probably no. They still managed to find themselves in a front to back. I think one of the things that we're finding here is that the damage from EDG is low. You know, Leave is not particularly strong right now, and Angel didn't want to commit to that ultimate. EDG, they should have just turned for the fight if they were going to stick around, I think. Just pull out the Call of the Forge God. They didn't pull that from the Ornn at all. Bonus for EDG is that you now see 3 flashless members of the enemy team. 2 of them are immobile. That is something you can return to, but EDG need to show they can actually play this combo. No, ZDZ doesn't pull the Call of the Forge God. You do have Mikhails. You can afford to play fairly aggressively around this. I'm quite surprised they didn't use Mikhails. I'm not sure if it was used earlier. Yeah, it was used there. They did have it to use. I think they should just pull the engage. I don't know why they didn't throw that Call of the Forge God out. Maybe afraid of going front to back, but then Shahar goes in anyway, so feels like they're missing the point of the comp a little bit.
And they do at least get the dragon there, so that's something. The problem is that gold lead they had has gone, and I really worry again about the fact that scaling-wise, yes, you've got Ornn items, and that's great, and you've got a very good pick comp. I do worry a little bit that if you throw the comp in and you say, just get one person, the late-game Seraphine turnaround on the is very, very good, especially if the kill you get isn't onto Ashe. Ashe gets to keep just chaining autos. You're basically seeing Starry go, if I'm hitting someone, they're dying.
So now OMG, can they survive this time with their flashes being down? Because I think, you know, Cataclysm is back up, ultimates are available from EDG. I think EDG need to be showing that lethal mentality. This is something which I think the teams outside of Group Ascend, they've struggled with this somewhat. But they need to show intent now. There's the flashless Ashe in this Seraphine. You want to just be taking those kills. Just want to make sure that you're starting to get some gold racked up. And EDG last game, we criticized them for not having mid-game activity.
Angel Shauhau from the top side river. Baron has now spawned. Are we rushing this? Are we threatening to rush this? What's going on here?
They're getting vision control down, but realistically, they wouldn't look to rush it. One, their Baron damage is very low, so it won't be a rush. All it would be was it'd be a bait for OMG to walk towards the objective. OMG, I think they'd be pretty happy if EDG just pulled throw an Ashe arrow and equalize when they die. So EDG, that's not what they're looking for. They should really be looking, well, not what they should be looking for. They should really be looking for these aggressive dives while some of these flashes are down.
How easy is that going to be? As, again, I'm starting to get to the point where, like, look, these items that were not there for OMG very much are now. We're nearly at a 3rd item for Starry. We've got 2 for High Chow, nearly at 2 for Harry.
Let me tell you, well, you asked how easy is it, how easy is that going to be? Easier than if they had the flashes up. And that's the main thing. It's like, actually, is it going to get easier? Dragon is now up in a minute 30. The problem is, if they go towards that Dragon, flashes will be back up as it spawns pretty much, because they were blown as that last Dragon fight happened. So, EDG, they don't have a crazy amount of time to utilize the summoner advantage that they have and the ability to kind of punish those being down. You know, Jarvan really does want to play into your team without flashes, but EDG, hang on a second, might be jump onto Angel here, but again, quite hard to punish the Ahri. Has the Vitalier. Potentially, this is where they need to go for something like this. Again, they really should be just throwing ults to them. They don't have flashes. Go! Pull the trigger!
There's the Tempest Fate. Good step. That makes things tricky. The Call of the Forge God still summoned. Starry's still low. Throws the arrow out. May need to flash. He's going to get jumped on regardless. It's a big shield coming that way. The encore through him. The damage onto Xiaohao, who gets Mikhail. They do go 1 for 1. But is that enough? They're kind of running low on damage.
It's 1 for 2. The Corki's
You're
gone
so
down.
right.
EDG, they don't pull the trigger well. They see them clump together. They miss the Bardock. Really, they should have just sent the Jarvan first. EDG lose 3 in the play. They don't pull the trigger effectively, and OMG must be thanking their lucky stars from this. They survived the period of time where their summoners were down in the bot lane, and it's gonna give them a Baron. EDG, the mid-game proactivity has been awful from this team.
And it was a problem we saw even in Group Perseverance. EDG with strong early games into perplexing mid and late stages. Palkia does not have the spell book, so he's not going, I don't think he's going to go towards the smite. You never know, actually, with the Bard. I take that back. Either way, very tricky to get in here. This is going down. Jarvan not here. Can they get anything at the back end of the play? It's a desperation look. The Orb Deception comes on forward. Unraveled Earth Angel, unfortunately, will not be surviving. Palkia goes through a magical journey and is not enjoying his experience with Rayo being there. The Equalizer tags both bot laners, and the Bard has to flash. The seismic shove is a 9 on the Richter scale.
EDG fall apart. Folks, if you tell me you have a hard engage comp versus a mobile carries and they don't have flashes, how do you not pull the trigger for 5 minutes, and when you do, you miss the shot and die? This is just alien from EDG. We thought they'd done away with some of these issues later in. You probably should be aiming at the clump when they're further away from their teammates as well. I think they took it a little late. Leave takes the dangerous way to his team as well, and then he gets his Valkyrie cancelled by the Talia wall. He sees it coming towards him. He just face bumps into the Talia wall and gets knocked up. So Leave just basically kills himself.
He's having an awful day in the office.
EDG were a game off of being top 2 or fighting for top 2 in Group Perseverance. We thought coming into this split, coming into this year, EDG should be clearly best team within Perseverance. Then these sorts of issues happen in the first round robin. Second round robin, they looked a lot better. We said, look, OMG, realistically, they should be huge underdogs. Real credit to them. ReZero's come in, and he's really changed this team. Juhan subbed out, who was looking awful for OMG. New jungler coming through that played for them in Demacia Cup, and he's revolutionized the team. I think that Starry and Moham now have such a lead in this game. It is so hard for EDG to kind of play if they do have good summoners available to them.
Have we confirmed it is ReZero? It would make sense if it was.
Sam, I'm just saying it how I want to say it.
That's super fair. That is super fair. Down goes the tier 2. And it is picked up, and the Baron is allowing OMG to accelerate to a monster gold lead at this point. Infinity Edge also picked up from Starry, who, again, they jumped him, but they spent so much time to do it, and he went 1 for 1 regardless.
Yeah, it was a really poor pull of the trigger from EDG. I think you should just send the Cataclysm onto him if he's flashed this, right? Just flash Cataclysm. I think that Xiaohao in that last play in the top river, he should have just flashed the Seraphine skill shot and then just gone for the dunk. There was no flash to kind of respond to it. I think it's just been a huge... I don't know, the shot calling is just not there. Xiaohao's going through the Talia minefield now.
Jumping onto Haichao, and unfortunately, he's going to flash out and does survive. That's not bad. They kill off the Vibe, but what about the rest of the players? Moam is here. The Equalizer is absolutely glorious. Encore after keeps them on the red carpet. ZDZ gets to Mikhail's, but he goes down. Haichao goes back on in. Angel as well, trying to dash around. Gets a reset on the ult. The seismic shove is wide. It's a triple kill to Harry, though, who will eventually fall. Not bad from EDG at all.
Yeah, EDG finally pulled the trigger. Why does it take this to do it, though? You could have done this the entire game. It's taken them 25 minutes to figure out their combo, and even though the Rumble does an absurd amount of damage, EDG should be walking away much happier from this situation. They're going to get... I mean, I'm trying to think how many summoners they got. Not a crazy amount, actually, but they did get one off of Haichao, importantly. Mohams is also down, so there are a couple of targets to dunk in the next fight. And Angel does get a lot of kills there too. Oh, kill participation. So Magical Journey goes over the wall after the Talia's come down. They spot Rayo out of position and think, well, I guess we can just jump onto the flashless Talia. Manages to get through the bit of CC to dunk onto the Talia. So Xiaohao, good escape considering I thought he was just going to just immediately die. And then, of course, the turnaround happens. I thought that Star was just going to start gliding on them, really, but gets hit by Flag Drag here. Xiaohao, I don't think they were expecting him to come back in. A crazy amount of healing comes in from the Sunlit Sky. Manages to clean up the fight alongside Angel.
I think he also got hit by that kind of sweet spot Q from Nari simultaneously with the upgraded Shadow Flame as well. Very nice damage there from the Ahri, who has gone to try and pop for the build to try and pop people. If you get the death cap in there, can look to be quite threatening onto some of the squishier members of OMG and try and play for some of those resets.
This is so disappointing to see from EDG that it takes them so long to figure out how to play their composition. Suppose we're getting to the point now where the gold lead is less important, 2 dragons apiece. We are getting all items in. Did we mention that just yet?
Yes, I did just say the upgraded Shadow Flame, but not in general, so yeah.
Okay, so that's important. So we do have that coming through. Xiaohao does have GA, should be safe here from this flag drag. But in fact, he could actually go for the engage here. In fact, I would almost suggest he does that. Let's go.
Here he goes, goes looking for it. The Call of the Forge got flashed away from Harry, and golden now is Xiaohao, but I don't know how easy it's going to be. What about a potential angle?
Here comes Angel.
Side? There is Angel looking for Rayo. Should be able to get him down, but not quite. And that's unfortunate. Harry is doing a lot of work with that Rift Maker to buy time. Seismic Shove catches Xiaohao, but again, he's got a GA. And good pick from EDG. Takes them a lot to do it, but they succeed.
Yeah, they get the junglers flash out as well. So ReZero is not going to be able to flash ult. And again, these are the kind of plays they should have been doing 10 minutes ago. They had the power for it. You didn't have to wait until, you know, Starry Mom just stomped on you a little bit for you to get back into it. Xiaohao with the GA really helps him go for those plays as well. And of course, Angel having Malignance and having Ult Hunter fully stacked means that he can also more freely look for those plays. EDG, if they keep making plays at this kind of cadence, will be fine. 20 seconds till Dragon. OMG down all of their top side flashes. That's the important thing. Starry does have his. He's the only one with flash available. Now under 10 seconds. Ultimate's not quite available. Flash away from Palkia because he was about to get shoved back by the Talia. Ultimate's not quite there yet from EDG, waiting for them to come back up. Once they're there, though, they should, again, just immediately pull the trigger. Keep the playmaking, the pace of playmaking high. OMG on the other side, of course, we spoke about it from the EDG perspective a lot. Realistically, what OMG need to do is try and defend Ash's flash religiously. Try and bait EDG into going onto a target and peel back around them. You have the Encore, you have the Equalizer. Bait EDG into an overdive, and see if you can fight back with a very strong 3-item Ash. Rayo's going over. No, it's a flick back outside of that, but he's flicked back out of the Barn Ultimate.
The Encore comes on down, as does the Equalizer, trapped on the red carbon, as EDZ just isn't that tanky.
The Vi goes first. It's a bad play on the flank from Angel, who's had largely he had a pretty good game before that. That might open up the Baron. Fog of War has not been EDG's friend in this series. OMG have been so much better at using Rayo from the Fog of War to do something important. Angel and ZDZ both die because OMG pulled the trigger on a bit of a lazy EDG, positioning too close to danger.
They will take the Baron, will OMG. EDG at least trade for Soul Point, otherwise else. But of course, all the while, Harry was sent to shove top lane, so they should be immediately looking for plates. We'll have a look at this replay again. Fog of War, not their friend. Massive combo.
I just don't see why you would stand there. You know, why play the risky angle? You're on vision. They can literally see you with their champion moments. You're not being tricksy by holding that angle, and you don't have the vision over the wall. You know, EDG happened with Leave in that first game. Happens with Angel here. EDG have just not been positioning very well around these critical areas of Fog of War. And we don't expect this from EDG. Not from the gameplay they showed towards the end of the regular split. But EDG, we said, look, OMG, they're probably not going to be in this series if EDG show up.
Yeah.
I don't think EDG have showed up the way they did at the second round robin. They have shown up in the way that they showed up in the first.
Despite having control walls all the way down the river, Angel thought he was safe. He just wasn't.
And that's the thing, though. So, well, yeah, but Sam, he wasn't in the river. He came from the enemy jungle.
Yeah.
Right? That's the thing. Sometimes vision can bait you into a false sense of security, but right there was no reason to do so. There's a whole pocket of vision in the enemy jungle. Right? Could easily have maneuvered around that. You have to be very careful with that. And now you'd think with both the carries having an oopsie around that Fog of War, they'll have learned that now.
Trinity Force into Murman Trinity Force? Did he double Trinity Force accidentally?
No, that'll be the Ornn item.
Ah, Ornn item.
That'll just shown up twice there. I mean, this is he's got the Fiend Hunter bolts, thankfully. That's the interesting thing for him.
Yes.
Which means that on a fairly... Basically, he can get himself the triple insta-crit very easily. I haven't seen this one. Doesn't mean he has lower ult cooldown, of course, too. I haven't seen this one, though. I'm not sure it's... Yeah, I'm not sure what I think of that one yet.
I need to see how Corki mains and how that kind of DPS check is. Because again, Fiend Hunter bolts go on cooldown.
It's going on cooldown like right now, actually. Yeah,
exactly. He's got 3 autos to get with it. I suppose he gets to proc Fiend Hunter bolts very regularly.
does, and it, you know, does give him the ult cooldown that Corki lost quite a long time ago. Going in with the Talia wall now, trying to zone him off the tower.
We'll do just that. Here comes the Call of the Forge God. Flash to get the knockup, but there's a redemption coming on down. And the Diadem of Songs, all that healing and shielding, they just don't hurt anyone.
No one else is looking to go in. No one else is looking to go in. They do. I mean, and the flashes are now coming back up from OMG. If you're going to do that, you need to have the immediate dunk afterwards, the immediate follow-up with Corki and Ari. It's just not there. EDG, they're falling prey to OMG, who are frankly better as a unit than EDG.
It's been kind of scary to see, but you're absolutely right. And again, this Seraphine healing and shielding as well. You've got this massive death pool. You dive into equalizers and volleys and unraveled earth with all that healing and shielding. Look how big those shields are now.
What an upset this would be. OMG were solidly worst team in the LPL for so much of the split. ReZero comes in, changes everything, flash away from Star. It's an important cooldown to take.
Angel can now maybe look for them again. Still a lot of shields to work with, still quite scary to overforce it into the death ball.
There's the Zhonya's available, or at least the Seeker's available for Rumble, which will definitely hurt EDG's engaged chances. Now here comes the arrow, goes into Palkia.
And seismic shove after. It's another 9 on the Richter scale, and unfortunately these earthquakes are hurting. Xiaohao is behind, but just can't pull the trigger.
He can't pull the trigger. He's too late. EDG, their playmaking has not been good this game, and OMG have punished that, saying, well, if you're not going to make a play onto us, we'll make the play first. Xiaohao now coming in from the flank.
Are we in a world where EDG are about to go 0 down to OMG? They are going to try and look for Starry. How simple will it be to actually kill him? Look at the healing and shielding. He's still at half, and there's a redemption.
ReZero is going under that tower. He might die on the retreat. Even he ends up living. The Seraphine value is huge.
Late game Seraphine with all of this. Moonstone and Diadem of Songs combined is providing so much value. They back away, having not quite claimed the game, but near enough. One Nexus turret alone between them and the bare base.
What has happened to EDG? What has happened to this team? We thought they were on par with NIP and WE, who look really good in their best of fives as well. EDG have looked well off the boil. Well off the boil. I mean, this composition plays itself, Sam. You know, when you see summoners down on the other side, you jump the people out of position, you immediately burst them out, you get resets on Ari, and then you go through the rest of the team fight. This is a powerful Ari with the Death Cap and a Shadow Flame, upgraded by the Ornn as well. EDG should feel absolutely happy to just blast the first target, but no one in EDG is calling it and being coordinated about it. We've seen Xiaohao go in, no one else follow. We've seen ZDZ go in, no one else follow. EDG clearly do not understand when each other want to make plays.
I also don't think EDG know what to do when Leave is behind. He was left at 0 and 2. They just didn't know what to do with him.
Well, he did that to himself.
Very true. But then again, it's also like, you know, obviously Palkia got a lot of those early kills, wasn't Leave. And again, EDG, when they look at their best, it's often with Leave as a kind of real point of power to actually do the DPS checks for them. And they just don't look like, if it's just Xiaohao and Angel, they kind of know what to do.
Yeah, and real credit to OMG. This is a team which people had, I think, actually correctly written off for most of this split. And a lot of these players have been on very poor form for 2025 or not finding the results. You know, Moham was really not good last year. Starry, it felt like, you know, he came in with a head of steam, and it felt like, well, if we just stopped talking about him because he wasn't really putting up the results really in the same way. And, you know, you focus on your 1xNs, you focus on maybe Jachi or someone like that. Starry had fallen off the radar. Harry, similar kind of story, a player who, no, maybe a couple of years ago, a little bit more notable. Realistically, wasn't putting up that many things himself. And Hydro, his debut was by far his best one, and since then he's kind of chasing that dragon again. All of these players have been playing fairly well today, actually. You know, it's the second game where they've gotten ahead of EDG. I think that Rayo is probably ReZero, this guy, whatever. I'm gonna alternate between them. I'm gonna alternate between them, and it'll just based on vibes. But I think that this guy coming in has brought this team together. I think that their drafts now are making more sense because they're actually playing towards them now. Moham and Starry with their more intricate bot lane picks. I mean, I wouldn't surprise me if you see stuff like the Lethality Jinx coming back out of Starry, a player who really likes going towards that when he has the option. OMG, perhaps finding a rare spurt of form.
I'd love, and we're not going to see it in the post-game stuff, but I'd love to see healing and shielding done by the side of the Seraphine at the end of the game. We just don't get those numbers, which I think is a little bit of a shame. I get why. It's not in every game, so the numbers aren't necessarily useful for every game. But in a game like this, I think that as the game has gone on, it has been so frustrating to make those picks actually stick.
So OMG, the longer it goes between plays, the better it is for them. I think whenever you have summoners up, and you know, they do have a couple down right now, but whenever you have summoners up, it's a problem. He goes dashing backwards.
Encore just wide, but he'll get the flash for 2 ults. the longest cooldown at this point in the game, it must be said.
Yeah, and getting rid of that flash means that no flash Call of the Forge God shenanigans like EDG did at that top lane inhibitor. OMG happy to take a summoner there. Make sure that they're also staying a little bit more safe on the retreat now as well. They need to keep their summoners available for the next big fight, really.
Rumble's 4,000 gold ahead, by the way. He's got 4 items.
He's so insanely strong, and that means that actually EDG, they could go towards the Baron, but if they do, I think they just get roasted by the Equalizer. They might still go towards it. There's probably going to be a teleport from the Rumble. Yep, there it is. There's no arrows still. There's no Encore still, so a lot of the CC is down from OMG. EDG, they're going to use the lacking ultimates to go towards this. Steel may be coming in through.
Can look for the Steel Season assist angle. He gets it! That's huge, but what about the fight after? Harry just burned out Angel, by the way, and still Rayo's alive. The Tempered Fate buys time, but it's not going to save poor ZDZ, and the Forge God has unfortunately slain mortal men more than enough to fell the deity.
ReZero, what a beauty. Gets the steal, dies for the attempt, but I don't think he cares at all. With the members dead on the other side, I think that OMG, with the arrow coming back up and the Encore soon after, I think they should look to end the game now.
I'm sorry, EDG Ren, but he loves Baron Amelia more than you do. He'll head towards the Nexus turret for the rest of the team. The Cataclysm comes on in, but unfortunately, the end of days looks mighty like EDG's as OMG continue to pray, and Ornn might be a god, but what about a team of them? They name themselves after one, and they'll look to claim the last of the inhibitors and send themselves to series point here and send EDG to Nirvana.
EDG were coming in very much as the favorites today, but OMG now 2-0 up, have exposed EDG's weaknesses around objectives and lack of mid-game proactivity. OMG, I didn't expect to see them go up in this kind of scoreline. I thought they'd maybe take one game at best. They're proving us wrong, though. And OMG, particularly through this jungler that's come in on fairly short notice, midway through this split, after the second round robin came through, somehow rescued them from a bottom 2 finish in LPL, and is now at the point where perhaps they can get themselves into a playoffs qualification match. They'd have to win this game and then another game to get into playoffs, but that just seemed worlds away from what they were capable of in that first round robin.
All right, folks. I know there's a lot of you in chat right now. I can see that. If you've not hit the follow button,
it's there. It's right there.
If you've got a Twitch Prime, you've got a subscription. If you want to help get us to over 50 new users on Opera GX, that doesn't even cost you any money, actually, by the way. It's like a minute of your time to get a very cool browser that's actually significantly better than a lot of the other options out there. If you're going, you know what, I'm getting really annoyed by how slow things like Chrome are, try this instead. It'd be a nice additional or new option for you to give a go. A bit more updated and shiny new. Don't get stuck with Windows Explorer of the new age. You can move forwards into something nice and new and shiny. It'd be a good option. So there you go. Just consider doing that.
I've been so impressed by Rayo, man. This guy has been so important for them coming into the jungle. Like, he's coming in, like I said, after the first round robin where OMG did look like worst team in the league. Then, they've managed to really come together as a confident playmaking team. I mean, this is something which I really appreciate from them, is that they're not afraid to pull the trigger in a way that EDG are clearly afraid to pull the trigger here. That composition from EDG should play itself, but there were just no hands on the keyboard that were playing at the same time. It was actually really quite distressing to see EDG, a team which looked very good in the second round robin, fall off to this level against a team that should be far below their level, on paper.
Leave in playoffs, man. It's got to be studied. How many years in a row is this now where Leave just hasn't delivered in a playoff scenario, pressure scenario? I think there's some issues going on. It's not just him, of course, but again, when he's normally a star, he's been second best today.
Yeah, I think back to like, I think it was Winter versus Top Esports last year. He was exceptional despite the loss. So Leave, I think he has delivered in pressure series before, but then you think back to, well, the EDG Doom squad with Leave and Vampire and who else was on there? Solo Kill, Monkey, and Fisher. All of those players have pretty much gone on to be better since that roster, by the way. But at that point, he was pretty bad there too.
It's a 20,000 damage discrepancy in bot lane, and it's a 30-odd thousand discrepancy in top. I know that's all into Rumble. It's somewhat expected, but that is still pretty bloody obscene.
I am so surprised that EDG just couldn't use the massive Bard early game. You don't have to whisper adverts, Sam. I can just do them now.
Adverts.
Sometimes Sam will try and mouth something and I'm like, you can just say.
Yeah,
I know we want to be professional, but sometimes it's easier for you to say it. This play here was the killer. This play was the killer because I think if you pulled the trigger to Xiaohao a little early because he was a flash Jarvan against a zero flash Ash Seraphine, I think you catch them before they group up with the rest of the team. He goes too late. He goes down. Leave gets caught. He just headbutts a frickin' Talia wall, man. That was just unacceptable, actually. That was actually unacceptable.
I mean, nameplate off, would you think that's Leave?
Well, I know what he's like from when he's playing poorly, so sadly, yeah. Leave is one of the... Leave when he doesn't lock in is definitely a problem child.
Thanks for the show, Shekino. See, you gotta do those calls to actions, guys. It does actually lead to people following you.
Howdy only came on now. Previous games worth rewatching or not too exciting? First series, I think LNG were pushed more than I would like to have seen from them. TT actually gave them issues in game 2 and 3 where Missing and Croco had some rough mid games. 1XM was very, very good though. 1XM was very, very good. I think clearly were better laners, really.
And I think there's just a sort of slightly wider issue for LNG in terms of what are they doing in the mid game in terms of positioning around big objectives when they're not playing for them but just making sure there's river control and stuff. It's like actually TT collapsed faster than LNG kind of repeatedly, which left Missing out to dry. Like the first pick on the Leona in particular, I don't blame Missing that much. Like that should not have been so free a turn to Baron and a pick off on Missing with LNG so lethargic to respond. And that will be something I think they'll need to just go over and VOD review and say, okay, what was happening here that allowed these kind of picks into Baron gives over? Because actually they gave up a number of Barons and had to recover from game states they just didn't need to be in, bluntly.
Disappointing games from EDG. And we're trying to balance it here, folks, because EDG are really collapsing here. They're genuinely collapsing, and this is really difficult to see from them. However, OMG, this is like invigorating stuff from them. You know, one player comes in and it looks like they can change so much about it. I'm not sure I can reach past you like that. I actually don't know where. Oh, yeah, that'll work. Okay, cool. All right, we can do that. What's on the streamer? Lower the game. It was Harry. Yeah, Harry was really good on the Rumble. Very, very powerful game from him. G is correct. So in terms of the Opera sponsor, you have to download and like sign up to it. So you have to download, install, and then like sign into the browser effectively. It should be fairly obvious, I suppose. It was actually one of the things when we first did this thing when you yeah. And obviously just try it out. It's cool. It's different graphics. I think a lot of people kind of get like, and myself included, you can kind of get attached to your browser and then not really change much about it. Oh, so OMG have chosen blue side, EDG have chosen first pick. No surprise there.
Nigel.
Someone actually already typed that.
And I just saw that.
Oh.
I appreciate the attempt.
You talked about Halo Combat Evolved during TT match. Any comments on Halo 3 hype when it first released? Experience of it? Oh, it was a very special time to be alive. It was the first like red carpet event for gaming, really. It was the kind of like culmination of a trilogy which had kind of like really dominated the early 2000s. And yeah, it was really special as someone that kind of grew up with that. Halo Combat Evolved is my favorite game of all time, and that trilogy, being around for it was very special. You know, the culmination of it was really important to kind of like see a like a shooter game actually have a story in a way that not many others managed to have an engaging story, and it really have like an ambitious story and it work out. Particularly Halo 2 did do very well at all, and I have to say Halo 2 and 3 have somewhat half completed campaigns to an extent actually. Yeah, I think that Halo 3 was the online nature of it as well. The thing about that time of like the internet was basically the internet was less split. There were less places to do things. People were playing less games overall. So that meant that people would kind of like collate. They'd go to the same game. Everyone would be playing Halo, or everyone would be playing Call of Duty. It meant that the player bases were much more kind of like they were much more kind of complete.
Yeah.
You know, like everyone would be in yeah, it basically meant that when you were playing Halo Reach, well, Reach is where it started to split a bit more, but like when you were on Halo 3 or Call of Duty, like Modern Warfare 2 or Black Ops 1 or whatever, basically everyone was playing the same game.
The early days of Xbox Live were very special.
Well, that wasn't the early days of Xbox Live. That was like 5+ years after.
I'm talking from like 360. We're talking to that. Those
no, Halo, the original Xbox and Halo 2, the original early days of Xbox Live.
I agree to an extent, but I think that when everyone started getting Xbox Live was with 360. Really, before that, it was a little bit more niche still.
But that's still not like the early days of it. So funnily enough, I've talked with Mono about this too, where effectively like the early days of Xbox Live came from Xbox, obviously from the Halo 2. The dual wield in Halo 2 was insane, and they introduced the 2-weapon switch, dedicated grenade button. They kind of revolutionized shooter controls at that point. Damn, are we really gonna get an upset 3-0 from... Are we gonna have a double Nirvana win day? That's kind of insane. The more I think about it, that is just so insane. I remember when I was a kid and I played Halo at my friend's house. I went to the game store and asked for Halo on PS2. Oh no. Yeah. Xbox exclusive. Dude, if EDG lose this, they're never living it down. Just another split in Nirvana with a team that should be so much better. Like, the Clear Love as a coach has an awful track record, folks. I mean, he was on JDG last year as they kind of underperformed. He was on the EDG Doom squad. Like, he has not had a good track record at all. Okay. Perhaps one last game. Not going to lie, I kind of... Oh, hang on. Screen didn't like that for a second, that was weird. Was that the stream or my screen? Yeah, I have to say, I'd quite like it to be a short day, so I can actually get a nap in before my top podcast later. What is that word? Okay, that'll be our last round for this game. Have I done all my Umas for Capricorn? Yeah, I've done all my Umas for Capricorn. I did them a while ago, actually. It didn't take me too long, luckily. Although I need to start planning for the next CM now, which is, that's going to be the problem, really. Do that. Yeah, I'm running, Karanshan, Bakushin, and Augury Cup. They've all got Sprint S max speed with, like, a green skill for speed. I think all of them have head-on. Maybe one of them missed head-on. They all have, like, some form of... Oh, yeah, they've got the Super Creek Halloween ult as well. Okay. Okay. So, I don't know. EDG? I think EDG just look really bad today, folks. I think they look really quite poor. I'm really worried for them, you know? Obviously, I think this is a team which should be doing so much better than they are. So much better. You know, players like Leave have been, like, promised for a while to be great players. And bluntly, I just don't think they've delivered. I just don't think they've delivered. Sure, that'll work. Really hard to get exact volumes on this. Okay, is Subway decent in the UK? Yeah, it's fine. It's pretty consistent anywhere in the world, really. It's about the same as it is everywhere else. To be honest, it doesn't really change that much. Okay, game 3. So what's still available? We still have Jace Malphites. Both of them are banned away. The Orianna taken as well. We have Varus is an important one. Huh, very interesting, sorry. Yeah, Varus is the big last one available. Do you ban that out as last pick here? Last ban? Surely you just ban that out. EDG will be first pick here. Poppy banned away. Wukong banned. So Varus first pick available. Now, I wonder if they do this because they feel like they have an answer to the Varus. And if so, what do they have? Do they go Sivir? Ambessa first pick. Could be jungle, could be top lane. Either of them play it. Now, I suppose they lock in the Varus, and they're okay with that. Now, of course, the problem is, if you get Ambessa Galio'd, you still really hurt. You need to survive until you get to Edge of Night for your spell shield, really. So you're locking this in. Nico's already gone. So you can also go towards... they lock in the Nocturne, partly because they want to not have Nocturne on the enemy team. I think Xiaoho's a good player of it. Also, a lot of the early game matchups are kind of gone. Ambessa could also go into jungle as well, of course, and I think the Nocturne's fine into Ambessa as a jungler. So now what you want as the Nocturne is another engaged threat, so you can turn off the lights for the engaged threat. Rise, solid pickup for Angel here. Hai Chao can go towards something like the Onivia or the Cassiopeia or the Malzahar. Any of those three are pretty good there. Rise Kiana looks good here. Put the Ambassador into the top lane means that Harry can't go towards the Cassante. That's gone. The Renekton's gone as well. So a lot of the top lane matchups which are good into the Ambassador are already banned out through Fearless. EDG are letting their AD carry go, though. They're not going to get AD carry here. So presumably it's going to be like Sivir banned away. So they're going to struggle with AD carries that can survive lane versus the Varus. Maybe, I don't even think you care about the, I don't think you care that much about the Aphelios, really. Yeah, I think that the Onivia's okay here. It's a little weak against the Ambassador, but pretty good against triple low range champions if they all choose a target which isn't her. I will say, I think that ReZero is not feeling great in terms of combos right now. Second round of bans. I think OMG ban it. They ban Yunara. Of course Yunara's there. So they choose not to pick up the Yunara. You ban Yunara. I think you banned the Sivir as well. Yeah, I think he banned Sivir. Which hasn't been played in the series. Is the last one that's played though. I've heard it pronounced as both Rayo and ReZero. I'm just saying ReZero because it's an anime, and I wonder if it's an anime reference. Sivir is banned away. So now EDG, do they have to go Aphelios? I don't think Aphelios is great for their comp. Aphelios is awful into Nocturne as well. Do you have to go Thresh Aphelios? What would you go then for Moham? Into Thresh Aphelios? I think EDG should be planning for Thresh Aphelios here, really. Hey Sam, how's it going?
I've got myself some tea.
EDG chose not to pick up AD carry early into the draft, and that means that they're running out of some picks here. I like the Silence. Silence good. It neutralized that top lane match. We did say a lot of the good matchups the Ambassador are gone, and kind of like the Xanthi and the Renekton. And Silence, that is okay. Easy enough to lock that one in, really.
Yeah, I think the Onivia could be a bit annoying for a lot of these characters, I have to say.
The problem is that Nocturne doesn't have any synergies right now. It's good into something like the Aphelios if it's locked in. The Rek'Sai banned away means that they maybe wanted the Sion, and now they don't even get that.
Yeah, that's frustrating. Are we Ziggs? Ziggs isn't potentially that bad here. Gives you some range. Good. You can mess with the Varus a bit.
Ziggs is good. Ziggs is good. It allows you to kind of bypass the problems that the Onivia can cause you by being longer range than her. Yeah. Then you can throw the bombs at the Varus as well. Now, yeah, I guess the Leon is also fine here. If he does that, I think Moham might just go to Braum. Braum is not bad here now. Rakan's okay. You can get kind of dunked on by crazy hype, but Ambulance is outside.
Just for EDG.
Perhaps. Now the problem is, EDG have not been very coordinated at all.
And the thing is, like, Rakan gives you a follow-up to the Nocturne. I think if Nocturne goes second here as well, if you get walled into Nocturne ulted, it could be really obnoxious. I don't think going first as the Nocturne will necessarily be that simple, though I think following up on a Chains of Corruption, following up on a Rakan engage, very doable. And I think if that one bit of CC lands, specifically a good wall, or a good Grand Entrance, or a good Chains of Corruption, then the Nocturne and Sion come flying, and it's a bad time. I think if Nocturne's going first, it's very possible to go beyond the range that you can get followed up on.
I think I like OMG's draft just a little more. Just a little more. I think that EDG have some powerful dive combos, but they have shown they don't play the dive combo as well. And that's what's selling it between. You know, they have to be coordinated between Leona, Ziggs, Qiyana, and Bessa. They didn't show that last game with a very easy combo to play that with. On the other side, you have, you know, Onivia and Sion peeling for the Varus. I think the Varus is fine playing poke Varus this game and will do a bunch of damage. I think that OMG, on the form they're showing today, will play this composition out better.
Still, Qiyana with a lot of good lanes to play through. Will always be a bit of an X factor. Maybe that's the way to make this happen. I think Angel and Xiao Hao have been the bright sparks for EDG. ZDZ has been a non-factor in the bot lane. Unfortunately, has not delivered when it matters the most. He had a great start to that game and then didn't deliver as the game went on. Leave has really struggled. I think beyond that, it's EDG's coordination in the mid games have been so poor, and I hate to say it, but this is a mid game spiking comp. You are running Qiyana, Ryze, Ambessa, all these things that need a couple items, and that discussion will have to wait until after our gyos, assuming the mics are turned on. Oh my god, that's a level 1 flash.
Level 1 flash, he wants to go to the invade. He wants to get over vision. If you can start on red buff, that's such a big thing. You want to get it. Oh, ReZero. This jungler has saved OMG's splits, and he might just be winning them the series versus the EDG. Can he get both down here? Qiyana's starting on Wolves. Does he start full bot side and go top side? I think he does. If Qiyana goes to watch the minimap, if Qiyana goes towards blue buff right now, I think this game might just be over. Now, what does Nocturne do? Doesn't have the
She is coming.
Okay. Oh my god, he doesn't spot him right now. Doesn't spot him right now. Use the passive. This is going to get tight now, folks.
A reminder, Rayo has used his flash, so could get jumped on quite aggressively here. There's that win on
everything.
that.
He gets everything. So he does get the red buff, but he won't be able to get the full camp steal. Xiaohao, I don't know if he had full information. I think that's coincidence, really, but he will end up losing. Haichao will end up losing his red buff. Now, he's going to go over into the enemy top side, take away those camps. So it is actually going to be somewhat even. Good response here from Xiaohao. Saves what could have been like a complete dumpster fire of an early game.
You can see the pings towards the enemy blue buff here, so I think ReZero will now take these Raptors and head over to the enemy blue buff.
Okay, so this is the next level, next level, next level. So if you end up taking now blue buff on the other side, you end up getting, basically 3 buff onto him.
Yeah, they'll know he's going in there, and it's worth noting Palkia and Leave could theoretically join, but Palkia now at about 20% HP may not have the most fun going to contest.
Yeah, you remember it takes a little while to kill enemy camps. You're slow to kill enemy camps. So basically, Xiaohao is going to stick around and take all topside camps. There is no 3 camp to take from the enemy blue side for ReZero because the Wolves were started on by Xiaohao. He still will end up taking 2 of these, it looks like. I don't think they can walk in and contest. He's going to hit level 3 off this, so he'll have the spell shield. There will be... Well, there's no ward for him to put in. Leave might try for something here.
Moam's coming up. There is a smite. I think there should still be a secure on that there. There's a Zenith Blade. We'll need to smite this camp away. No, he can't. It's reset.
He's ignited as well. And his bot lane's not coming over. Oh, Rayo. No flash. He's going to die.
They're ghosting to try and give this to Angel.
They give it over to him, and the bot lane of Starry and Moham can't... Well, they don't stick around. I think that Moham had to try and stay there to achieve something. And suddenly, Xiaohao is back into the game, which he should have been out of from the level 1.
Yeah, really nice stuff from his pathing there. Comes over, wins that Raptor fight. The smite was used on the red buff, understandably so from Rayo, but it meant he didn't have it for the Raptors. And then, honestly... You've got to stick around and fight that. The fact that Palkia gets the reset, gets to come over, having got his full HP bar back, and OMG don't take that opportunity to come and contest that, it's tough.
That is so rough for ReZero, because he'll have thought that he might have been seen at level 1 now. But of course that wasn't the case. I think it's just, you don't often see Wolves into topside start. That's got to have been, that is some crazy, like next level from Xiaohao.
They've got to have made some assumptions there about what's going on. Very defensive pathing there from the Kiana, who theoretically actually doesn't win a 1v1 versus the Nocturne at early levels. It'd be very tough as a melee range champion into that.
It's not even theoretical. She just doesn't win the level 1. You don't win most of the individual fights, really. Nocturne is one of those champions where you don't often see him as an invading champion because he doesn't have a Lee Sin Q to gap close. He doesn't have any gap close, but he is so good at killing you. Very, very powerful champion at dueling at the early levels of the game, because it's passive and the spell shield, the amount of stats you have when
Unspeakable horror fear.
Yeah, well, it's with the stats that you get when you spell shield and that Q. So you get both of them, means that actually your stat stick, especially with your Keystone Runes, either being Conqueror or PTA or Lethal Tempo, are really, really strong.
It's going to put Rayo significantly far behind in terms of hitting that level 6, which is going to be a big problem point. It was a really cool little bit of level 1 shenaniganery by both teams there, but in the end it's EDG who come away with the significant advantage as a result. Big lead for the Rise in mid lane as a result of that first blood, and actually that's going to be the egg pop. We see that every now and then in this matchup. It's later on where the Rise struggles into the Onivia.
It hurts that Angel did get the double buffs, pretty hard to play against that. Also hit the level 6 early as well, so he has the extra damage from his combos. One of the ways that they kind of fixed Rise a little bit as a scaling champion, and the difference between solo queue and pro is like, okay, when he levels up his ult, he gets power on his combo, so you kind of like give some solo queue value, but less. Hang on, can you stop the recall? Yes, you can. Alright, fair play. So, OMG, they're going to be falling behind now. 1,000 gold. EDG, no strangers to getting early gold leads, actually.
He just dropped 3 minions to try and interrupt that back.
And in fairness, he did. Haichao really wanted to stop, because Angel doesn't have teleport. He has goes to hang on. Xiaohao, he's going wrapping around there now. There is potential of a flash rune prison.
This is one of the reasons why Kiana Rise is so dangerous, because actually Kiana's ability to follow up on a Rise route from River is very large, assuming she's got the flash.
Yeah, the Rise Kiana has been a huge LPL combo. I don't really think other regions have played it that much.
LCK tried to no real success. The LCK Kiana was not great, it must be said.
Top lane completely awash. Very just existing, really. Now, if this goes into late game and the Nocturne is behind, the Nocturne is kind of going to be useless. So at that point, you're basically just ulting to turn the lights out for the rest of your team to fight a little bit better. Rayo's trying to get behind bot lane, maybe. We'll see.
He is.
He put the vision plant down.
Ah, now this gets interesting. Mom looking for a potential engage. Good spell shield on the Zenith Blade denies that potential bit. There will be a fear on to leave, but he's satcheled well over the attempted wrap around look. Still be a good chunk, and I appreciate the look in there. Kiana will likely get the scuttle crab.
It was well played for. Hang on, if he gets this, he gets level 6 as well. So that
Rayo won't.
Rayo won't, but you need to deny the Kiana level 6. Well, you better bloody win this then, basically. Just sticking around here, this is a problem. Rayo does have smite as the Xiao Hao. Well, I mean, Rise is coming over. I don't know if you want this, OMG.
Gonna try. Starry's not here. It's currently a 2v3. The Onivia can look to wall someone, which could be a little bit dicey. Are we fighting this? Yes, we are. Unspeakable Horror. Flash on forwards. Doesn't quite get the tether, and Rayo full sends and gets in trouble. Just about surviving for now. There's a Realm Warp behind, and OMG are left real low. Angel looking for some spell fluxes. Overcomes Xiao Hao with a bit of audacity to his name. And the Empress of Ishtal causes some trouble. The Glacial Storm is good. Palkia goes deep. Starry left low, goes down. The Eclipse Blow gets that one. Flash for the bouncing bomb. Won't quite get the kill, but the second will.
EDG explode the early games. OMG, they're on the brink of victory. They had that level 1 plan so intricately planned out. Rayo leading this team from the worst team in the LPL to one that potentially could be on the road to playoffs. And they've completely fumbled the early game. The level 1 didn't work. The early invades didn't work after that either. Flash is here in a completely nonsensical play. You don't have the follow-up at this point. Don't have the level 6. Things are falling apart for OMG very, very quickly. And they're losing their summoners from this. They're giving a lot of gold over. And I'm not seeing that kind of underdog mentality of, you know, being better coordinated, even if they're not necessarily the better individual players on paper. They just look like they're panicking now.
We've seen a fair number of, I hate to say it, but this little thing called a reverse sweep, the most dangerous point in a series, particularly if you are theoretically the worst team. If you're 2-0 up, this is where the team with a bit more veterancy, a bit more grit, can get in your head. And if you lose this game, the momentum swing, the mental damage and little doubts that start to creep in can really hurt you here.
Seeing vision control really start to come online from EDG now. Bot side of the map is completely lit up. Grubs are going to be taken by OMG on the top side as Dragon is taken by Xiao Hao here. So OMG need the game to slow down now. They probably just need to slow down, just get some items. You're not going to be able to fight for a while unless EDG make a mistake. Now, of course, you can play around that. Bot lane quest. This is interesting. OMG are choosing to swap away from lanes and just say, look, you can get the quests if you want. We just want to get out of some of these lanes.
They're going to try and make the paranoia die if ever the public execution happens, but now the paranoia falls, but that's still incoming Rel. They're going to have to leave this one alone.
So they end up using the first Nocturne. It doesn't really do that much. The Unstoppable came through from the Ambassador, and the Fear Tether was broken by a flash afterwards. Xiao Hao is going to get entire bot side camp steal through, so he's going to even get even more farm ahead of ReZero.
Will do at that point. I get what they're trying to do with that play, but it's a good reset and roam there from Palkia to get some support in. ZDZ does have to flash. I'm not sure whether Palkia did. Looks with the Hex flash coming off cool, and he may have done, but I think he actually flashed in that play in the mid lane, so I take that back. Just memory took a second or two to catch up there. Either way, bit of housekeeping here. EDG find themselves 2,500 gold up, largely to be found in mid and jungle, with a decent lead in the bot lane as well. And that's giving them a good platform to work off. Again, the issue may come in, though, as this game gets a little later. Jumping onto Hai Chao, but the Zenith Blade just wide.
Good dodge there from Hai Chao. Good reactions. Palkia roaming across mid lane, trying to make something happen. He had a very good early game last game. Of course, that didn't end up leading to the win that they wanted, partly because the lead was on him, the support, not on someone actually more useful that can actually do damage. Be tanky. Of course, the later the game went, more things kind of didn't work out for him. Not a great wall there from Hydra, actually. You should be able to... You can basically force people into pathing into your Q, which is the important thing for it, basically. Hydra getting to that point, it's a big problem for Rise to deal with in the individual lane, but Angel getting away from that early game, the kill, 3 assists, is very happy with how things are going for now.
Yeah, and again, that's nice that the Rise does help mitigate what can be a really problematic matchup later on. EDG, I will say, we've seen them throw these. Yeah, in 2 games in a row, basically. In fact,
it is indeed throwable. It is throwable.
Hex flashed over. They know he's in there because it's a ward.
Because okay, now the thing is, folks, EDG were not very coordinated in any of the games this series so far. Neither of the other two. So what might happen is OMG, when they start fight, hang on a second. Angel doesn't have flash.
Well, going to throw down a ghost. We'll be burning that summoner.
Okay, and no charm available from Moham yet to forced the play, and I don't think the damage would have been there on an only mana Onivia. No AP built up for him just
Don't
yet.
think that's how the site's pronounced.
Huh? The sites?
Don't worry about it. Chat will get it. Chat will get it.
Only mana. Oh, only mana. Right, okay. Crit combo onto the
Oh boy. Well, that will be a lot of bombs. Only the one there. The supreme display of talent is disgusting. The Chains of Corruption does get one back.
Yeah, gets the stun under the tower. So still a 1 for 2. Crystallize on their route. Does he go for an ult here? That's quite low on Leave, and he doesn't have that first item though.
This could get interesting. Leave is going to die here. He's gone. That's a nice pop. And actually incoming Scion. This is nasty. Flash on forward. The audacity back. Can he get the kill? I don't think he can. No! A wonderful Terra shape, but a Q will land to bring down Rayo's skull.
Yeah, uses the E to get past them. Xiaohao gets one back, so it ends up in total, I think it ends up being a 3 for 2 in favor of EDG, because Leave and Palkia both die. Rayo does get himself a kill on the board, though, first of the game for him, and gets back for that Hex Plate. He just should have backed off for that 1-for-1. Harry did somewhat mess up there, but he should have flashed for the E and waited really for him to use the extra mobility afterwards. So Harry messing up mechanically a little bit there. Should have just flashed for that Roar the Slayer, get that slow, and then played it slower after that point.
Yeah, it was nice problem solving there from Xiaohao to get out, because I thought he may well be dead as well. And at that point, once you've kind of committed, I understand why the Nocturne's going to stay in that play. Maybe they can look at Harry here. He doesn't have the flash or the ult, so theoretically, if you can lock him down for long enough, he'll take a lot of damage. But over comes the Rakan. Don't know if you've got the damage for the kill anymore here. The Solar Flare well wide. In comes the quickness of the Grand Entrance. Now Palkia trapped to the turret. That's scary. Damage back with a decimating smash, and EDG just about survive.
Just about, though. A bit scary. End up using some ultimates on that bot side. Moam does on the other side. Every time a play like this fails, though, you feel as though OMG breathe a little lighter. Now, Leave over that wall. Rayo does have ult coming up not crazy far into the future. Probably, like, what, 20, 30 seconds off, I suppose? About a quarter of the cooldown left. That Hex Plate's up and available. Gives himself a bit of fun. He's managing to keep himself... Well, he's caught up in XP now, which is the big thing for him. He's not completely out of the game, even if he's 1,000 gold down. Still actually can be somewhat of a threat. And yeah, every time one of these plays fails from EDG, you do feel as though OMG see the light a little bit more.
ZDZ's now got to the Eclipse, which makes the lane versus the Scion so much easier. We saw early on Harry was actually bullying ZDZ around a little bit, but again, the Eclipse breakpoint for Ambessa is so nice. Plus the level 11, suddenly you've got Omnivamp and Armor Pen, and nice dueling tools with Eclipse, which makes things so much easier.
He's not been displaced for a while either. He's going to be late on his quest a little because of the lane swaps from OMG. They are going to be later to bot lane and top lane role quest, which is a big problem because they're the ones which actually get valued earlier into the game. You get them. EDG, they basically have all of them now. They have all the relevant ones anyway. Dragon is alive. There is an ultimate for the Nocturne. Angel needs to be a little bit careful on the bot side of the map. He does have that flash, of course, but don't want to overextend into the Nocturne. Of course, EDG, their carries have been caught out an awful lot in the first 2 games, so you won't put it against them doing that again. Dragon started up by EDG would be their second.
I think we're just going to see the Scion shove top with the grubs and look to try and get a plate or 2 there. Difficult to get through. The Ziggs wave clear. Yeah, Onivia just threatening a lazy smite if the Glacial Storm would come on through. I've seen 1 or 2 ticks on that cause some trouble around objectives before. It kind of can sometimes
be a miss time. If you then panic and miss spite, then it's just like the next tick of damage would kill it, so...
Trying to combo with damage sometimes is that kind of window where you kind of smite ability or ability smite where it's not perfectly synchronized.
One of the ways that... Hang on. He's really not good at these WQ combos. This is like the 3rd time I've seen him just not get the right pathing on that wall to kind of force the Q. Kind of like angle it slightly. Froggen got to teach him a little while. Herald is available with poke there from Starry. He's got that 1 item. He really needs a spell shield ASAP. In fact, I'd almost suggest skipping the Muramana and going towards that spell shield, meaning that he can be much more safe in these team fights. There's a lot that you can use that on. Of course, there's stuff like the Leona can disengage from that. Of course, there's stuff like the Ambessa ult later on, which will be a killer if it ever hits him.
But Angel's taking the Scuttle Crab. That's a little unusual, but you take it while it's there.
Yana's got other stuff to do, and Angel has a break in the wave, wants to be closer to mid lane as well in case someone jumped onto the Ziggs. Kind of understand it, right? You know, that Angel with the upgraded boots, Rod of Ages ticking over. He's a little bit easier. He's probably the tankiest person in his team for a little while now at this point. I mean, Leona's not too bad, but really Angel being able to kind of like tank up the initial damage, just pop Ghost and phase rush his way out to safety. Really makes him quite a dangerous person to move around the map whilst also being very safe.
I feel like we're seeing a lot more locket builds on our supports again, and Aftershock again. We're not just seeing kind of Spellbook, Redemption, Mikhail's kind of first items quite so freely.
Now started by OMG. Do we see our first kind of grouped up fight of the game ever since that early disaster from OMG? Apps, EDG, Walking with Angel, Shahar round one flank, and Bessa's not teleporting in yet. In fact, they could do, but they're choosing not to.
Harry's going to ult now in to try and cancel something out. The sign will be here via the ult. The Solar Flare lands onto 2. The Mega Inferno Bomb is nasty as hell. Harry in the backside, that will make that a turnaround as Palkia dies. What about this Sion, who's a bit of a menace, actually, in this front line? Hellfire's not great from OMG, though, despite getting the kill.
No, but they do have teleports to use if they want. And the Herald was reset. They'll have to go through that again. It's a kill. EDG, well, they're not too unhappy with that, I suppose. If they get the Herald, Harry is going to walk over. Nocturne's coming again, but doesn't have the ult. Can they catch anyone on the retreat?
Might be the plan. Leave is safe over the back of the wall. ZDZ and Angel, though, might be not in a great spot here. Someone may be asked to flash. Still got an angle for a big old chunk. Over the back of the wall goes Moam. Blocks the public execution vaguely. And ZDZ is in the end forced to flash.
So ends up getting another couple of summoners out from that. OMG, no, they don't get the objective itself. That is a problem. That means that mid lane turret, particularly with the Ziggs Satchel after, is going to be probably dead. That's why EDG were fighting quite hard for it, I think. If they can get mid lane turret, it means that OMG have much less of a platform to launch these Nocturne assaults from later on into the game. Now, Rakan's died.
Oh!
Xiao Hao has killed Moham.
There was an ultimate.
Yeah, I think Rakan just walked into the enemy jungle and died.
No, that was his jungle. It's just he basically there was a Kiana in his jungle.
Oh no, Sam.
exactly. That was
no.
You're right.
No, he died. He died around enemy red buff.
Oh yeah. No, I think I saw Leona and assumed that was Rakan. You're right. It is.
No, he just dies in the enemy jungle here.
Dear.
Yeah. So he just walks in, try to get some vision down, and just gets killed. Gets ulted. Tries to dash away. Doesn't react in time. Dies.
You are so right. I think I conflated Leona with Kiana, which is just wrong.
Yeah, very different champions, I hear. Moam dies that. Free kill over towards Xiao Hao. 2,000 gold ahead of Rayo now. I mean, we've seen what Kiana can do from ahead. Perhaps Xiao Hao can full carry this. I will say this is a pretty good anti-melee comp from OMG. We've seen how EDG have thrown games before. I actually prefer the composition from OMG if it gets to late game. If EDG end up diving into OMG, it's a problem. EDG, one of the ways they can win, though, without diving in is just by taking dragons, taking the Hextech Soul, and then eventually just becomes very, very hard to play against Hextech Soul, against stuff like Ziggs, and the chase down from Ambassador, who's slowing you all the time.
This time EDG do actually get to stack dragons. They've not been quite so clean at that in the last couple games. That just gives them a bit more obvious of a win condition. They are the ones in control of the River Knight right now. Moam has his Celestial opposition swiftly broken there.
Dragon up in 30 seconds. EDG trying to starve out vision control. Not doing a great job of it, though, actually. You look at the ward just outside. They sweep it now, so they do end up getting that. Rayo's back out onto the map. Has the Protoplasm Harness, so he really wants to be tanky on the way and realizes, look, I'm not going to be the one doing damage. And realistically, I just need to go in and survive somehow or other. Might have to go for a steal at some point too. Not on this one, then the next one. How much do you want to give up for this? Herald's not being used mid lane. Yeah, interestingly, it's going top lane. Onivia is going to be up there to wave clear for now. Can teleport, and instead it's the Sion in bot lane who can ult up the river to help start the play.
Potentially pick off Palkia a little bit there. Moam with the Ghost does look for a grand entrance. Can't quite get the space. Sion has ulted in, forced the Angel to back away.
And Ambassador's got free time on top lane. EDG might just choose to take turret. Okay, so they're going to choose to take the immediate gold advantage and give up the dragon. I do wonder whether EDG could have just fought anyway. They give up that dragon and they give up that early chance of a soul point.
I'm sure whether I'm a massive fan of that. Of course, ZDZ didn't have teleport, as you noticed. It wasn't going to be that simple to come on over. And again, he was the one with the Herald and Infantry after the slightly panicked retreat from the pit. So he's the one who ended up having to use it. And again,
they might jump Xiao Hao here if he stays too long. Rayo's in bot side jungle. They did spot him heading over the Tri-Brush there. They might try and sniff out the Kiana here.
Gonna try and phase check it. No, they're not. There goes the Edge of Ixtal into a little bit of an escape there by the Hex Gate. Just kind of aware he might be in a bit of danger there.
Okay, so the cost of this play is EDG get more map pressure, and they end up getting about another 1,000 gold ahead, but OMG do end up getting that dragon and stopping the earliest possible soul. OMG, reminder, do have 3 grubs, and they had that crystallize means that they will really hurt these towers if they start opening up. I'm quite interested to see if OMG do try and push out 3 side lanes. You know, just an auto attack on a tower like this actually could be quite big for them for opening up the map, because of course the longer the lanes are, the more that Nocturne can kind of punish you when you overextend.
indeed. ZDZ just doing a little bit of chunking there onto Harry, who's in fairness doing quite a good job of being a tanky old front line this game.
No, EDG don't have great anti-Scion tech. No, Kiana's never been that great versus tanks. She's better than some because her ultimate does have some percent HP when you hit it against the wall, but it's not crazy amounts. Ziggs does have good damage in general, but I just look at this and I'm like, okay, it's not fantastic. Xiaohao does go over and steal the that.
And again, looking at Lee's build, that's not a Leandry's build, that's Seraph's Blackfire, so we're going for cooldown. The sign will take a while to die, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Ambassador will eventually do a decent amount, but it's going to take enough time that Harry will be able to buy space, and if he gets to disrupt the melee divers jumping in, maybe Starry and Haichao can get the damage to really work. See that Starry's very close to the Edge of Night now. Once Edge of Night's through, I think OMG are pretty happy to take 5v5s, because at that point, stuff like free ball Ambassador ults, the Leona ults don't have the same threat that they would do. Now, we haven't really seen that much threat on Starry in general because OMG have not really been turning up to the pitch battle. They've just been saying no, not just yet. These kind of plays would be hard to make.
There's a cleanse, a Chains of Corruption wide. They do get the summoner out there at the very least for EDG.
Yeah, they do. Early cleanse there actually from Starry, who thought he could Captain Jack it a little bit, but that's important. Summoner down. Summoner economy, of course, important when you've got these engaged champions versus players with cleanse on them, but it is a swing and a miss. Varus does get to keep wave clearing through mid lane.
Bot lane turret will fall though, and OMG not being able to get to any of those structures. Palkia needs to be a bit afraid here. The unspeakable horror comes on forwards and is then running away by a bit of a nightmare courtesy of Nocturne. Mega Inferno Bomb comes on down, but not that
They were
much
looking
damage.
potentially for a kill combo actually. If they walked into that, then Xiaohao could have flashed for the ultimate. Or Starry, no cleanse to get out of the wall stun or something like that. So EDG open up another 1,000 gold lead with the tower down on bot side. Some camp steals away. The slow bleed is working in their favor. However, EDG do need to find a team fight. They need to make that aggressive play. And the problem is, when they look for those aggressive plays earlier in the series, the counter engage from OMG was very powerful. And I think it is again here, actually. So once again, we find ourselves in a situation where EDG may find themselves a little afraid to pull the trigger.
And they've been timid, tepid, both those words, in the mid game over the last pair of games. The very strong early Jarvan didn't really manage to find that many mid-game plays. Angel, again, while I was making some fun songs about him, was not necessarily finding success in terms of his combos with the jungler.
So this question in chat about why did Rayo go for the prototype? Might be a fight to Palkia here. It looks like OMG are actually looking for this.
They're going to try and interrupt that Realm Wolf when they do. He is in a lot of danger. The wall's not fantastic. Flash Ghost gets him out to safety.
No, it's the bad flash from Rayo. He wanted to keep the fear tether on Angel, though he's caught out.
Angel needed to keep going. He actually is still running away. Can he keep sprinting out? That's Phase Rush proc. Does now get slowed down. When's the next wall? It's there. He's knocked up and should be knocked down. Palkia is coming. The Solar Flare comes on down. But now remember the rest of the fight. Man advantage. Mega Inferno Bomb comes on down. Starry looking for an angle. The supreme display of talent puts Rayo in a difficult spot, but the Protoplasm Harness gives him a lot of time. The heal keeps him running as Harry now in the front line. As ZDZ trapped on the wrong side of the wall has to sort of Drakehound step around the globe, and they get out.
It's not a clean pick from OMG, but they do get the kill. They take a good shutdown from that for one, and you notice how EDG started panicking, because I think if they hadn't taken the HP bars down there, OMG might have actually been able to start Baron afterwards, and that would have been terrifying. Starry, he did blow Flash, I believe, in that fight, as well, everyone in the midsection from OMG. In fact, everyone but Harry ends up blowing that Flash. Mid turret, I think, will finally go down. Yeah, in fact, it definitely will do. Crystallize Satchel down. We'll get some of that gold back for EDG, but a bit of a reality check for EDG. Dragon has now spawned. A lot of summoners are down. A lot of ultimates are down.
The thing is, there are more flashes available from EDG. Jungle, top, and I was about to say AD carry, but really Ziggs on this bot lane can still do quite a lot of work.
Edge of Night is available for Starry. That's really important for him, trying to see if that keeps up and available. And I think EDG, if all ults are down, probably feel worse about this.
How are we playing this? Chains of Corruption, Glacial Storm. If you get trapped in these choke points versus a Varus and an Onivia, it's miserable. Flash Frost lands onto ZDZ.
I can see that the Supreme Display of Talent, that's down. You do have the Solar Flare. You do have the Public Execution. That's a walk over the Hex Gate. ZDZ looking for a flank.
They're going on to leave! That's pretty good jump on there. Will force him to jump away with the flash. Does survive.
Okay, but now the Nocturnal is down. ZDZ in the pit, though. He's walled off from his team.
Public execution of the backline. Mega Inferno Bomb to Starry. I think Starry's gone here. In comes Xiaohao, looking to Audacity, and the supreme display of talent is just that. As Angel picks up the kill, Harry will buy space. A Realm Warp after from everybody coming forwards. There's no tower to retreat to, and they murder OMG in the river.
OMG, they try a little too hard and they split the fight. I think as soon as that ult goes on towards leave and it fails, they had to back out. EDG has so much to thank ZDZ for in that fight. Manages to get onto Starry after he lost that flash in the last play. And that spell shield couldn't save him. EDG will get themselves their Baron, and finally they find a coordinated fight.
We might be looking at EDG finally getting that win they've been hunting for all series long. They found a lot of flashes to make it happen. We are seeing OMG look to shove waves, and maybe they can play around this dragon that still hasn't gone down. We'll look at the replay because they try to jump leave and don't quite secure it.
They do, yeah, and I just think going onto him with flash is just a bit of an issue here. The W from Moham's not good enough. If they catch him there, sure, I understand it. But then they go back towards the dragon. ZDC's spotted, and he just ends up nailing Starry, who has no flash. He just can't walk into ult range at that point. Dragon is still alive. EDG are probably looking to take that one uncontested. I doubt that OMG can walk it and do much about it. I think now with the Baron and that gold lead, I think at this point the comp from OMG has fallen too far behind. They were trying to get the wins similar to how they did in previous series, but the team fights are more coordinated from EDG now. And I think that particularly Rayo has fallen so far off the face of the planet, he just can't. It's basically a 4v5.
Yeah, he's really, really, really struggling. And I get the idea with the Protoplasm to try and find a way to be useful. And in fairness, look, if OMG can somehow stall their way to, we don't know, another 10, 15 minutes, we might be having a different conversation.
They do have Onivia Varus. That's pretty good, but they need to survive through another 2 minutes of Baron buff. Harry's really tanky as well. Doesn't matter that he's a play behind. At the end of the day, he is still a Scion who'll just like defend for forever. You see that EDG actually don't even feel that confident about pushing up towards this mid lane. Haichao potentially could have walled them off there too. And I gotta say, this is probably Moham's worst game of the series.
Yeah.
He's really been quite impatient on the engages. I think he's, of course, he died in the enemy jungle a couple of times too. Struggle game from him, despite the fact that he came away with a very good Seraphine game in game 2.
And we kind of chatted about it in the draft score, saying, look, the Nocturne's great if it's going in second. A little bit more questionable if it's going in first. And he kind of goes in and realizes, I don't really actually have that much ability to have my friends follow me up. If it's a war or Chains of Corruption or whatever that goes in first, maybe that's a different conversation. Quite
Hang
simple.
on,
Here
going
we
on
go.
CDZ, no flash for him.
He does get over the wall. And Haichao's trapped himself behind the wall, but over comes Moham with the quickness. Can he get in? Will do. The public execution allows him to buffer through. Realm Warp in to client support. EDG now here. Can they keep ZDZ alive? No, they cannot. Falls down. Health bar's not great from OMG, though. The supreme display of talent leaves Starry in the dirt. Flash away from Harry ends up being the 1-for-1 Solar Flare. Catches out the Scion. That Crystallize means that Angel's not involved right now. And now Palkia kind of trapped. They blow up the turret from across the wall with a satchel.
I just don't think Starry's positioning's been good enough. Do they have a flash forward? Angel could go for the spell flux here. Danger with this rise.
Yes, the Glacial Storm. The Crystallize is proving a little bit problematic.
Yeah. Oh man, OMG, they're just not executing well enough to play against this kind of gold deficit. I think their composition's all right. It's very good, actually. But I think that they've just fallen too far behind now. EDG walking in, and Angel with flash still will murder them if he gives them the chance.
He forced a satchel away there to get caught on the wrong side of the wall. But now Palkia actually trapped inside that Glacial Storm. He's going to have to be a bit careful here.
But there's no Leandre. He's jumping forward. It's Harry.
I think he's gone.
Okay, that's actually a free kill. I thought they'd do less damage than that, honestly. But call me a liar. Another kill for them. EDG not able to finish the game like that. Oh, good damage onto him. They do have the ult coming back up for him.
They're going to try and look. This is so bloody risky. Are you sure? No, they're not.
He does not want to go through that minefield. He would pretty much instantly die. EDG, 8,000 gold ahead on soul points. Loss in this game sends EDG to Group Nirvana. Confirmed they will not be in playoffs.
No Axiom Art for Xiaohao. It's just raw damage. Has now got the Edge of Night alongside the Cyrilda's Grudge to really pop people. I think the Serpent's Fang into people like the Rakan, into people like this Seraph's building. Nivea, very, very valuable here in general. Not some of that decision making there. Items are just proving that a little bit difficult, aren't they? At least Starry's now at 3 items. At least you've managed to get this Onivia towards a fairly decent point of power. Hasn't had to turn that arm guard into Wazonyu, so can justify...
Hang on, Palkia's walking into... He doesn't have a flash. He's walked into the Onivia. Palkia gives up a free kill. That's huge. It delays EDG from setting up the map again.
That's all your wards gone. And again, that's the combo that we were worried about for EDG. There's a lot of short-range and mobile carries who will get punished by a wall. Haichao's learning on the job.
Just imagine if they were even in gold. They're 9,000 gold down. Now, the problem for OMG, that play happens a little too early. If it had happened a little later, when the big objectives were happening, they'd be much happier. Now, they still will get themselves better vision control because of this, because the enemy support is dead around the time where they want to be warding out across the map, but still, quite at the time they would have wanted.
Ari is potentially at risk here. Look at Xiao.
They see him on vision. He's fine there. He's got himself the Ghost Blade. He knows he's okay for that point now. They do lose themselves a ward there. Sweeper was good from Xiaohao, who is very, very fed. He has 5,000 of that gold lead. Now, that does mean if Xiaohao dies or doesn't have a good fight, then EDG, they don't have the gold lead that you necessarily would think otherwise. OMG, they do have the better composition. They do. But I just don't think this amount of gold is something that you can play back from very easily. I suppose they have sort of done that earlier in this series. Now let's look at the poke, look at the spell shield on Starry. If you can keep that, that is a big game changer for him.
Quite enough gold there for the full death caps return.
Oh, he walks into a minefield. Starry's spell shield is gone. He walks into a minefield. That's genuinely huge here.
TP in now from ZDZ. Will be coming towards that mid lane turret, looking for some poke. Lands vaguely on Palkia. That crystallized doesn't trap anyone.
No, not yet. Those walls are really dangerous. Starry losing that spell shield could genuinely be so important. Misses the skill shot there. Of course, it's quite hard to keep your spell shield against some of these zig skill shots, but don't walk into them yourself. This dragon would be EDG with Soul.
Cleanse, Flash, and Chaos available for Starry. Keep your eyes on that. On the other side, a lot of those abilities also there. Xiaohao. So much Leave got chunked quite low. ZDZ comes on.
Oh, he fails it!
Fails it! That's an awful combo. Now they can jump into ZDZ, who publicly executes pretty well. Now the paranoia too. Trying to turn around as Moan buys time, but it's blasted. Leave in danger on the other side. Gets feared, but Satchel's away. OMG. Kill the Palkia. Golden goes Haichao. The storm is still rolling. Xiao looking at damage. Misses the edge of Ixtal, but they've lost Starry and Moam. Rayo's running away, and that will surely be it.
That'll be it. Even with the fail flash from Xiaohao, I don't think it'll matter. OMG go a little too far. They had to play more defensively. Play back. You can't dive onto the enemy team. EDG use the gaps in the front line to go towards the kills. And ZDZ in particular on that Ambassador has just been unstoppable in the backline. EDG will find their first win of the series and keep themselves alive. No 3-0 here in the second series. EDG, the favorites today, save themselves for another game.
They do. It's not done yet, but the ignominy of a 0-3 sweep and a descent into Group Nirvana is stymied, assuaged for now. But they've got 2 more games to go, but the start is here. Will it turn into more? We'll have to wait and see on that one.
OMG will not get themselves their clean 3-0. They will be kept waiting again. Rayo went for a very ambitious early jungle path, and I have to wonder if that hadn't been Xiaohao managing to walk over at the level 2 after taking Wolves, whether that game would have been theirs. I think the early jungle path was very ambitious. Obviously now in retrospect, it looks like it threw a lot of their lead in that game away. And OMG, I think they panicked. I think they really panicked. I think Moham had his worst game of the series by far. I think Rayo was not good enough in this game either. I think that actually the other 3 players, they were fine on the whole, but the jungle support, I think they panicked it, Sam. I think they started to feel the pressure a bit.
I agree. And that early game in particular was just not good. And this time, it was just much simpler for EDG to play with the lead. They got the dragon stacking. They can just keep playing the way they were. It made it a lot simpler. There was less decision-making to worry about there. And I think from that deficit, particularly Rayo from a deficit, just looked a little bit lost there, unfortunately. Guys, I'm Initialise. That's Nymaera. We cast LPL here pretty much every day. And we've got a lot of games going on at the minute. If you are in chat right now, and you have not hit the follow button on whatever channel you're viewing on right now, please hit the follow button. Come on. You know you want it. Give us those numbers. On top of that, you can subscribe. Or maybe Twitch Prime. Never seen a Twitch Prime in my life. No, not shouting out to Nymaera, who may have showed me 2 hours ago, but I've got very short-term memory, guys. So I need a reminder of what a Twitch Prime looks like. Just, you know, just because I'm a visual learner that way. On top of that, we've got a Ko-fi link, which is a way of donating and supporting myself and Alex. Whether you're in Twitch or in YouTube or wherever else you happen to be viewing, it's a great way of supporting us. And on top of that, we have got a sponsor for the month in the form of Opera GX, which is a fantastic new browser, gaming browser, very customizable. Takes all your extensions over from Google Chrome as well. If you're a Google Chrome user, so you can still keep using a lot of that. And also, it just uses a lot less memory. So it's a better version of something you're already using, and it kind of fits into a lot of your hobbies if you're here watching League of Legends, I have no doubt. So do consider having a look at that one. Also, that costs you no money, just 2 minutes, if that, of your time, and we've got a break, where in fact you've got 2 free minutes, so consider using it.
One of Leave's better games as well. Very good defensive play from the Ziggs. I probably should have crawled that out more, actually. His defensive flashes were genuinely very, very good here. You know, the Ziggs, good pick into the Varus as well. Ended up being very impactful. And now we'll get ourselves, at, you know, at least one more game. We had that 5-game series yesterday as well. Quick series to start out today. We were wondering whether it would be a quick series because EDG would just smash him. Obviously not the case here.
Not so far, at the very least. And EDG are finding themselves with that all-important win. Like, Xiao actually gets a game where he gets an lead and gets to snowball into a victory. Good for him. And again, Leave actually has a good game. This feels like the first game this series we've seen Leave actually play well, which is very, very important. And 1 or 2 moments on the misfortune as well, but those couple pick-offs were so problematic. And OMG, it just looked scrappy this game. The pick combos weren't fantastic. The early game decision-making was poor. Rayo from behind was a bit, I don't really want to know, panicked, over-eager. Not really judging his moments well. Here's another great play where they went looking for it, did manage to get the quickness combo in. And so Leave is able to flash out, which caused some problems, and they have to try and play the fight after. ZDZ actually had a good Ambessa game, permanently threatening the backline. And again, for a player that I think largely had been diffed by Harry across this series, he finally has a good game, and that does matter.
Sam, I need another coffee. Bad. I might go do that.
Go do that.
Okay, remember that there's words on stream.
There is indeed. I'll wait until we see some of these highlights and we'll do the MVPs. Yes. Oh, there's some painful bits to witness here. Oh, everything's clicking. Good grief. Player of the game goes the way of Xiaohao. I think that's very reasonable. He was a very good Kiana. Very, very astute early pathing. Really broke the back of OMG. For all we sort of started the game a long, long time ago, and that one, it's a big deal. So 1 to 2 games, exactly. We'll put some words on stream now. And everyone voted for Xiaohao. Not exactly a surprise, I fear. There we go. We can go. Ready for the words on stream, guys? Here you go. Fantastic. You advanced 3 levels. Oh, guys, I'm not going to lie. My brain is somewhat fried. I don't know how much use I am right now. I hope you're having fun over in the other chats. least they do avoid that 0-3 humiliation as we were talking about. That would have been disastrous. Ooh, it's looking a bit tough here. Oh, this is a tough one because you can't see what everything's going on. Quick, guys. M's a lie. M's a lie. Ooh. I think this might be it, guys. This might be it. Waited. Nice, Qatari. Rip. Rip, rip. Alas. No. Oh, no, not what I wanted to do. Go away. Oh, I've got to wait. I see. Right. That's what's going on. Start. Nearly there. Ooh, Dexream. Perfect. Advanced 5 levels. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Found 11 words, guys. Who will win next game? Difficult to say. I mean, OMG were better pretty clearly in the first 2 games in terms of coordination. That was not a great game from them, and theoretically they are the worst team. So there is a real world where this becomes a reverse sweep. I think if OMG don't win next game, they just lose the series flat out. They're not winning a game 5. They're not winning a game 5. So I will withhold judgment. I don't think either team has been spectacular. That was a very unfortunate loss there for OMG. Good job, team. Hell yeah, one more go. One more go. Yeah, just a quick heads up. Again, we don't mind you in Twitch chat specifically. We don't mind people asking questions, using that information to do what they want with it. But like generally speaking, we try to avoid like outright chat about like odds and money and betting stuff like out of chats because it kind of ends up taking away from the game, which what we're more interested in. So don't stress about asking questions. If you want to use that to do other things, that's completely fine. No pressure from us on that one. It's just about kind of keeping the atmosphere correct. We've had some issues before with people being a little bit hit and miss on them. Do we have time for one more? We probably do have time for one more. Just about. What's got people on screen? Guys, we're gonna have to be quick. They're about to get into draft. I don't want to have to quit words on stream. Don't do this to me. It's looking tough. You is indeed fake. You is indeed fake. Well, that looks like... Oh, guys, come on. I don't want to block draft. No! No! We go. Move that there briefly. Hang on. Can I change the cam? What happens if I do this? We still good? It's still on here. Hang on, let me move this up. We're gonna move this around. That's all right. That's all right. Guys, we're gonna have to be... There we go. That'll do. For now... I do need to talk about draft. However, I think you guys have just about made it. You have. You have. Well done. Well done, my children. Where is words on stream? Let me remove words on stream. Where? Oh, where is it on this? What? Where has Alex hidden it? Huh? Well, we'll minimize that there. That's fine. Okay, we're good. We're good. It's there. It's not a problem. Right, draft's happening. I need to change the music. I'm thinking, why does this doesn't sound like draft music to me? It will do shortly. Aha. Much more like it. Much more like it. So, EDG over on blue side did get first pick. Malphite, Aurora, Nautilus off the table. Wukong, Ori, Jace. Taking the Lulu first pick tells me they want leave on something that can carry. Yunara might be a consideration at this point. So it might just be saying we'll thresh Felios here. This is going to be likely the Yunara now in response. I don't think it's been played. No, it hasn't. It hasn't been banned. Well, he's going to Trundle instead. Try and deal with the Lantern by putting the pillar in the way. Can sometimes interrupt some of those moments. See whether that actually works out, but that has been done before. Blind picking Trundle was not great in the last series. We saw Croco try it and then realized he had no one to tanky to steal stats from. We'll still lock it in regardless. This will be the Yunara as well. Theoretically, the Aphelios can be a little bit put under the weather by the pillar. It's also Trundle plus Enchant. It's not quite Shinzao and Enchant. You don't quite have the same target access, but the Wild Growth keeps you bonking. So even if you don't have the stats to steal, you've still got someone to empower you to do the thing. And the Whimsy can allow you a bit more move speed than you might otherwise have, even across your frozen domain. We're now looking at probably a jungler that can deal with this. You want something with a little mobility. Nah, not bad into the Trundle. Again, mostly you're not really someone whose stats can be stolen. A lot more conditional about that timing. And again, can bully out a lot of these champions by virtue of range. Blind Trundle. Risky, risky. We'll deny things like Harry going towards a tank should he choose to do so. Attempted that with the Scion last game. Was a bit of a menace with it. We are down Ornn and Scion. So we'll deny a Cassante most likely. Tank junglers aren't really a thing at the minute. We're not seeing things like the Sejuani or the Maokai in the jungle. Malphite is banned, so it's not even that. And again, Trundle into the Malphite sometimes been an answer. I suppose Mundo might be the choice. But again, Mundo's a bit weird that he doesn't build that many resists. He's much more of a HP stacker than a raw armor stacker. Yeah, he will build some, but either it's been a blind pick Trundle. Lulu first pick for EDG, which signaled the Yunara. The immediate response was the Aphelios Thresh to catch you up.
Hello, hello, chat. How do you be it going? Okay, so competitive bot lane. If you land enough hooks, you can win lane. Besides that, you expect the Lulu Yunara to have a bit more value. And yeah, Harry going towards the Gnar. We see he has played a fair amount of Gnar in the past. ZDZ, not going to get crazy amount of matchups into it, though. I mean, Jax seems to be... He is a Jax player. Probably is a Jax angle here for ZDZ now. Just checking it hasn't been played. No,
it hasn't. That was in the last series when Keshi gave it a go and did a fair amount of work on it, even if it wasn't quite enough. Angle for Silas was Vid Student wondering. Let me think about that. Trundle ult's not bad, but you've not got that many ult steals. Lulu ult's not bad. Again, you don't get that much from Yunara. I think it would be awkward, personally.
Well, Wukong's gone. Is Pantheon been played yet? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so in terms of AD skirmishes, you are pretty low on the ground now.
Lost an Neferi as well, so you don't even have that option. Zac would be fun, but would be, again, something that Trundle can manage theoretically.
Pillar can actually interrupt the junk. That would be very, very different. I haven't seen this role. And Reo does play. He played it in Demacia Cup,
Did
actually.
he? I don't believe he did.
Weirdly, I seem to remember. We have a Zac. Folks, this is one of our first
Wow.
Zacs. This is one of our first Zacs of the year.
Echoes now being hovered. We are getting a little deeper into Fearless. So you do start seeing some of these pocket picks that have been lurking around and haven't hit meta as yet. We'll see whether it might even be our first Zac of the year. Jax now a big consideration as well. You did call out that Jax.
I'm completely lying. He hasn't played it. This is something completely new. I mean,
wow.
So this is something just completely new. Okay. I mean, it's really good at jumping onto stuff like the Lulu and the Yunara. Can get into the backline, and Victor doesn't always like it either. However, one thing to know, the Trundle pillar can stop the jump. It doesn't just get you out for free. Actually, Zac can be quite bad into Trundle. Nidalee, top lane into the Gnar.
Okay, so is that Nidalee top? Is that going to be Trundle? Won't be Trundle top.
That'll be
Trundle
Nidalee.
Have a horrible
it's Nidalee
time.
top lane into the Gnar. It's a lane counter. ZDZ did play bits and pieces of this back in the past. Okay, so High Chat, think about his pick now. There's a lot of squishy backliners. If you go for the owner, you have a ton of dive. Soul AP basically now over to war. What's up?
Yeah, I'm just going to try and redo the sizing because I made it smaller.
It's all good. We're going to go into gamer now anyway, really. So we'll change over anyway. So, Very different drafts, folks. Very different drafts. OMG locking in, I think, our first Zac of the year.
Wow.
At least here in LPL. Haven't found out whether it's globally. EDG have a quadruple range composition, but Yone, Zac, and if a Thresh hook ever lands, it is just... someone explodes. EDG have plenty of damage. The Lulu does buff them up. I actually think OMG get away with a better composition, though. They have far more CC. EDG basically have 0 engage. They are hoping for lane domination and then pray that they can teamfight. Now, they've not been a good teamfighting team, really, in this series. The last game was better from them, but even then, they ended up having some more risky ones, really. I think OMG walk away with a better comp.
A little bit. Because it was off words on streak, because I changed to the camera mode because we were just finishing up as draft started, so I switched over.
Gotcha.
That was why. Getting ready to head into this game. Very different drafts again. Was picked an LCP, so
yes,
there you go.
SOFM played it one game, lost with it, so it was an LCP. First time we've seen an LCP, the second in major regions. We are really going deep into our drafts now. Fearless rearing his head a little bit. Let's get into game.
Level 1 play, Palkia. It's a bit of a chunk there. It's interesting, we got the Glacial Augment from Moam here.
Yeah, we do see that a fair amount, so that's not uncommon. We see that into the ranged lanes. We saw that when Draw played it. If you're playing into double range, it means that when you land the hook, they can't run away at that point. So it means they're kind of locked into play. Also means that the Flay slows them as well. We might see level 1 there. EDG have been playing in the LPL since 2014 OMG. A little bit before them, I believe it was 2013 was when they joined the LPL proper. They both played against each other a number of times. EDG reaching 16,000 kills as an organization here in the LPL.
Second highest in the league in its history. I'm trying to think who would be higher than that at this point.
Either WE or IG would have to, or RNG.
Yeah, maybe.
This is one of those.
Lineage,
it might end up being RNG, actually. Oh no, Rayo smited! Rayo smited!
Oh no! This could get spicy, and it's won by Xiaohao. Oh, he greeded to try and double camp. He's now going to have to try and jump away, and will do so.
But he has to level the E as well. Rayo smites. Xiaohao didn't have his, but Rayo smites early. There was no reason to do that.
Well, Camp, he started Raps and came over to try and be defensive. Now Xiaohao can just run at him.
He can look for the Chomp, gets the first hit,
He wants
the second.
that passive.
He wants the passive. Flash for flash, though. Xiaohao will manage to force out Rayo from his jungle. Aggressive early invade, working well for him, and Rayo, for the second game in a row, has been butchered at the level 1.
That's really nice invade timings there. And again, sometimes you do this on the Zac. He's going to try and split between the turrets. It's not going to be allowed to do so. So he won't be able to come over and contest the Zac any further for free. Angel's got the shove in, though. And again, Zac's not gone to his red buff. Xiaohao's going to go fight again. They've got 3-lane push.
Well, it looks like he's managed to get himself... did he have to skip his red buff?
Yeah, he did.
So he's had to skip his red buff. This is disaster for Rayo. Can he get onto the other side of the rift and he look for a Raptor steal? He's going to have to get a camp from the enemy side of the rift against lane priority. This is disaster for Zac.
Can he pick up his Gromp and then maybe Scuttle Crab at least?
He needs to get a camp from the other side of the map. At some point. Otherwise, he's just going to start falling behind.
Yeah.
It's going to be a real killer. Now, reminder, folks, EDG need a good early game. This is a very difficult composition for them to play because they have 0 engage, quadruple ranged, yes, but they're quite squishy into a very heavy dive comp. If Zac ever lands a knock-up, if Nar gets a flank, Yone gets an ult, Thresh lands a hook, people die.
Trundle's gone straight to his Wolves. I think he's going to try and rush straight over the Raptors now.
Yeah, the thing is, Zac's going to meet him there, and Trundle will end up Trundle will end up beating him. He'll have to E away. The thing is, Xiaohao has Pillar now, probably, so he'll be able to cancel his jump.
Flash there, actually, from Harry, who's afraid of a potential takedown angle.
Mega Knight's coming.
Mega Knight, and again, the last stack of that Hyper could have been dangerous. Zac's had to leave. I don't know whether he got the camp. I think he did, actually.
No. I think Rayo gets the camp. Rayo got the camp there. I think if you look at the smite, he had his off cooldown, so he was able to smite the Raptors. Trundle's now going towards top scuttle. I don't think that he can go towards a Raptor respawn kill because Yone had push up in mid lane. Rayo has managed to recoup some farm. He needed to. The problem is Trundle does have all camps up now besides those Raptors, which were just taken. Gromp is alive from Rayo. But Xiaohao is going to be very far ahead. This is a problem. You know, the Zac is going to be a critical part of the engage for OMG. And that smite earlier was just disaster.
It's a thing you do when you're trying to double camp, right? You smite early to then basically, as the Zac, get the double damage with your pull together and get both kills. It's kind of managing the aggro, but it's just risky. And it's well read by Xiaohao.
You don't have to smite early for it. You just get the kill. You just smite when it's in range. You get the Q and then you smite later. Doesn't land the knock up here. Last and misses the Q as well.
Phantom's away. Does go look for that while he's got the opportunity.
So what's the logic on smiting early?
As I understand it, it's been a while since I've done it, but basically you smite early partly because you want it off, because if you're smiting at that point, it allows it to come off cooldown in time for Scuttle Crab, so you can fight on that one.
But that's, so you need it to be, but that's when you have 2 charges of it, which you're not doing there.
But which is why you do it early in the jungle, so it goes on cooldown, it comes off cooldown fast, and because you started Raps and came over, I think that's why, if my memory serves.
But the thing is that you're still recharging your second charge, which would happen regardless whether you smite or not. You don't get a faster smite cooldown because it charged up the second one in the background anyway when it's off cooldown, right? So I'm surprised. I think he just, hang on, this is probably a dive onto Harry hit.
He's going to eat a fair amount of damage, and there's the pillar, and he does go down. Hang on, over comes the Zac, trapped under the turret now. This gets a bit interesting, but a good chomp back, and now Rayo just doesn't have enough DPS. He's gone down into his passive.
Here comes Yone, here comes Yone.
Can flash on him, ult over the wall, looking to go on top of CDC and top of Xiaohao as well. They have killed off the Zac, so it ends up being the 2-for-1 turret shots. Pretty scary, but there's no additional follow available for Xiaohao.
Yeah, there's a flash available for ZDZ as well, so we wouldn't be able to get out. It's still the 1-for-2. Rayo gets the assist kill to Haichao. You're losing a plate in mid lane. This is a mess of an early game. And once again, OMG just falling off this early game.
Yeah, so it's only if you haven't smited the first 3 camps, and again, it was the second camp.
Yeah. So in that case,
because he went Raptors over to blue.
So in that case, there is no logic to doing so. Basically, it only matters when you haven't used your first smite charge, and at that point you'd be missing out on recharge for your second smite.
He had it, say.
Which is why he shouldn't have smoked early, so it makes exactly no difference. It only matters towards like end of your kill clear, right?
I thought it was the other way around. It matters at the beginning of clear, not the other way around.
Bot lane. See that Starry and Moham doing fine in the 2v2. Harry dodging away. Wow, that's a nice little dodge. They did have the ward in the brush though.
Rayo's gonna need to jump away here. Can he get pillared out of this? I think he can. I think Rayo's about to have a really bad time. You pick the Zac into the trundle and you get pillared and flashed and failed.
Flashes and fails. Oh, Rayo. Look, Rayo has saved this team from many a situation, but honestly, I feel like the pressure's getting to him now. Last game was a disaster, and this one has not looked any better. Rayo, what has happened to him? So good in the first 2 games. This one and the one before it, though, really starting to cause some issues there as he's crumbling under the pressure.
And again, like, what do you do as the Zac off these invades? You've got no lane prior, and the Zac is miserable in this early stages. And he's going for AP Zac as well.
Well, you are the only magic damage on your team.
Yeah.
I suppose going tank into the trundle feels a bit crap, and you're against full AP. I'm not exactly. Maybe you go for the protobelt. Occasionally we see that from the Zac. I'm not exactly sure the full build would be, whether it'll be, I guess it could even be something like the Storm Surge, right, if you're really going to go for something crazy
Gunblade.
Like I'm not so sure about that one, but yeah, Rayo just messing up, you know, yeah, that early smite really has screwed him over, regardless of the logic behind it, it has screwed him over, and then he's just fallen out of the game. Xiaohao, let's be honest, any pro jungler, if they get that kind of lead where you panic like that and you fall behind, this is like a solo queue game, Sam. It's like a solo queue game where you fall behind.
It's really, really tough. He's now looking for potential angle here. If he can land the hook, then maybe, or a lantern gank. But again, he's got the level 6 and a dream right now.
Alternator gives him some damage to work with. OMG behind 2,000 gold. So much of it in top lane, but realistically, that top lane lead has come through from Rayo not being able to... and the thing is, he has camps up. Hang on, flash forwards in the bot side.
Comes the Severum and the Crescendum. The Moonlight Vigil goes wide because EDG have to have their bot lane a flash. Pillar interrupts the slingshot. And that's like 3 times we've seen that interrupt now.
Yep, that's the problem with the Zac. He saw the Tarzan. He saw, not the Tarzan. He saw the Trundle. I just saw the Zac. I'm like, oh, Tarzan's a big player of that. Ram might go for another play here. They see Xiaohao on vision. Pillar, so going to be off cooldown. He's really looking for this.
Gets in, there's still a Let's Bounce available. Leaf doesn't have the flash, he's going to die. No, the Wild Growth still gets that one. He gets to bounce around Rayo, gets the shield, gets on the other side of the pillar, rather. The lantern back is not needed, but they will still flay and get Xiaohao as well, who flashed in. That's 2 for OMG.
Okay, so Rayo opens up something.
Hook.
Hook, where's it coming? I think with the flash on Palkia, it won't really lead to much. Palkia was even potentially looking for go back there. Severin will make that hard to do so. OMG gets some kills, importantly so. It stems the bleeding just a little bit. That's from Starry there, actually. Ouch. Lantern just taking off of cooldown there. OMG. I mean, they've come back from deficits before in this series, and I have said in this game, realistically, OMG have the better composition. Now, ZDZ has 2 kills, but it is a top lane Nidalee. I just don't think it's very useful beyond a lane counter. But now you have the Zac and the Gnar behind. Does that reduce OMG's engage to a point where EDG don't have to worry about OMG's composition, diving them on repeat, and killing the squishy members of the team?
Look, the goal of that early game was Xiaohao saying, look, we know how to beat OMG. It's get Rayo off kilter. And they full sent it into the enemy jungle. It was really good from Xiaohao. And in fairness, that's what the lane priority earned you. The thing is, now Rayo's actually gotten involved in every kill they've gotten. Yes, you're 3/4 of the deaths on the other side, but at least you've got something rolling. You don't get the early dragon, sure, but Xiaohao's going to get these grubs. That's all well and good, but again, yes, you're down 2,000 gold. It's all in this top lane, and we've seen Nidalee gold, or Nidalee lead top lane, and realistically, it's fake leads nearly all the time, unless your name is the Shy.
Harry just trying to survive up here. Can he hold on to his turret? I thought Sam was noticing something or talking to something in the background. I was like, oh. Just wanted to check. Check if you're okay, buddy.
Yeah, no, thank you for checking in, but actually, promise, I'm fine.
It's all good. The Rare's on vision again here, by the way. Victor, by the way, completely fine scaling up in the mid lane, I suppose. So is Haichao. Haichao is a notable Yone player.
He's even, which is nice.
Level advantage in the top side. The kills, plays helping that. Top lane. That actually is the earliest quest I've seen so
hang
far.
on. That's a very dead Lulu, Jesus.
That's what happens when you get the collector first, folks. That's what happens when you get the collector first. Starry ends up exploding leave. This is a game with a lot of squishy members. You can see why he's going for this kind of build instead of hook over the wall.
Oh my god.
There was a ward that, so Leave saw that one. Now, can Starry, this guy who's had such a good history on the Aphelios, actually. One of these prodigy AD carries that occasionally comes out of the LPL. Can he be the difference maker? Only 1,000 gold lead now. Top side benefit for EDG, bot side for OMG.
And Rayo full sent at bot lane multiple times. And again, he knew the win conditions. Look, I'm behind, but if I can just make this Yunara and Lulu suffer, we've got a win condition here.
Rayo finally looks like for the first time in a long time actually feels like he can farm up. One of the big things about this Zac going AP, it does a ton of damage when you got Magic Pen. Actually, what the heck is he going? Anyway, a number of options he can go towards with that. One of the big things is that basically no one's going tank into Xiaohao. So the Trundle is going to get 0 defensive stats to play around. Starry walking force. Oh, he's flashing force. There's no flash on Leave.
Oh, Leave's got nowhere to run. When's the next set of autos? A Duskwave just wide.
Close one stuff. He'll be forced out of lane. Topside Rayo does not like this at all.
Has to back away. There's the pillar. The subjugate comes down. Flash away. They get out, but that will be top lane turret that's already fallen.
It's already fallen. Starry forcing Leave away from the turret. He is going to be able to recall, but bot lane is not a happy place for EDG. It really is. You can see the mirrored sides of the map. There's an arms race between top jungle and bot lane. Mid lane kind of being the one even keel between both teams. 1,000 gold lead for Starry on the Aphelios. I think that is more useful than a 2.5k lead on Nidalee, despite the fact that it is such a large lead and double that of the Aphelios. You've gotten that bot lane quest very early. It will get him more gold. Yeah, Harry is going to struggle to do anything useful this game. That's just the nature of it. He is going to be kind of just playing for utility, really. He won't be that useful. However, EDG are a very squishy team. Collector Aphelios going towards potentially an Infinity Edge second as well. He will one-shot the enemy team.
There's the Zac, there's the Zac! They're gonna jump away the Moonlight Vigil! It's disgusting! Let's bounce, says Rayo! And they get another! This Zac was supposed to be out of the game!
Rayo builds up the Proto Belt and just bounces the ult on top of him for the last bop! Rayo, despite the disaster early game, comes in again to say, look, top lane's done for, let's do something about bot lane. OMG, get their turret down there. 4 kills on the Aphelios. It's going to power farm Starry up to what could be that Infinity Edge very quickly into the game. OMG have a win condition now, and I think EDG have to be scared, Sam. I don't think their composition can withstand the might of a team fight of just any engaged landing and the Aphelios putting in damage over the top.
I'm going to put this out there. I'm a little nervous about this mid lane too. Not in quite the same way, but Yone's in the most recent meta since the nerfs to Second Wind, to Doran Shield, to Fleet Footwork, all the things that allowed Yone to get through lane even. He's even in lane. That shouldn't really happen to a lot of mage matchups these days. You expect a bit of a CS discrepancy. And now Angel's in danger as well. We'll throw down the gravity for Rocket Belt out of it. And now can look for the Fate Seal. Can't quite get on top of him. And now that's going to have to be a jump away.
Oh, that could be a problem. There's a teleport for CDC. And that's with Death Ray. Where's the Death Ray? It's coming off cooldown now. Zac dies.
Dear.
Oh, Rayo swinging a miss in that time.
Haichao can't quite get over the gravity field properly either. That was a bit much. And the moment I say, oh yeah, but this mid lane could be a problem, he just gets a double kill onto the Luden's Victor.
Oh dear. Yeah. Oopsies. So, Haichao.
He'll be danger here. Shadow's coming.
A little bit. Dodges out on that spear. Good E there. Teleport coming in from the Gnar to secure that dive. Very good E to the side there. If that didn't happen, the spear probably would have led to his death. CDD he could have flashed away from the turret after that point. Xiaohao, he might go for... Hang on. They might go for a dive under the turret here. Trundle might come behind him here.
Gnar is coming. Makes it a little bit harder. About halfway there. Does he have the hop?
He's going to be in a bit of trouble here. Where's the pill? Okay, he's in fine for now.
It's not bad damage back. Will be forced to back away. They know where the Trundle is. Does that mean anything for OMG? Not really. 1600 gold lead. It stands for EDG, as I conflate the two teams briefly there in my brain. What this currently means, however, is that EDG's gold lead is all in this top lane, with a little bit around that mid jungle as well. The problem is, again, Starry, I think it's going to be an Angel, can do a lot of damage there to this Victor, who's built very squishy to try and pop some of these important members on the other side.
Yeah, Haichao, the one really taking control of that matchup there as Angel. Yes, very bursty, very vulnerable to the Yone, and I have to say, EDG, their whole composition, very, very vulnerable. I do somewhat understand why he didn't go towards Rod of Ages. He really wants to try and poke people out. You know, if that laser does land onto Aphelios, you can get that kill. But it's such a knife fight now. You know, someone just takes a random skill shot from an Aphelios, from the Victor. Whole fight can change, actually. This is going to be... look, when we finally get to 5v5s, this is going to be a very tight run game about skill shot accuracy, about dodging, about positioning. Neither team particularly sturdy.
Xiaohao with a potential lane gank, just to see whether Haichao oversteps. What happened? I appreciate the observer toggle there. Just show what Xiaohao was doing.
Problem here is that you just can't lock down a Yone. I mean, what do you have there? I mean, at best, you get at best. You can't cancel the ult either with the pillar. Then he just kind of blinks to the end of it if it happens that way. Dragon goes to the side of OMG. Now what OMG can also do is actually wait out for a dragon or two after what did they roll. Cloud Soul, not bad in this game given how many ranged champions there are. I think Yone will really like that. Aphelios not bad with it too, be able to run thing too. Zac's in a bit of a weird spot, because he's either going to hit his E or he's going to eat shit. So, like, in that case, I'm like, whatever. I mean, in fairness, it does keep your ult on target, but on the whole, I really look at, like, the Yone and the Aphelios, which feel better about it. As he found out by Rayo. I'm not actually sure Rayo really wants that.
Yeah, possibly not. Jump away just fine. And, you know, credit to Rayo. It's only 700 gold down in what could have been an utter disaster. And it was an utter disaster, but solid triaging from a player that we saw kind of not stabilized last game very, very hard. And EDG, basically, the game plan was take Rayo out.
Well, Rayo kind of took himself out, and he kind of did again. And again, just that poor early start, kind of like, again, not securing those early camps, kind of did it to himself. Again, really clean feed, just having a bit of a wobble. Well, I don't know, hit the refresh key. And he'll ping back to life. Watch it. And now. I was wrong. Didn't ping back then. Actually, the speed's gone really slow now instead. Okay, it's the opposite of that. Harry, down almost 3,000 gold. Now, folks, this isn't going to be useful. The problem is, look, we've told you this already. Look, the gold lead looks really bad. But it's a gold lead on a champion that doesn't convert gold lead into wins. Nidalee, when she's ahead, it's the bare minimum. All you're trying to do is effectively, it's kind of like old jungle Nunu.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm going to make you even less useful than I am. Like old Nunu, like occasionally you'd ult him, but you're not really that big. You're not there to do crazy amounts. You're just there to make sure the enemy jungler has even less fun in a game.
Absolutely. Dragon, 3 minutes off. Still not going to be a consideration. Haichao will unbind his soul and look to take a little bit of a crystallized proc there. Yone just threatening Angel a bit. There's going to be a potential angle here from Xiaohao. He's going to force the ult. There we go. Gets over that potential pillar angle and gets away.
Yeah, you kind of accept that's somewhat of a risk, really. Whatever. Lose the ultimate. probably weren't looking to fight in the next minute anyway, really. Dragon was down, Rare's on the bot side of the map. So this is the problem they're going to have with champions like the Yone. Now, occasionally you can pillar fellas and death. Occasionally. This is going to be a very hard game for EDG to engage onto carries, though. On the other side, you know, if Zach there's some comments in chat, and I completely agree with them. Like, if Zach ever actually lands an engage onto a carry, the game is actually pretty much over. I know that EDG slim goldly, but again, if the hook lands, hang on, Palkia!
Oh, he's so dead. That pick combo is brutal. Now Rayo rocket belts towards Leave and gets him to go ult and dash away with the untouchable shadow.
You can't stand close to the fog of war like that. It was Leave in game 1, Angel in game 2, and now in game 4, it's Palkia, which might open up something for OMG. No, it doesn't lead to the mid lane turret, but it does potentially mean that OMG can move across the map and cause issues elsewhere. Gravity Field trying to stop Haichao from walking into the turret, not particularly successfully, might I add. Nasty damage from Haichao onto him. Flash away from Angel. That is bad as well. Flashless Victor cannot escape that a second time.
And again, this is not a Victor that's got Roa or Seraphs. He is going for Ludens into what I suspect will be a Lich Bane or a Cosmic Drive, looking at the items in inventory with the Aether Wisp and the Fiendish Codex. We'll have a look again at this play. They see Xiaohao go by, and a little level 9 Lulu eats death.
Now, this is the 2019 Worlds Classic of G2 beating T1, where they let the support go first, or whatever. They let the first target through, and they engage on the second one, because they think they're safe. Because if they were going to engage, they would go on the first person. So they caught Faker out when they let Wolf go by him. One of the bigger brain moments in all of League history, actually. It was insane for those of you who missed that 2019 World Semi-Final Series.
I've forgotten about that, actually. It was a great moment, wasn't it?
Yeah, caught Faker out as he was walking by. Thought he was safe. One of the few times where it felt like Faker's game sense was beaten by a team. G2 2019. What a time to be alive, folks.
So they were such an odd team. As actually Leave will get a little bit of a chunk there. Ow. Basically, you know, G2, particularly around the bot lane, played AD carry like no one else. In fact, they played AD carry wrong because they never peel for the AD carry. Perks had to do all his own stunts.
Yeah.
First reason he played Kaiser and Zaya.
God, Starry is so ridiculously fed. So fed. He's got the Infinity Edge Collector going towards more pen in the Lord Dominate's regards as well, potentially. I think it probably will be that. I suppose you can go towards the Mortal Reminder. No, I mean, the healing that's going to come through is actually from Trundle, a bit from Nidalee. It's not crazy, though. Worth noting that Lulu ult doesn't really count as a heal or a shield. It's just like bonus HP it gives you for a short while, which is kind of annoying for anti-items. You don't really get to deny the Lulu ult.
We'll play into mid lane here. So that Herald theoretically go down. They'll do a fairly decent job of chunking it out, but it won't be stopped from charging.
Okay, Dragon's alive now. OMG do have push in mid and bot lane, and EDG, I mean, guys, what is happening, you know, with their lead? You know, this Nidalee, this is what we're saying. The Nidalee just doesn't work very well. From ahead, jumping onto Haichao. Good crit there.
Yeah, that's the Immortal Shield Bow giving you the 50% crit. Again, the Wind Brothers do get double crit and things. Mid lane, Starry lands a Gravitum auto that could have turned into a Binding Eclipse. And Starry burns the Moonlight Vigil while that was happening. Dragon secured. Yes. There was an attempt on his life. He burns nothing there but the ult by the looks of it.
Yeah, so it's not like it's Summoners. Starry, I think, probably threw out the Calibrum ult, used that for the follow ball to apply the mark, and the Binding Eclipse kind of went crazy there. I would imagine that was the case. Yeah, and he will one-shot people like that. He's going. It does look like he is going towards the Lord Dominate's regards, as we were saying. And basically at that point you have full pen, because you've maxed out your E for the lethality from Aphelios as a champion, you have it on Collector, you've got the % pen as well, and there's a Deadman's play on Xiaohao and it just won't matter. And this Trundle will immediately evaporate.
A little note as well, because I think sometimes people just kind of sleep on Aphelios, kind of gotten used to it. Reminder that he has a very unusual level up mechanic that we don't see on screen, but basically when he levels up, he gets to choose stats. Yeah. There you go.
You see it in the bottom right, left-hand corner, right? The 6, 1, 6, 2. Basically, they are stats which you level up. Now, the ult is actually its regular thing, but the first three are basically 80 attack speed, then lethality, flash forward doesn't lead to that much.
Starry might now be in danger, but Harry comes on over. Moam goes down nice from ZDZ, and the side of Leeds pick one up there. The pick goes wrong for the first time.
It does, but hang on, Rayo's going in!
Oh, the Wild Growth buys some time, but that's very deep. Rayo's going to go down fast, and they've not got the teleport in. Yone's only turning up now. Hang on, Leeds left quite low here. Will it matter? There's Baron up.
That's such a mistake. I think Rayo thought that Starry could flash in. He flashed and missed the Dusk Wave. So Starry didn't get the damage down. He flashed forward and got no damage.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Baron's now going down. EDG, can they try and turn? He's
High
picking
Chow
to a
could be
game-changing.
scary.
There's no smite in OMG. Starry has the ult coming up in like 15 seconds.
Can Haichao find the Yone ult? That could be a threat as well. They've got to be a bit wary. Leave Hood up. Fate Sealed. Pop back. Immortal Shield is there. Harry with the ult into the wall. Bit of a shield. Starry being threatened by ZDC. He's winning that 1v1 with the Severum Crescendum combo. Down to about 1,000 HP. They do get the Baron. Haichao now in danger. The Spirit Cleave overcomes Baron. Lantern out. Potential angle. The Moonlight Vigil gets chakrams, but no damage.
And OMG completely throw away what was a dominant game state. They were fine in terms of gold, and then they throw things at an engage which doesn't land, and Starry misplays as well as Rayo. OMG, we were wondering if the pressure got to them. Remember, this is a team which realistically a couple of weeks ago thought they were just down and out. Worst team in the LPL yet again. Right here, Moam fails the hook. He dies for free. That's a bad play, but you can give 1 kill. That's fine. The E in afterwards, well, that one's cancelled, and then he thinks again. He thinks, oh, I've got the Q. I've got the Q. I can go for it. Protobelts flashes, looks for the knockup, and it's not bad. But the flash from Starry doesn't get him in range, and he doesn't get the kill. Massive mistake from Rayo, Starry, and Moam individually, which leads into the Baron for EDG.
Let's engage here still. We pull the trigger. We are looking for Angel. Rocket belts away. Lantern out.
Can you just cancel? Can you cancel your jump with the rocket belt like that? I actually didn't know about that mechanic. That means that he doesn't get completely caught up in things. That's how it should go down here, really. OMG do have Soul coming up in the next 2 minutes. And it is worth remembering again that a lot of the lead is still on the Nidalee. This is still not OMG in a bad spot. Because that Ephalios, if he does actually get the damage down, which again didn't happen last time, will be a huge problem for EDG.
Oh, we're going to have to try and kill her away. Haichao gets 2 Mortal Steel out with the Q3 on that one.
Moonlight Vigil not up again. Haichao was looking for something, does hit the Q3, doesn't choose to pull the ultimate. Around the last Baron as well, worth noting that Haichao took most of his HP fishing for that ultimate. Didn't actually have a great fight himself either. OMG, they're at, despite the early game, how did they go for it again?
Oh,
they do!
Going. Ooh, that Wild Growth interrupt was very nice.
It's not just the Pella, the Wild Growth as well. Rayo goes down for a 6th time. OMG, what have you done? This should have been down and out.
They've done such a good job of coming back into this game from the early start as well, but they're kind of just learning how to deal with a Zac again, aren't they? Good Wild Growth there. Very astute timing from Palkia.
To be honest, Sam, I think it's also Rayo just misplaying and just flinging himself in with no passive. You know, at some point, yes, it is EDG playing around. They're disengaged with the Pella, the Wild Growth. On the other side of it, look, OMG, you're choking. Again, last game it happened here. Starry is still very, very strong. I know that Leave has now evened up the goal, but the FL should be able to one-shot the other team. OMG, this should have been a 1 game. You have misplayed to lose this. So far, isn't over yet.
No, exactly. And again, I do get that as the Zac, to an extent, you are going to be fishing for that jump in, the lantern out. That's the kind of thing they've been doing, and I get what the thought process is here. But again, with this build on the Zac, you are just that bit more vulnerable. I get why you've decided to do it. It's not like it doesn't have its upsides, but it is just that little bit more volatile, isn't it?
No flash on Starry really worries me because he has to find a way to gap close somehow. If he does land an ult, someone does explode. Haichao, similar kind of thing. As long as OMG land the engage, probably good. It's just EDG. Well, got a little bit disengaged now. Rayo is not actually very safe there at all. He's not tanky, worth noting. He has some HP built up, but not much there. Gonna give up the dragon. They can give up a couple of dragons, let themselves scale up. Problem is, at that point, then you're dealing with like really kind of knife fight, team fights where you're not very tanky on the Zac. You know, you misstep once, you're also not very tanky either. EDG can blow you up.
One of the big issues I think OMG are also running into is just the lack of vision control. You're trying to play Thresh and Zac when they know where you're coming from every time. It's a lot harder to make the plays happen. Hang on, Angel. That could be a really unfun experience for him. We're going to pull the ult. There's the Zhonya's. It's just the Braum guard, though. That's broken. Has got the NLR in inventory, so should be able to turn the full Zhonya's.
Yeah, he'll get that soon, but it's still nice to know that Haichao can look for these plays.
I think you could have. I think the blue buff was blocking the blast guns. Would have been hard to get the auto off.
Yeah, and I think he was afraid of Lulu maybe getting in range or enough damage coming through to polymorph him afterwards there. Worth noting, Leave's gone for the Hex Optics again on the AD carry, by the way. Got on the Nymaera this time. Item is very much underrated. It is very powerful. Gives you basically extra damage, extra AD as you're hitting people from long range effectively. OMG, even from a 5k deficit, you have ways to play out this game. You know, Haichao if he lands an ult, pretty much game over. Rayo if he lands an engage, similar thing as well, although he has been disengaged very well. Even stuff like the hook, very important. It's not like there's a Mikhails and Palkia. It's not looking for that instant CC removal. There is a cleanse on Leave. He can do that himself, but no one else can.
Haichao would just love to get towards his Infinity Edge as well. It's just not quite there. Got the pickaxe and the cloak. Can't be miles off at 300 odd CS, but again, without his ult, could be in a bit of danger here. He needs to wait for the Q3 and try and get out of here. There's the redemption heal. He's still dead.
Has no ult, pushes up too far. It's hard to catch him out in the side lane, but you do it twice like that, yeah, you will die. Haichao now misplaying as well. The whole of OMG having a nightmare.
They had Starry and Moam coming over, so they were clearly trying to respond, but I don't know whether the Lantern was on cooldown.
I don't think it matters. I think he was dead by the time they arrived anyway. There's so much damage on the Victor. I think it's a misjudge. I think you're probably right. I think that's what he was aiming for. Like, oh, there'll be a Lantern, blah, blah, blah. But, realistically, oh, he uses that to roam him over anyway. Maybe it was that, but, I mean, Haichao doesn't have ult. You can't be pushing up like this when you don't have that vision. Haichao goes down easily. Every single member of OMG having a bit of a nightmare. On the other side, though, Xiaohao's turned up to play. I think that Palkia, despite that earlier pick, has also had some good moments now on the Lulu. And now with a 7,000 gold lead, OMG continuing to crumble. Sam, I think we're getting reverse sweep angle here.
He's
OMG,
feeling it, isn't it?
The mental is crumbling.
That's a Medjai's buy from Angel as well, who's got Medjai's alongside everything. It's a very aggressive build on the Victor, who's 5-0 and 1.
He actually refunded the Medjai's there. He went for the nasally large rod instead. I saw it pop up. It basically, if you complete it on the UI, it'll do it that way because it's a different thing. But he does still have the 10-star Dark Seal. I would have actually preferred him to go towards that. The movement speed is very important to try and outstep some of these aggressive plays. Baron is up again. OMG, do they have the vision control to look for an engage? I don't know. I don't think they do. It's all on, like, Starry, can you flash forward for like 1,000,000 damage? He has the Hurricane. Starry has enough damage to carry this game, but I also think Leave will also one-shot him in the right situations now too, especially with the Lulu backing him up.
The fact that Leave has managed to come back into the game is great news because he was taken out.
Harry still not in the game, sadly, is he not? Does he have, where is he actually in here? Trying to siege in. Lantern cancelled onto Starry.
Try and turn it onto him. They missed the Nidalee Spear. Xiaohao trying to trade out there. There's the hook after. Redemption's flying everywhere. Wild Growth flashed away from Starry. Still trying to chase him down. He's got Chagrams to work with, but Xiaohao just runs at him.
Starry's died on the other side, though. He walked onto the turret. Haichao misses the ults.
They tried to get something, can't find it, and I think EDG are taking us all the way to Silver Scrapes. OMG cannot convert the mid-game, and a fumble here and there will lead them to disaster.
It's an even fight.
You're right,
it's an even fight, Sam.
Oh my god.
We're calling it too early. Xiaohao, but Starry ended up taking down Leave on the other side because he walked over the turrets, and Harry and Rayo ended up cleaning up the back end of the fight. It's not a one fight for EDG at all.
So
it goes 3 for 3. We called it too early.
I genuinely saw Haichao fumbling. The cameras were on him. I was like, well, this is kind of over. I'm just blanking on the other side of the fight.
Yeah, so watch what happens here. The Lantern is cancelled out by the pillar. That looks great, but Starry has the rifle turrets, the most powerful combo in the game for auto resets. And he gets so much peel from the Thrash, flashes back, and watch this. Leave gets hooked and gets put onto the rifle turrets. Starry just zeroes him out with a sniper over the shoulder and then gets enough damage onto Xiaohao where even he ends up dying to Harry and to Rayo as well. There's a lot of percent HP here. He just gets obliterated.
That they do, and again, Rayo, for all he's behind, he's still annoying on this Zac, and we've said it before, Nidalees aren't exactly great with the gold lead. That's a 900 gold swing over to Rayo.
So Rayo, you know, he's got the Knight's Vow in as well. Haichao, oh god, all OMG need is like one person to have a good fight, and you can see how fragile the composition from the EDG is. That is a fight which goes even after the Lantern is stopped by a pillar.
And Starry missed his ult as well. It went wide. He didn't hit either bot lane with it.
And that's when they had what? Well, more gold lead than a 5,000 gold lead one, you know? That is a big gold lead with a lot of mechanical plays going well for EDG. Can they make that happen again? Starry doesn't have summoners now, importantly. Neither does quite a lot of EDG, it's worth noting. Actually, okay, who has summoners? There's a teleport that on like mid lane. There's 2 teleports available. That's it, across the entire map.
I think there's probably more mobility, actually.
Hang on, they're going towards the Baron.
How does Trundle get in here?
Dragon is up. Well, Trundle doesn't have the flash.
It's Graviton. He can't walk in.
Well, we'll see. He's knocked up there. Does the Baron go down? He's in range.
Oh, he steals it!
Xiaohao steals the Baron. They can walk over. OMG fumble again.
But just ult him, Haichao.
No, but look at this now. Victor's teleporting towards bot side. He's going to push in towards that wave. Reminder Dragon is up as well. OMG, come on. You can't do this to us.
He had no smite. What are you doing? You are binding Eclipse. You've got Death Sentence. You've got ult from Haichao. Just full send.
Oh my god, well, he did end up landing that smite. It's what ends up stealing the Baron. Dragon will go down. EDG will deny the soul from OMG. Folks, this is heartbreaking for OMG. You know, a team which we didn't even think they'd be here. Bottom 2, we said that so much. EDG, we thought they'd be so much better in group perseverance. They have had a difficult series today themselves. This is getting to the point where you can physically see the stress in this game. You can see the tension and how it's causing misplays to happen. I think Rayo's early games and last game in this game, the smite used early meant that he couldn't get his own camps at level 1, and probably a mistake to do so. But then managing to claw his way back, and then the engage is failing again, time and time again. OMG, I like the composition. They just needed a little bit of a platform to play from. That's felt like a lot of OMG's split. Good drafts, not quite able to survive through to their power points. It's felt like I've said that story a lot over this split, and it might just happen again for the last game for them in split 1, which would send them to Nirvana. A bit of a home ground for them now, really, into split 2 of this year.
It is. That's the hook. Hang on. Double flay. Triple flay. Trying to go bulkier. They should get a bit of support for support. Can they jump out? They can. Oh, Hai Chao. And over goes Lee. Bloody hell, son. We'll get away with it.
Hai Chao has had a disaster with his ultimates as well. Trying to close the distance, just can't quite do so. It ends up being a 1-for-1 between supports. The Lulu being down is important. The inhibitors are starting to crumble, though. OMG, what can they do to fight back?
Starry!
Oh, Starry, no!
He's got the GH. He's turned around well. There was a Mega Gnar in front, and Rayo buys space elsewhere. Hai Chao threatening onto ZDZ. They do get the passive off of Rayo, and I think
Starry
he's dead.
needs to recall. Starry needs to recall. Rayo goes down.
Mega Gnar.
Starry needs to do something. He just misplayed again. His GA still up, though.
Can try and play this around. The Dusk Wave is doing a decent job of clearing out the way. ZDZ's actually trading up with Hai Chao much better than you might expect at this point. He's got the round. Leaf's gone!
Leaf's gone. Starry just onslaughts him. Leaf makes the mistake this time, and Hai Chao
ZDZ
goes onto ZDZ.
The passive not enough. Missing the moonshot allows them to escape. They can't finish the game.
Son, the game's gone on. The game goes on. Starry steps up again, and Leaf steps up again. And, folks, it's not been a great series from Leaf either. You can tell on both sides of the rift, tension is taking control now. Tension is taking control. These teams are not playing particularly well. You can tell that it is about largely the mistakes, the capitalization on them. This is not a standard game of League of Legends. This is people trying to play for their tournament lives. OMG realized, if they win this, they're through. They didn't expect to. Perhaps that's catching up to them. EDG on the other side. Thinking, oh, in hell, we might go out here despite high expectations for the position in group perseverance. Starry has his flash available. It's 7-1, almost full build.
What on earth is Harry building? He's got a Warden's Mail, there you go. Will Nugget the Rangers and has the recurve bow in there just in case, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose it might go towards a Wit's End later.
We'll
see. Look, we'll see. Again, this is not typical League of Legends now, folks. This is people who are stressed out of their minds on the stage, you have to imagine. 9,000 gold lead. It feels a bit decorative now. Realistically, this game is still going to be about how much value does Starry get in the fight. Now, we haven't seen Hai Chao get value in a fight. I guess it could be about that too. He's just had a nightmare. He's missed every ult for the last 4 fights. Now, Hai Chao's not landed a good ult this game. He has had an absolute disaster game. Angel yet to die on the other side. Has his Zhonya's, 10-stack Magi's, has a death cap. Angel can also be the determiner here as well, but, well, hasn't really gotten in range of Starry, and vice versa. Both those carries have been somewhat staying out of range of each other.
Do OMG want a full send again? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Nearly at a GA for Hai Chao. Level 18. He's not had the easiest time of it, has he? There's now the Magi's in for Angel.
Yeah, we did just call that. It's full build for him. That movement speed really important for him. He might get some ramping value in a fight if he gets a first kill, get some extra stats as well. That's kind of secondary at this point. The 10 stacks is the important bit. Gives you that extra movement speed. Cosmic Drive helping with that too. You can see that there. Good damage on Starry from just that one death ray. But if there's one little flick off the wave there from that Infernum, he'll return that right back. Starry does have flash, could look for a big play if people clump up.
Really wants a Bloodthirster.
Yeah,
really wants a Bloodthirster.
And the thing is about the Aphelios, because you're a bot laner, you can get the extra item, and that will be important. He's just gone back to base now. Well, he gets Lantern back. Nexus turrets are down, man. OMG, they are really on full defense duty. How much does he get from this? He needs to get himself a Bloodthirster hit.
He gets it, he can do it. That will be the play. The GA on top of everything else. He's such a problem.
So what can OMG do from this point? Well, realistically, they're holding on, and they're hoping that Hai Chao lands a key ultimate. There is a GA coming in for Leave at some point. He has that steel sigil coming in. There's a GA for ZDZ.
Just giving me every wave.
Look, there's a couple of points to this, right? Harry is not really... Well, he might be able to get a big Mega on now, so he actually might be more useful than Nidalee, which is a big problem. So as Nidalee can give attack speed to Leave as well, being a pseudo enchanter, max level at level 20. of course, helping with that. Brez got the Knight's Vow.
it.
There we go. Bloodthirster in for Starry. He is very, very, very hard to kill, and there's no anti-heal on the side of EDG either, which might come back to bite them.
No GA done for leave quite yet either.
Yeah.
And he's 2 levels behind. Finally hits level 17. That's important, but again, that little bit of discrepancy there has proved problematic.
Yeah, Nymaera into hyper late game does have some issues.
Ooh,
Jesus
away.
Christ, the damage back though
is nasty. Adds a lot of damage onto Haicho. Needs to Q3 away. The redemption comes in. There's a hook. Then goes Rayo with a rocket belt looking. Can't find it. He flashed for that as well. Doesn't have the passive. Starry still trading. Jeez.
That is tight run stuff. Starry trying to DPS check a little bit, but he's basically playing like the Juggermores of old. Leave jumps forwards, pops the ultimate, doesn't get the pillar to get Harry trapped in front of him though.
Worth noting as well, at this late stage in the game, you start doing different weapon rotations because Severum and the Infernum allows you to work. Misses. Was that the Severum ult? I think it was for the heal.
It doesn't matter, but he ended up missing it. Doesn't matter either way. Starry down that flash, looking for the hero play, can't land it. Starry looking at everyone else, missing their engage, trying it himself. This is tight run stuff, as we were saying, but now the pressure goes on again. Baron is alive. Dragon was taken by EDG before. That objective not available.
Inhibitors back up for the side of OMG. That's important.
Okay, rifle turrets for Starry. If anyone steps on that turret, it is going to hurt very, very badly. You see there, one auto goes into Xiaohao. Not enough. The Lulu shield tanking it up.
Flash off Moam, by the way. Had to get on the other side of that pillar. Xiaohao gets another good pick there with that.
Yeah, Trundle has that extra value.
Go
like
again.
That. So we're going again. There is no Moonlight Vigil. Rayo, he can get that ultimate cancelled. Haicho, he can teleport in, but he needs to come now.
He's might be too late. It's a 4v5. Harry has to hop away. He's going to go down. Flash away. Not quite down. Rayo jumps in. Can't find it. They've turned off the Baron. Redemption's flying. A second one on top of it all. EDG can't find the turn they were looking for.
Oh, Rayo takes even more damage from that, the Arc of Judgment over the wall, but the Baron has been peeled off of Starry on the inside track, pushing up with a wave on towards this turret. Crystallize will help them if they auto-attack it, choosing though to stay safe. Spear goes wide.
Doesn't land the hook. He's dead.
That's one dead. The pillar finally claims one there. EDG playing it slow, using their range advantage. Not great engage, but the pillar can do that, especially at the level 18. It's maxed out now. That slow is nasty. Baron to EDG, forcing a potential game 5.
Welcome to the hyper late game. Haicho's not going to death dance. Harry's actually caught up here as well, largely. Not quite at the wit's end, but very, very close. It will be important because, again, the other side of this is this Victor is such a problem. Doesn't have a lot of penetration, but no one's really built MR yet. It's only now it's beginning to come in, and he's just been tagging people with Death Rays and Siphon Powers. We've not seen the big Arcane Storms of yet, not seen those kind of Category 5 expansions, but it is still very, very strong. Gathering Storm.
Yeah. So, folks, he has the Gathering Storm room. It is past 40 minutes. That's isn't that 70 AD or something like that? What it is fucking lot of it. It's so much of it. Leave doesn't have that. Does anyone else even have Sorcery? Maybe from Angel or Palkia? I don't believe they will do. It's probably the Scorch on Victor, if anything.
Obviously, we've seen fairly standard weapons rotations here, but late game, you start to see different kind of weapon rotations from the Aphelios.
We have seen that already, actually, in the Severum Infernum, which
Yes.
allows you to have that onslaught with the AoE damage. He's gone to the utility weapons right now. You might get rid of the Graviton first, and again, go forwards into the blue-red. Basically means that you can sometimes one-shot the entire team when you go into that red active, and you're spinning around. The Infernum will just do absurd damage.
Don't try this until 40 minutes.
Hang on, jump over the wall. You've got to be careful here, EDG. Hook missing.
Close. They just need one to land to OMG. EDG just need to avoid them. It's been a tight run. Think the hook. That could be Xiaohao dead. Not the jungler. Not like this. The Walker buys some time. He needs to flash out. What about the battle back? Not there. Rayo goes in. The other side. Harry with the Mega Gnar. They've gone on to leave. They've turned it around. Big damage back though. They've blown up the bot lane.
Oh my god, that's so much damage. It is in turn for the Gnar, but Harry's done his job. Make it to late game. Get the ult. Can they jump onto ZDZ? They'll try, but they'll miss.
The pillar interrupt wasn't quite there. The smite slow, but ZDC can still keep pouncing away.
He's got level 17, very high level now. Lands that Q, that could be
Oh
everything.
boy,
Flash
Q3
away.
just wide.
Angel is still alive. That Victor is terrifying.
Pull back, pull back, pull back. Where are we going now? They've still got the Baron rolling, but they are significant amounts of damage down. How do you stop this? They need to reset and clear waves.
I don't know. They don't have the bot lane. They're dead for 20 seconds. They're going to kill turrets very, very quickly, even if they don't have the grubs. How much wave clear can this Victor do? Can they avoid the engage?
There is no flash on Victor. Worth noting, if he steps too far forward clearing this wave, he will die, and then the game is still over.
Oh my god. I don't know if they should stay. I think it's a mistake to stay. They take the inhibitor. They should go away now. Please don't look for that. No,
Rayo
left delay if you can't.
He jumps in! He gets the knock-up. They've got Angel down to the Guardian. Sorry, the Zhonya's. There's no Angel because he's dead. No Guardian or otherwise. Starry gets that kill onto the jungler. Oh my god. They're actually doing it!
They're actually doing it! OMG on the brink of upsetting old rivals. Leave trying his best.
Besides that,
to the ults!
He's got the wild growth, but look at the Moonlight Vigil, the last auto! Starry is a whole constellation! The death sentence lands, and Edward Gaming desperately tried to clear the waves, but it will matter! Not at all! Oh my god, go to playoffs! Edward Gaming crash down into Nirvana.
OMG, a team who took 7 months off from the LPL, come back from Nirvana through the cycle of reincarnation, and will live again and beat EDG.
I can't believe it. In that fashion, after the early game, Rayo was out of this game.
I cannot believe it. Physically, I cannot believe it. OMG will upset EDG from Group Perseverance from Group Nirvana, and we will have a double Group Nirvana win in best of 5s. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Wow. Wow. That was quite something, guys. Thank you for being here and joining us for it. It was a very exciting day. For those of you who got to stick around for it, please do make sure you hit that follow button. If you've got the extra bit of cash, consider throwing a donation our way as well. That was an upset, make no mistake about it. Fantastic stuff from OMG, despite the flaws, despite the rough edges. It was certainly an entertaining and a heartfelt win nonetheless.
I can't believe that. I'm still speechless. OMG are genuinely one of the better drafting teams in the LPL. I don't think they can always execute on them, but we saw in that game, I think, perhaps worse at the early game. I think Rayo being a player who has his downsides, very ambitious early jungle pathing, but falls off.
Does that mean that OMG are now playing IG and we get LNG?
It does.
Oh my god.
Now, that is a very important note, Sam. You have noted a very important thing there. Because OMG win, they are the lowest remaining seed in this play-in stage. That means they play the highest remaining seed at this point, which is Invictus Gaming. Invictus Gaming, OMG will be our matchup, and I actually think OMG could win that theoretically. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
I agree.
And that means that LNG going against WE. And that is a much closer match. I think that's actually our two better teams in W and LNG. One of them will be denied Group Ascend and playoffs.
It's kind of wild. It really, really, really is.
Folks, thank you for joining us. If you have been enjoying what you're seeing here, think about liking, following, subscribing wherever you're watching it. If you enjoyed clips from this series, think about posting them somewhere as well. Actually, one of the best ways to get our name out there is to get clips onto things like Reddit and Twitter. It makes a lot of difference to us. And most importantly, enjoy yourselves and think about turning up again, because we're going to be here tomorrow for the rest of our Knights Rival stage. I need to take a break though, folks. I need to...
Yeah, me too. I'm not going to get a chance to stream today because I've got recording and stuff still to finish up. 3 things for everyone back at home. Please hit that follow button if you haven't already. Number 2, our sponsor Opera GX is available to everyone. It is a free link to click and download for a really cool browser. It's not spyware, it's nothing crap. It's actually a good browser. It'll cost you 2 minutes of your time to give it a go. And that will help support us, even if you don't tend to stick around with it. Last thing, you can obviously subscribe and use the Ko-fi link to help us out there. Opiate, by the way, don't worry about it. I get you were still learning the things. It's cool.
And Walter, thank you so much for the sub there as well.
Thank you.
That will be the end of our stream today. It was a hell of a run. Thank you for joining us again. It's very cool to see, by the way, a lot of people tuning in for this as well. We're noticing our viewers go up, which is really, actually, it's nice for us. You know, we've been doing this for, this will be our 3rd year pretty much doing this. We're about 2.5 years in or something like that. The stream will end here if you're on YouTube, and if you're on Twitch, we'll find someone to radio over to as well. I think that's all from us. We're gonna send it over to a break. We'll leave you with some of the stats here, and we'll head off. Oh my god, win the series.
Angel. Oh, Angel, you tried.
4th year. In terms of the actual streaming of this, we started doing this in 24. Thank you, Airwave. That's very kind of you. Yeah, we started, because I was casting LPL in 23, and then we started casting LPL on the stream in 24. In fact, I think it was particularly in 24 summer No, it was in 24. Yeah, so that's second. Like, this is our third year doing it. Okay, let me go find someone to radio over to, and we'll play it from there.